gotta live with that.
Sunday, it's game time on Sunday.
Show some respect. Are you challenging me?
A tough nut to crack.
Now, shall we fight?
My turn.
All right, here we go.
Trust my shield.
Fire away! Gotta try harder, huh?
Soldiers, give me strength! I'll take care of it!
Trust my shield. Stop right there. It's not over yet. Go to hell.
All right, here we go.
Hey-ya!
Welcome to Update 26.2, where you'll discover the new Crafter Pass, a new Team Deathmatch map, strengthened anti-cheat measures, and more. Here's a closer look at what's in store. Dive into the fresh Crafter Pass, Black Market 2023. Tackle missions, obtain rewards, and get busy crafting in the workshop. Keep an eye out for the special craftable rewards in this pass. The return of 4 progressive weapon skins available throughout the pass duration, along with their unique chromas. There is much more depth to the Black Market 2023, so stay tuned for a detailed announcement coming your way. Next up, experience the newly unveiled map for Team Deathmatch, the Pillar Compound. This arena serves up distinct combat avenues tailored for diverse gunplay preferences. Favor long to medium range battles? The main building is the choice for you. For those keen on close quarter encounters, the side buildings is the place to be. Plus, the inclusion of cleverly designed flank routes ensures thrilling challenges for everyone. Elevating our commitment to fair play, we're enhancing anti-cheat measures for ranked matches on Steam. Those flagged as potential cheaters will now face an added ARS verification step, linked to the phone number associated with their account. Ensure your information is updated by visiting PUBG support should there be any changes to your contact information. Lastly, we have a new penalty system for those leaving Blue Bomb Rush mid-match, refinements to the general plane flight route UI, and more. Update 26.2 has more to offer, so don't forget to read the patch notes, and we'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Unleash my shopping spree
Duty free from big brands.
at all King Power stores and King Power Online.
It's possible. Enjoy great selections, promotions, and privileges.
The power of possibilities. King Power.
Hanuman's forces have set up their barrier. They are waiting for sunrise before they release their guard.
With my magic, the night will turn. Enemies beware. Mayara is coming for you.
ยืนหนึ่งมันไม่ง่ายแต่ไม่ยากที่จะทำแค่ตั้งใจและสนุกกับมัน
เท่าแก่น้อย ตอบโจทย์ทุกไลฟ์สไตล์แบรนด์สาหร่ายยอดขายอันดับหนึ่ง
ถ้าสาหร่ายต้องเท่าแก่น้อย
17 Gaming takes the chicken dinner.
Twisted Minds with a disgustingly effective hold on the south side. Turn that into a win.
Spins on him and takes him down. Daiwa is going to get the win.
Over the center down position. He's got the kick.
Yeah, oh, kickstart some great shots there. How in the world does Shouty win that? Tails up and over. Cerberus fighting Ghibli. Ghibli, one player left for Ghibli.
It is Petrichor Road coming apart.
And now they're walking right Genji.
And now Pentagram right on the doorstep, foot giving up, and Pentagram is more than happy to finish this off. He's going to come around the side. Easy 2 for Wicked. But he's the only one. Grenades in hand, sending it through the hay bales. Somehow manages to find Nan and Ming.
They're running straight into the point! And Xiao Pian with the bounce off the hay.
LG.
I mean, that was the one player that made it through what is still this ambush side, still the trap side, but Lu, with the Dragon up in hand, able to find the first 2. Bobo does steal 1, I guess it's only fair, considering the Twisted Minds killed 2 of his teammates, but we'll see if they can get some more with it. Lu, able to headshot 1 more, Bobo! First one to fall, New Heavy down to 2.
Big shots for Dante, big trade from Ming. Toss burning out, Ming will push, will find the knock onto a doozy, switch it back again.
Jumba is going to go ahead and get the quad that's out there. Exalt was trying to path over here.
Whoa! Petrichor Road is just gone! D plus Kia! My God!
안녕하세요. 서 있으면 될까요? Hello. 안녕하세요. 안녕하세요. 실제로 만나네요. 키가 크시네요.
觉得他比较帅。
쑥스럽네요. Hello. 지난번에 촬영했을 때 본 적이 있는데 저를 다시 보니까 어떠신 것 같나요?
I mean, I knew it's gonna happen. I mean, we are still good players, and we are still here at the best event.
PGC 트레일러 주인공이 된 소감이 어떤지 말해주시죠.
It feels amazing, kinda like seeing myself inside the game. So it feels good. Do you guys know why we are here?
그냥 PGC 우승했던 사람들 다 모인 걸로 알고 있는데.
Champions Genji! PGC Champions Genji! These guys have.
因为 PGC 我们当时没有打嘛，然后那也是我刚才的打职业，就是你们当时会有什么感想？
I was sad getting second place and him winning this event, so but it was fun.
엄청 힘들었지만 기뻤고 우승하니까 또 남들이 못 해본 걸 해보니까 참 좋았던 것 같아요.
Do you remember that we shared like the boot camp, the Genji boot camp?
아, 젠지 트레이닝 룸?
예.
아, 예. 아, 맞아요. 미국 젠지 회사가 있어가지고 거기서 같이 연습했었거든요. 기억력이 좋으시네.
I agree. If you were about to compete in PGC 2019 with me and Theo, who do you think would win?
我觉得我是一个非常好的状态吧，因为19年的时候的我很年轻嘛，那时候的状态很好，只能说。
We were rivals back then. Everyone compared like me and him in 2019. He was like actually super strong and like smart player.
Thank you.
PGC 2021 New Heavy!
就是当时有没有觉得我们 UIP 会拿下这个2022 PGC 的冠军？
그 당시에 UFP가 너무 잘했기 때문에 우승해도 이상하지 않을 팀이라고 생각했고 꾸준히 잘했던 팀이고 보면서 배운 것도 많았던 것 같아요.
The only thing I remember like from PGC 2021 is that the kill feed is like always new happy, new happy, new happy.
当时还是很开心吧，因为这是我第一次参加这个世界赛，然后就拿到了冠军，还有个人荣誉。我觉得我们当时拿到这个冠军，还是我们团队的合作能力吧。然后主要是我有3个很厉害的队友，然后我们的配合什么也都很好，然后才让我们拿到了这个冠军。
원래 제가 혼자 다니는 플레이를 많이 했는데 밍밍 선수를 보면서 같이 해도 잘 싸워서 이길 수 있구나라는 걸 느꼈고 팀워크를 잘 다져야겠네요.
2022 PGC champion Nov!
是你参加过这么多很大的赛事吗？就比如说 PCS、PGC， 然后还有 PNC 都拿到过一个很好的成绩，然后你的感想是什么？
I think I want more. That's not enough for me.
Good.
Good. 2018년부터 PGI, PGC 모두 출전하는 선수인데 혹시 소감이 어떤지 말해줄 수 있나요?
I mean, I feel great. I think it was only like 2 players who managed to do that. I think it's me and James, and that's it. I'll try to attend next one also.
역시 대단한 것 같습니다.
What was the reason why you didn't perform well at PGC 2022?
可能是因为我们去年的21年的整体成绩比较好吧，然后我们队内整体可能比较骄傲吧，然后比较太过于自信了，然后导致了我们团队配合上没有那么好。面对的话就是自我心态要好吧，然后不要太过的骄傲吧，然后努力打好每一场。
How did you overcome the slump?
극복 못했는데요? 농담이고 이번 연도에는 좀 열심히 해가지고 노력 많이 하고 있으니까 좋은 결과 있기를 기도하면서 잘하려고 노력하고 있습니다.
We'll see what's gonna happen in this event.
야시장 이런 느낌이구나. 뭘 먹어야 되지?
Tom yum, yeah?
Yeah?
Yes.
You like?
Yeah. You don't?
I
No spicy? It's spicy.
딱히 땡기는 게 없나 본데요? 무슨 음식 좋아하냐고 물어봐주면 안 돼요?
Okay.
대회 전에 루틴 같은 게 있나요? 루틴?
Yeah, this is my routine. Like this.
我在研究吃麦。
아.
어떤?
여기 delicious.
Yeah, no, I know, but Tom yum better.
굿? 소스?
Tom yum best.
어우.
Oh.
잘 먹는다.
Spicy, delicious. Yeah. I need a bracelet, you know, this.
아, yes.
You have bracelets? They. Yo.
코끼리 바지 뭐예요? 저 하나 살래요. 이거 얼마예요? 190바. 이거 다 사주고 싶은데.
What? Yeah, okay. Perfect. Yeah.
나도 사야겠다. 뭐 사지?
Very good. 감사합니다. Ice cream? Oh, yeah.
Very good.
Very good.
맛있는데?
What's your guys' goal at this PGC?
당연히 우승이지만 사실 우승보다는 4등 안에 들려고 무척 노력하고 있고 잘 하려고 하는 게 제일 목적인 것 같아요.
我们的目标也是先进入决赛吧，然后进入决赛后努力打好每一场，然后拿到一个好的成绩。
I think first goal is like to get to the grand finals. After that, we'll play again, try our best as a team. PGC 2023, fighting!
FaZe Clan is shocking the world. 18 kills and a chicken dinner. I don't know if it's enough, but goddamn Matrim, they made a hell of a round. Buzzface, 8 kills. Uba, 6 kills. AC. These guys stepped up and played winning.
I hear the voice in my head overturn, telling me to go closer to you now. Something's gotta change, you know it's right. Time to take you back, it's all in the high. Whenever step I make goes down and fall apart. Whenever move that you make is not enough. Turn around and trust in yourself at the end. You're the only one who survived to win. Don't let something to fire. If you to go higher, shout it out louder. Say that you're divine. Go running through the fire and break all your desire. Shout it out louder. Say that you're divine. Go running through the
It is just chaos everywhere, and you have to fight for every scrap of land. Gotta imagine it's only a matter of time before Genji is finished off, and there it is.
저희가 이제 우승을 한번 하고 나니까 조금 느슨해진 것도 없지 않아 있는 것 같아가지고 이 자리까지 오게 된 것 같습니다.
Was trying to pass over here.
Whoa! Petrichor Road is just gone.
我对上一届 PGC 的记忆不太好。
No paraba de pensar, eso era lo mejor que pudimos dar. Necesitamos hacer jugadas más atrevidas.
We make a lot of mistakes. Our plans didn't go well. Other teams did well.
ทีมอื่นเป็นเหมือนกำแพงที่ขั้นเราไว้
코치님이랑 대표님이 이제 성적도 중요한데 가서 많이 배우고 느끼고 오라 해서 부담감은 딱히 없는 것 같아요. 그래서 부담감 없이 하려고요.
我们这次来泰国 PGC 一定要慢慢来，不要紧张 ，OK 不 ？OK， 干就完了。
오히려 좋은 것 같아요. 사실 저희는 항상 극적으로 올라가고 항상 극적으로 우승을 했기 때문에 밑바닥 찍고 올라가는 게 우승할 수 있는 원동력이라고 생각합니다.
PUBG は生き残るゲームだから生存に長けた僕たちが最後まで生き残ると思います。
นี่เป็นเพียงแค่ก้าวแรกแล้วเราจดจำโมเมนต์นี้ไว้แล้วเราจะเดินหน้าต่อ แล้วมารับชมความสนุกตื่นเต้นไปด้วยกัน
There are a lot of much older, but I'm never gonna give up. I will not let down my teammates and my fans. All great movies or TV shows have a twist. Our team gonna be the most interesting twist of this year.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you're watching around the world. Welcome back. It is time again for PGC 2023. My name's Toffees, and I'm joined as always by Avenger.
And of course, here is the last day of Losers Bracket Toffees, and we're going to be finding the 8 teams, or finding out what 8 teams we're going to be giving a plane ticket and sending home early.
They're going home. I mean, that's it. Literally, your chance to make it the distance, to come to Bangkok, to play in PGC. The dreams you have, either go the distance or stop here today. Either way, though, our players are loving life while they sit on their Onda seat, the official gaming chair partner. The chair elevates the gaming experience with the ultimate comfort and exceptional performance. Choose Onda seat, choose the seat of victors. We're also sponsored by the King Power Group, leader in the travel retail industry. King Power, the power of possibilities. Loga Pro Esports gear, game ready and made with a unique design. As a world-leading gaming brand, MSI stands out as the most trusted brand in gaming and esports. MSI is the official gaming partner of the PUBG Global Championships 2023, providing PC hardware, monitors, and laptops as the designated hardware provider for this event. Takanoi, live deliciously. And finally, the #1 fast and reliable fiber internet from True Online, helping you stay connected when it matters the most. And if there was a time that it mattered the most for the teams in this lobby, it is now. It's not about winning necessarily, but it's about staying in the top 8 so your dreams can continue.
Yeah, and you're not even making it to the grand finals. You're making it to the last chance, so it's like a step on the road to have another shot at trying to make it into the grand finals, because they're going to be meeting our bottom 8 from the winners, which starts tomorrow. Also going to be super exciting. Of course, we're going to be finding the 8 teams here, and I gotta say, it's still super close. It's even if you're in the bottom right now of the bottom 8, then one good game, you could potentially jump all the way into the top 8, because they are extremely close. Only 26 points from last place to 8th.
Yeah.
So one game with 16 kills, and you're in there.
I would say actually different from what we were used to in the group stages, where there was a lot of sponging. This seems like a very balanced lobby in a lot of ways. And we've seen different teams playing very well. Teams who started weak on like literally 3 bad games turned into 3 amazing games, and vice versa. So I do think maybe the map switch might benefit some of these teams. Let's take a look though at the schedule, because we said on day 1 the journey of 1,000 miles starts with 1 step. That step was group stages. The teams that are here, well, they stumbled instead of stepping. And that's what they have to do, is they have to get back on their feet and run to get themselves into the last chance qualifier.
Yeah, the stepping stones were slippery on the way here. And of course, as you see here, winners bracket tomorrow, last chance start on the 27th. And then they have 2 days off. That's kind of exciting to me a little bit here. There's going to be time for some media, a little bit of obligations there. And then there's going to be a time for planning into the grand finals, of course, of PGC 23.
Chance to reset, get their heads in the right place. But the problem is you've got to get there in the first place. And it is a tough journey. You've got to make the right choices in-game and out. This is what it looks like on the travel right now. The losers bracket will send 8 home on the bottom. The top 8 will have to wait for 2 days, and they'll go to the last chance. And then obviously winners bracket doesn't even mean that you're truly a winner, because you could get knocked back down to that last chance qualifier.
Yeah, you can. And the 8 teams, of course, from today, the top 8 teams from today is going to be extremely relieved. And we're going to be playing day 2, as you see here. We're going to be starting with Miramar, and we're going to take Obikin, and we're swapping things around to win on a wrangle like we usually do here. Yeah, the bottom 8, as you see, limited. Plane ticket in your hand, and you're going to be sent off in a few days. Of course, some teams had a fantastic start. Actually, a little surprise to me was that we saw, of course, Falcons and Purple Mood have a fantastic start. They're both currently in our bottom 8. They have to have a good start here on day 2. Otherwise, they're not going to get a bigger share of the prize pool here. $10,000 for the MVP. Also $10,000 for our last place teams. And if you don't make it, you get 17. If you make it, you get 19 and a bigger chance at even bigger prize pool.
Absolutely. So literally the money just goes up from this point on. So play at your best. Even if you're going to get eliminated, $1,000 difference is a big amount of money. Let's take a look at the participating teams who are taking the field of play today. It's a mixed bag. Not a ton of surprises. I think some teams that we thought were going to probably have to go through the losers bracket on their journey. Have any of them stood out to you as surprising, or have you been very impressed with?
I've been impressed with Protocol Road here. They had a rough situation in both PGS 1 and 2. They were last in winners bracket in PGS 1. A terrible PGS 2 as well. So for them to be up here now, of course, on the shoulders of Protocol Road, maybe talks 2 languages. Talks that it is the bottom 16 out of the 32, rather than being the bottom 16 out of the 24. So they make it have it a little bit easier. Head-to-head, of course, Xiao Pinyan and Ixlev Ix have been unstoppable. I'm a little bit sad that I don't have my fantasy team. That means you guys that have it has been running away with it. But still, I did not expect him to pop off this much.
Yeah.
And yeah, I'm excited to see what they're potentially going to be able to do in the last chance.
And apparently I heard him earlier in an interview saying that he plans on just kind of going wild today. So
yeah,
watch that because it may get even bigger. Let's take a look at the teams to watch. We are going to keep an eye on Genius Esports. Clory's in the front of that team has been very, very strong. 4AM also putting in some good numbers. And SSG had honestly some of the worst 3 games we've seen to start yesterday and then just turned it around out of nowhere.
Yeah, they had a little bit of a talk after 3 games. Go Bang, their coach, of course, a little bit of a motivating speech for them. So yeah, they turned things around. And they actually, even on Tego, they had a potential fantastic game in their hands, but it's Chris with the P90 absolutely shredded their armors and they're gone.
Yep.
They got closed out.
That's the danger of It's Chris. He comes out of nowhere and he catches you off guard. But that P90, definitely, I think Heaven actually ultimately got him on a transition and opened the door for Ascend. I thought they might have won that game if it wasn't for that pickoff. Let's take a look back at those teams to watch, though, and how they got here. Starting off with Genius Esports. They're in 4th. I would say it wasn't the loudest day, but it was high impact for them.
It was, yeah. I like what I saw from them, and hopefully they can kind of bring that back to someone, maybe some of the kind of same energy levels we saw in the last game of Wrangle in our group stages where they popped off as well. They played extremely cohesive there, and I like what I saw from them. Of course, Foreign Grimin, they did extremely well in the last game. We kind of predicted a little bit, and yeah, and I said it. They're going to do good, and they did.
They did. You were right. You predicted it. They stepped up on that last game. Also, SSG, you just saw them there, stepped up. We saw Sharp get a couple of those mortar kills.
Nice.
But really, it was Roth yesterday, I think, that kind of rose to the challenge. It seems like his IGL was clicking in very effectively, but Paige was doing great support. Let's take a look at the Fantasy League scoring system, though, in case you want to play with us at home at twire.gg. Kills are worth 2. Survival is worth 5. You get 100 points per 100 damage. And then, obviously, if they die too fast, you lose 3. So don't pick someone who dies before 10. Now, if you're thinking, Toffees, I can't pick a new team because we're halfway through this losers bracket, that's okay because we make new brackets every single time. So tomorrow before winners kicks off, hop over to Twire and get your team in. Here are the teams and their picks, or their value. Okay, Ix Left has over 6% of the pick, and he's coming in with 70 points. It seems like a lot of people expected that.
Yeah, a lot of people didn't see what they did at PGS 1 and 2, and they said, oh, let's see if it... No, he did insane. He did really well in PCL. I believe he had 51 kills. He had the MVP for PCL, so yeah, maybe they stepped up to the case here. And of course, Xiaopinyan also did well.
Yep.
Good to see PO up there as well, amongst the top performers. And
makes me
of course,
happy.
our talents leaderboard here changed a little bit. I was in 3rd, and you took that.
I did.
And now I'm trailing behind Paper Thin, yeah. Maybe I'll rub his head when I see him later for a little bit of luck.
Oh, tough one for him. Though, congratulations to Toby and Poro. I think are actually in like the top 100 in the world. They're absolutely destroying right now.
Nice.
And again, you can prove if you're better, you can go ahead and make your team and challenge them. Let's take a look at the pick'ems. This is in the client right now as you guys have used your voting coupons to say who you think wins PGC overall. Still resoundingly 17, but I've seen a little bit of an uptick in some Paro, a little bit of more 4AM climb. It seems like some people are starting to buy into the Paro hype.
Yeah, hold on to it until we see the 16 teams that are going to be in the grand finals. Then you know, then you can eliminate half of it. We are starting with Miramar, so effectively 4 Miramars back-to-back, of course. Then we're going Tego, Vikendi, and ending on Erangel. I like that because that's where teams are most comfortable at.
Yeah, I think if you're one of those teams like, say, you know, SSG, who turned on at the end of the day yesterday, who seems to, I mean, let's be honest, Space Station Gaming has, if the circle goes north, they have transitions to almost anywhere they want to go. So starting on Miramar could give them a boost for some of those teams. And remember, if you guys want to get a boost, you want to come down here and watch the grand finals. Tickets are on sale right now. I hear they're going fast, though, so make sure you get over there and get your purchase in. The link is on the bottom, so you can check that out right now. And you want to be here because I think that the winners bracket's the greatest winners bracket we've ever seen.
It might as well just been the finals.
It may as well be the finals, but
it could be.
But imagine a finals a week later when everyone's got even more time under their belts. Now you want something else under your belt. You probably want that G coin so you can get yourself some skins. When first kill happens in match 1, you get a redemption code for 400 G coin, and when the first team elimination happens in match 5, you'll get a code that will give you a random amount of 800 to 5,000 G coin. So go ahead and get that. Get your PGC skins. Support the players. I think it's a great idea. Just like it's a great idea to start strong here today because this is the most important there's been for a lot of these teams.
Yeah, for sure. And again, as we said here, it is extremely close. All our teams here, they are within just one good game of each other still. So if you're able to start off with good confidence, high morale, get that good game in game 1 or 2, then it's looking good. Then we're going over to take on Weekend. It's going to be a little bit harder to get those consistent points. You're not going to be as confident and as kind of knowing about all the terrains, all the dips, all the divots. And like I talked to so many players who are like, yeah, I didn't know that was there. I didn't know that was there. Like, nope. That's what you get when you have four maps of an 8x8 kilometers. It's like a huge map, and flying around and like knowing all these spots here. If you put on that a little bit extra effort, you might find some of these little extra holds or dips and stuff that you can play late game. And we've seen that already. Like I talked to the EXO guys. They're like, oh, some of these areas here. They're like, it's so new and it's so random that I just didn't know there was here.
It's absolutely true, but I do think it's nice that we finish on Erangel because there is no excuse. Every team knows every inch of that map.
Yeah, and it's beautiful that we end there. And it's 2, of course, we end back-to-back there. So if you get your things rolling, you can roll it into the next one again.
So you got to get it rolling fast, and you're going to get to do that on the dusty dunes of Miramar as we kick off game number 1 of day 2 in the losers bracket. 8 advance, 8 go home. Let's see how it goes.
Six games from now, 8 teams will be eliminated from PGC 2023. That's where we're at, Powo. That is the cutoff. Bottom 8, and you go home.
That's it. That's it. This is the last chance saloon right now. And like you said, it is very, very close to that cut line. Yes. And especially if you look forward, I mean, you look at the performance of Petrichor Road and 4AM have had so far. That might make that cut line even lower.
It sure might. It sure might. And also we're at a point, and one thing is that, I mean, we talked about it in group stages. Yes, teams might come hunting for you in the end of group stages because they're already kind of solidified in that top 8. They can push you into losers bracket. Here it's a case of, if Petrichor and 4AM, let's say both get off to a really good game 1, if there's 2 teams you don't want to have on the hunt for you with the potential of eliminating you from the tournament altogether, that would be them 2 when they're on fire. Because yesterday they were looking very hot.
Yeah, not the way they're playing right now. I mean, the way they're just taking every single more so Petrichor Road than 4AM. Yes. Although 4AM towards the end of the day yesterday started to kind of pick up the slack a little bit, started to kind of emulate what their region mates Petrichor Road were doing early on in the day, and just going out there and farming kills. You even saw Gen G start to kind of pick up a little bit of that mood too. So it's interesting this whole way down this leaderboard. I mean, outside of Petrichor Road and 4AM, I'm not real certain about anybody else.
We can't be 19 points from 3rd to 12th. I mean, if this leaderboard is going to keep close to one another throughout the majority of the day, because again, we haven't, outside of those 2 teams, seen any one team really just go out and dominate game after game. If it's going to remain close, which we would expect, it's going to be like any other PUBG tournament we've ever had, right down to that final match. And it's not just going to be 1 or 2 teams fighting for it. We're looking at potentially 5, 6, maybe even 7 or 8 teams fighting for a chance of top 8 in the very final match.
Well, we look at if you look at Group A, Group B previously, their cut lines all kind of around that 75, around that area. Today, right now, coming into day 2, SSG sitting in 8th place with 37 points. So it's definitely going to be something that we're going to have to keep an eye on as we proceed through the next 6 games. But I have this feeling that some of it might end up being a little bit higher than some of these guys are thinking.
Yeah.
I think I was talking to Roth on the way in, and he was like 60 points, 65 points. I'm like, man, there's no way. Like, it's got to be bigger than that, right?
It all depends on how much the teams in the top are able to just vacuum all those points. If that's not going to happen, if it spreads out more evenly, obviously that point total is going to be that much higher. But we'll have to wait and see. Of course, still plenty games to play here. 6 at that. And I mean, I talked to people earlier today as well, just trying to get a gist of like prediction, who's going to go through. And I think we're all in agreement that, as you were saying, outside of Petrichor and 4AM, who was practically unstoppable and already got enough points yesterday to be good, it's impossible to call it. Every one of these teams have had their downtimes. Every one of them had moments where they showed us, okay, they're actually capable of pulling a couple of games together. It's all going to come down to whether they're going to be able to do it today or not.
I gotta say, there's a specific grouping on the right-hand side of the leaderboard in the 9 through 16 section that's really kind of interesting to me, and that's Ascend, Veronica 7, Funpin, and Exalt. All of those fairly high kill counts as far as things go. I mean, more towards the average, obviously not up anywhere near where Pachacova Road and 4AM are, but they still have a nice stack of kills. Like the fights that they're getting into, they're having pretty good success with it. The placement points just haven't been there yet so far, so we'll see if they can find them here today as we head over to Miramar.
That is indeed where we go to kick things off. Coming into the final game yesterday, Toffees asked Martin, who's going to win? Martin said, well, 4AM. You said 4AM. I didn't believe it. Here they came winning the game in a, I would say, un-4AM-like style. Yes, they went center somewhat early, but then they slowed things down. They maintained the 3-1 split, tried to play it safe. As you were saying too, Gen G, we saw them playing more aggressive. So clearly, coming into yesterday, teams are starting to change things up, trying to adapt to the lobby. I would imagine that today is going to be even more of that coming in.
I would imagine that you're right. And yeah, Gen G, I think, surprising a lot of us really as we take a look and see this plane just going straight from north to south. And 4AM right off the bat. We didn't have too many hot drop scenarios. I think Los Leones was about the warmest that we may have seen with Falcons and Purple Mood, but that never really popped off anyway.
Considering the leaderboard standings right now, if Falcons and Purple Mood hot drop each other, I will flip. Probably not this table, because that would leave a lot of people upset, but somewhere there will be a table.
That's also a very heavy table.
That is true. That is true. Probably a bad idea altogether. I will say, though, for those of you guys viewers out there who 1 minute and 6 seconds in are confused by the fact that there is only 63 people on the server. That is because PMA, Positive Mental Attitude, are playing with 3. And as far as we know, that's actually going to be the fact for the remainder of the day. Things might still change, but as far as we know, it's going to be that way for the whole day. So PMA, while things are already going against them, this sure ain't helping them at all.
Hope that mental attitude is very, very positive, because the bricks are stacked up against them. Anyway, you see our circle will cut all the way up to the northwest, so right around that crater north of El Pozo area. Center on that, as a number of teams still off to the south, so we're going to have to keep very close eyes on these rotations, these long wraps. That western road in particular is going to be one that we have to keep our eyes on. And maybe Monte Nuevo, that tends to be a place that gets a lot of action on circles like this early.
Curious to see how the likes of Gen G are going to play into this. They have a chance right now to grab something somewhat circle center. Issue, of course, when you have the center on like north side of El Pozo, Crater Fields, there isn't really a whole lot of center to claim. 1 or 2 teams splitting out can effectively force everyone off and far away. And so as we were saying, Ascend, Shenyi Shinlong on the southern side, look to see them wrap far west around, trying to make their way in from up there, which could potentially end up causing somewhat of a bottleneck on that southwestern side of the circle.
And the alternative to that is also something that we see on circles up in this area, or at least we did in North America during the PAS finals. The emergency parachutes.
Yes.
Taking those and getting a spot on that unplayable terrain very high up there where nobody else can really do anything about you. You get a good information gathering, all that stuff. We've seen it pay off pretty well in terms of information gathering, but you also always have to take that risk. Once the circle shifts away from you, what do you do then?
What do you do then? It's at least you can you can parachute off the cliffs.
You can.
So you got that.
Everybody's going to know exactly where you are, though. If you were up there just farming ADR the entire time, they will be more than happy to take shots at somebody parachuting down.
And while we're looking at Petrichor Road, I want to drag your guys' attention to the map feed. If you don't have it open already, make sure to get it up, because we're already now seeing Interforce 36 try and claim center real estate. Again, the Japanese team who, as we heard from our experts, yesterday was the day that a Japanese team in all global tournaments ever racked up the most points. E36 did that yesterday with their 40 points in a day. Solid playthrough, and I'm not gonna lie, I'm loving what I'm seeing from them. They're not an aggressive team, but they play their kind of disengaged play style really well. Perfect example of that was on a Wrangle yesterday in the very first game. They were sat on the hillsides, opted to back off, them backing off caused the fight between 2 other teams. They pulled straight back into it for a third-party opportunity. Really wise decision-making on that part.
They seem to be very well aware of what their win conditions are.
Yes.
And they are very disciplined in sticking to him. Now, you say U36 sending it to the center. Exalt as well, also sending 2 early on and keeping a 2-2 split. So Exalt, another one of those teams that a little bit of a slow start yesterday, but you can never count out a team, especially when they have the only returning PGC 2022 champion in Uba.
Well, we are going to get a highlight up in just a short moment of these boys right here. Shenyu, Shinlong, Sixel, call them what you want. What I want to see from them, though, is things going their way. But let's see a little bit of a highlight from the Sixel boys.
Need to start seeing more of that out of Sixel. Is they've shown multiple times that they are more than capable in a firefight, and we'll see where they decide to go with that E-pickup down from Resort. Here's we check in with Veronica 7. Human, your hero.
Yeah.
Is making their way in on that southeastern side of the circle.
They're just showcasing my entire fantasy team today, which I don't know if that's the curse from the production side or what's going on here, but here they are. Sixel Lorena, who I dropped today in favor of Duckmans. Hopefully...
clearly he's going to pop off now.
I mean, that's what I'm worried about now. Shenyu Shenlong, they're going to fly on in. They're going to get themselves a 15-kill win. The Renner gets 10 of them, and then he's going to be saying, Toby, why did you drop me, bro?
If it makes you feel any better, I dropped him as well. So. And I'm pretty sure everybody on our talent team that had him also made the switch. I went with Brexo. So I have faith in Ascend today. And Howl, looks like they are just slowly creeping their way in on this southeastern side. They're kind of getting a little bit close to Exalt. They've got Veronica 7 behind them, but other than that, pretty safe here.
And Howl, I mean, they've played out of this position a trillion times before. It's not center, no. And would they want to be further center? Sure. But they rotate from a distance to where we are here. And as we said before, there's just not that much to take in this circle center. A lot of it is open hillsides where, I mean, sure, you can sit up there, but then you're going to die. So why would you? You got like massive high ground. You got low valley positions as well. You got upside down vehicles southwest of Picado. And for Howl to try and claim anything further center than right now, especially given that we're still in phase 1, it would just be high risk and potentially literally no reward at all. So no reason for them to try and go more center, even if you might think of them as more of a center-heavy team in the early game.
It's okay. I mean, I flip cars in the wide open flat ground all the time myself, so you are not alone, my dude. Genius, well, this is that road we were talking about on that western side. They are the first ones pushing through, and fortunately enough for them, looks like there's nobody really other than a few trailing shots from EXO who are posted up north of El Pozo, although they might be heading north into Sixel. Remember, we saw them taking that emergency parachute, and it looks like Sixel are just now starting to land. You can't really see them on the screen just yet, but trust me, they're there.
They are indeed. And I was just going to say, most importantly, they found themselves a vehicle. Of course, that's the one biggest downside, you'd say, of E-pickups, is that you can't really bring your cars with you. So especially when you pull them off in the early game, if you don't have a car once you land and then you get hard shifted away from, that's you in very grave trouble. Now, Shenyu Shenlong are not necessarily afraid of playing the edge, but even then, it would be pretty troublesome had they not had a vehicle nearby. But of course, they fly in, they see 2 cars, and they should be good at least for now.
Well, opting not to play that high ground, so you know the one thing we brought up talking about, the emergency parachute giving you access to some unplayable terrain you might not otherwise be able to get up to. They decide instead to go for the compound, a little bit on the northern side of this zone, just off to the east of Alcantara. And there's Purple Mood. Everybody very excited about Purple Mood.
I love the fact that, I mean, we hear the crowd in the background. I'm just going to go, guys, if this is what they sound like when they're looting, just listen to the crowd when they actually get kills, so it gets even better.
That is true. Well, take a look at a little bit of replay here from yesterday. Zenith. Look at that. God, these Dragunovs, man, I'm telling you.
Oh no, Emmy got... Wait, is that because... No, they were driving forward. Okay, so I was just going to say, did he get killed in the Picado field because he was running around looking for a car? But no, they pulled up, and that's the penalty. And in all fairness, had they not flipped that vehicle, because V7 is only now getting north of Power Grid, they would have been here those 15-20 seconds earlier. That would have been them sitting, waiting for Gumin to get here. Instead, it's the opposite, and here is your code on screen as a reward for that first blood of this game.
Well, it's gone now, Toby. You didn't read it fast enough. You had to make your point. And everybody wants to hear their code, man.
Okay, read it out.
Well, I don't know what it is. I didn't take a picture.
Old man, maybe.
It was VV something.
VV something.
There's
Type
a lot
it
of
in.
letters in there.
There are only so many
stuff.
options, you know? There are only so many possible outcomes of what the code could be. VV something. Go get it, guys.
Exactly. Exactly. Well, Thunder's being the front man here for Purple Mood will let the rest of the boys know that the area is clear, although he does have Gen G just off to the north, but no real lines of sight, no angles here, no shots coming through. Everybody just playing it close.
Yeah.
Playing it close for this final day. 62 still alive as our first circle is about to collapse.
Yeah, playing it close on the southern side. North is a little more split. This one centering right up. And I mean, unless if we hard shift next circle, to me, this has gotten El Pozo written all over it. A lot of those unplayable areas, as we call them, that work the same way as water does in phase 4, that the circles will try and shift away from them to the best of its ability. And we have that over towards the east, towards D plus Kia, and up north towards Akita and EXO as well. So El Pozo right now looking very primed to get that end game in. We only had EXO there before. Now Ascend and Genius are already starting to go into the city.
Keeping an eye on Petrichor Road here. They had that big wide 2-2 split, and they're now suddenly surrounded by a bunch of solos from E36, 4 a.m., Howl, and even D plus Kia, as we see EXO. They're collapsing down into El Pozo itself. Fortunately, they're getting there just in the nick of time. Genius right behind them. Ascend also playing the south side of El Pozo as well.
Again, of course, not guaranteed that we're going to go there. As we see a replay here is the kill. Guman just sat there, ready and waiting. And again, had MX not flipped that vehicle, or Emmy, then I'm pretty convinced that they would have been in that compound before V7 would have gotten there. So it's the small things, it's the smallest things in the game that can cause your downfall. And speaking of downfall, PMA, again, already only playing as 3, losing 1 early. That is just not what they needed.
Plucked him right out of his seat. Unfortunate there in the crater. And I believe that is E36 that got credit for that one. Yep. As they pick up their first kill of the day. Now they've got a big 2-2 split going on as well. High up on the southeastern side of the crater fields, and then 2 down in the compound. So this is very dangerous stuff if you're E36. If you get found out, you can see SSG starting to make their way in on the north side of the crater.
I mean, you see that they have a pickup truck in, or a minivan, I should say, in crater fields. If you're trying to accelerate that uphill, knowing there's teams on the hillside waiting for you, that is a highway to hell, so to speak. And I don't know if we're breaking some sort of record here, but we're 12 minutes in now, and Sixel has already E-picked up twice. That's first they go full north, now they go into the city, and good thing for them is they're all there alive. As I say that, though, Zeus clips the side of the building, falls down, and they have Ascent right next door.
Oh, of all the luck, Souza gonna get taken down by gravity itself. That is not fun, as Ascend will actually, okay, Akita's gonna spot him out, so at least his point will not be for naught. That's gonna go into the bag of EXO, who could definitely stand to use it.
This is what we want to see late game, right? Not only do we want city endings, but city endings with sandstorms, just to make matters even worse.
Somewhere Darude is smiling.
At least they go away pretty quickly.
Yeah, yeah. No, that's the, I mean, that's the great part about them, right? Is these are useful and can be useful, or at least somewhat less annoying if more than anything. But there you go, Papa Silsen hanging out on the side of the mountain. They've got Purple Mood just off to their west, but no eyes just yet as we wait and see what Falcons decide to do. I think they realize that there are a couple of teams around them. They just haven't been able to spot them out, whether that be because of the storm or because of other reasons just yet. You see Capitan just off on the high side, just off to the east, just looking to see what he can find.
Trying to scout forward. And again, of course, if you look at the map, this is a perfect example of teams just not wanting to go to the city before it's absolutely confirmed that they will have to go. Should this next circle shift west in any way, shape, or form, though, believe you me, half the server, if not all of them, will try and get into El Pozo proper, and that is exactly where we are headed. Look at the vehicle markers. Everyone, as you can see on the eastern side, instantly in cars, ready to head west.
Well, head west, young man, but I don't know where you plan on staying once you get there, because outside of the city itself, there's just not a lot of real estate to be found. And even if you get there, you got to imagine they're going to take a few casualties on the way. Menuda and the rest of D plus Kia, they're going to be the first ones to arrive. Let's see what EXO can find here. Kita in a nice spot. He's going to find Menuda right off the bat. Can he get 2? No, he'll just secure the 1.
And this is where the teams that were set up inside the city early really has to do a lot of damage, because the more damage they do here, the easier they make it for themselves and they have to maneuver further inside the city. We're seeing kills coming through already, Exalt finding casualties, and Ascent taking out people as well, as multiple teams have already made their way here. Ooh, but that nade is going to be close, right on point! Sir T from across the street finds Uber.
And there goes PMA. They're going to get finished off by Petrichor Road, as you'll see the kill feed lighting up, guys, because this is exactly what we anticipated happening as soon as that circle favored El Pozo. Everybody trying to send it in, trying to see if they can at least get 2 or 3 into the city itself, as Page will get taken down by Clories. Needs to be careful about how hard he wants to peek that.
Definitely does. Veronica 7 opting to go for the E pickup as well. You should see them on your screens in just a short moment as they come flying out of the sky. Here they are. They're going to be going straight into Shen Yi Shenlong, and they're well aware of the push coming through.
Oh, no angle there for Sixel, as V7 gets to send it right into the bottom floor of their building and takes no casualties in the process. Boliang trying to find the angle, looking for somebody to peek that window, but right now Sixel in a little bit of trouble. Lorena will open up things here though. Glaz though trades it right back onto MML.
That's where you get the sawn off. Comes in real handy. Boliang though, hipfire takes out Glaz, finds the second as well as Human falls down. Just Tosi now left alive, but they don't know exactly where he is.
Well, Boliang has a grenade in hand. We'll let it go before shutting the door. Tosi still working around. The smoke will find Lorena, and now it's down to a 1v1. Boliang working his way around the outside. It feels like Tosi knows to expect it, though. He's already going to pre-fire that window. Gets him down to about half HP. Aggressive play from Tosi. He comes out. Drop shot from Boliang. And Shen Yi Shenlong wins the fight.
What a play. What a hero move. But of course, everyone else seeing this in the kill feed, hearing these shots coming through. Right now, the city have kind of settled down again. And you saw for a moment there Howl eyeing the opportunity to try and make a play on this building again. High ground in this city can be absolutely crucial. Having that 5-stack to your availability would be nice. But as you can see here too, Howl set pretty decently already, so no need for them to aggress. New circle Pups, does it swing into the city? Okay. Yes, it does. This one has literally got El Pozo written all over it.
Well, the folks on the north side still have some work to do here. As you can see, just shots ringing out everywhere still in the city. Genius will get eliminated, so that'll open up a little bit more space. But you've got Petrichor Road, 4 a.m., E36, and to a lesser extent, SSG. They still have some high ground that they can play. The other 3 teams, though, they've got to find somewhere to go.
Yeah, and the only place you do go here is full speed, send it, take a fight in the middle, and see what happens. Now, Genius died, so the longhouse in the northern side is available. But Petrichor, of course, having had a chance to scout, just yet won't be aware of that, at least not for now. ExoClan in the meantime trying to maintain space here, trying to keep people away from their compounds.
Like this from Petrichor Road, still not committing to the city itself. They know already, they've seen that kill feed. They know what it's like to try to push into that thing now. 4 a.m. also going to try to avoid it, while E36, well, they're just going to send it right on in and see what they can get away with. Pure Boy going to go down. K going to go down. Star-Lord going to go down. It's all down to 1 player left for E36. Sylphia gets picked out, and that is exactly what happens when you try to go in late.
Yeah, you don't want to go to the city before you have to, and unluckily for Interforce, they had to a couple of minutes ago and couldn't make the play when they had to. So unluckily for them, they will fall down as we find our way into the top 12. But again, I mean, we're in a situation where we could still have 30+ people alive 3-4 circles from now.
Petrichor Road on foot. Now, they did stop in a ditch, but while E36 was getting lit up, they managed to rotate into this long building and have themselves a nice little spot here on the north side of town. Now, SSG still have the cliffs on the north side. They're looking in. On the south side, it's Falcons. They've sent Silzen inside the city, but left Capitan and Draft King out here. It looks like they might be going in to join, though.
I like the idea of having kind of a safe spot in the center, or inside the circle, I should say, in the city, where they can go to if need be. And before that, don't go. Before, like, try and make as much space from as you can as possible when you are here in the city, more than anything. And that's exactly what Falcons do. So smart playing. They do lose Emmy earlier in the game prior to all of this city shenaniganery taking place. But now, going to try and see if they can play this one as 3.
Yeah, relatively speaking, Falcons has a lot of room to kind of work around on that south side. So We'll see what they can do with it. Although Ascend is starting to spread out a little bit. They've got Brexco kind of looking towards the south. I think he hears the shots. They want to make sure that they cover their backs. Meanwhile, Gen G, multiple buildings here, multiple angles. We still got 42 alive, Toby. It seems like we had an insane mid-game where so many deaths came through, but still a lot of these teams managed to keep most of their teams alive.
And a lot of teams managing to make surprisingly big splits in the city. The Purple Mood fans rejoice as this one swings west once more, and now it's just Space Station Gaming waiting to join the party in the city. Roth or Roth, in-game leader for the team. Where you're sending your troops here. There is space on the far western side. The warehouse is there, but on their approach, half the server is going to be shooting at them. So can they make it there alive? We're about to find out.
See what the angles are as SSG's on the move. 4 a.m. on the move as well. They've got to try to send it right down Main Street, unfortunately, as EXO already ready once again. The grenade was out for Akita, but they're just going to spray instead. Zepion going to go down. Bobo going to go down. Crazy down as well. And it's all down to just one player for 4 a.m. HSM has managed to... Oh, Chris.
Perfect execution from EXO. They're set in a four-way split, knowing exactly where they're anticipating the push from 4 a.m. from. 3 of them get a kill each, and then Chris finds the last solid setup there from EXO. Again, making space for themselves, making sure that no one is going to be backfilling them as they make their way further into the city.
Fantastic job by them. 5 kills now picked up for the EXO boys, and they've got a clear eastern side of this zone. They'll start making their way over. As we see, SSG has managed to make it into the warehouse, all 4 up, so no casualties taken there. Falcons, meanwhile, they've made it into the arena, and they've managed to push Ascend away. So Ascend still 4 up. They've managed to just kind of play a little bit of tower defense as Lorena going to get picked out. Now it's Sixel down to just 1 player in Boliang.
And again, for Ascend, they can afford backing off. They can afford giving away arena because they had 3 buildings to play from. And now they just collapse on the other side. Boliang has the roof to work with. Again, keep in mind, he picked up in here. And I think he's actually been prone up here for a good while.
Yeah, just chill. Why not?
He crossed on over from the other roof and jumped on up. And at least for now, no one's going to be able to see him.
You know, you're the last player alive at this point. The team's got 5 kills. Let's see if you can get some placements just by hanging out. Maybe getting a little bit of circle love here as Petrichor Road starting to get a little bit frisky. We saw what they were capable of in the first couple of games yesterday. They wanted to take every single fight that presented itself to them. And Exalt, they're ready for the push.
We're seeing surprisingly many DMRs still here. Of course, the Son-Off is available on Miramar, but still expect to see DMRs getting swapped for Panzerfaust and shotguns as soon as these players run over them, because they're all aware that they're probably not going to be in need of long-range weaponry for much longer.
Good job smoking everything out here. No third parties coming in on this push. As Petrichor Road will try to push in. They're going to take the higher ground. Summer gets knocked a little bit low. We'll have to pause things down. As you can see, Perro just pushing with those Panzers in hand, ready for any Exalt player to peek at the wrong time, as Fate will find Chewy with the well-placed Molotov.
Nice molly setup there, denying any sort of approach from their side. Can really isolate angles with that utility. Ming on the roof already. Do they know that he is there? And more importantly, does Petrichor now want to take this fight because it's outside the circle?
It is indeed. Can they get the res onto Chewy? Nope. Arctics will find that flush with a nice grenade. And so far, so good for Exalt. They're holding everything out pretty strongly here. 5 kills for themselves as well. And Petrichor Road just seemed to be pushing right up against a brick wall. Ming can't even get that knock.
Oh, Muncie is starting to push over here as well. Oh, that's a well-placed nade. Did it go through the window? Yes, it did. Had no clue that one was up on in.
Nicely played stuff, but as you said, EXO starting to creep up here. They're looking over in this direction to see if they can maybe sneak away a kill or two. Ixlev pushing with the... Oh,
whoa,
no.
He caught him midair.
He caught him midair.
Didn't have a chance to even use his gun. Ming was still able to stay alive. Ming and Summer able to take down Exalt. Solid push coming through. They 2v4 them. Didn't even need the Panzerfaust from the IGL.
How do they win that fight, man? It seemed like Exalt had them, but Petrichor Road just showing how damn good they are right now. EXO, they did take a knock. They'll have to pull back to the arena, reset here a little bit. They are still outside of the zone. I'm not sure who it is that has angles here. I can tell Falcons is at least one of them. They're taking a few shots over in that direction.
Love the fact that every time we see these player cams, we see them drying their hands on their pants with their palms of Spurdy. Mom Spaghetti, these
Mom
guys,
Spaghetti
they have a lot to play for, especially in this match. The Death City 2, they want to come off to a good start today. They know what's at stake, and there's a whole hell of a lot of points to be racked up here if you can stay alive through it.
I'll tell you what, though, if you're sitting a little bit lower on the leaderboard, the fact that Petrichor Road's currently sitting at the top with 6 kills is pretty good news, because that is them continuing to farm, and that is going to keep that cut line a little bit lower. Ming does get finished off, and now Summer, the last one left alive. EXO still looking over in that direction, but they still got, I mean, they've got 4 up. I don't know how they're going to get inside the zone here. The smoke is looking a little light.
And this is where this city in particular is so hard to push through in the low ground, because there's so many high ground positions from opposing teams to be in. So often than not, if you're not playing in the smoke, teams will be able to see you over the top of them. So you've got to play so close to your utility, which of course makes it that much more scary, because teams are very, very good when it comes to nading those smokes as fast as possible.
EXO so concerned about Summer here as he stands there menacingly. Just staring. Is Boliang going to get involved? He's going to find Pixel. Picks up another point for Sixel, and there you go, Summer. This is what they were worried about. They'll find one, but they will trade him out. I don't think they'll be able to revive their fallen teammate. Note Monty does get finished off, and now all of a sudden, Boliang has been taking it to SSG.
This is something you don't see too often. Rooftop fights in the city of El Pozo. 2 players knocked on the roof. Now a bluestone nade lopped on down. Oh, just exactly falls off the roof there. So not going to do a whole lot with it. Nice flash thrown down as well as he tries to buy himself some more time, buy himself some more space. And in the end, 2 kills will come through. There's no way they could get to Pixel and Page up on their own roof.
Unbelievable. Boliang just a thorn in the side of SSG right now. Just tossing a wrench in all their plans. Meanwhile, D plus Kia inside the building. They're sharing it now with EXO. I don't think EXO has any idea. You can see Kia just playing it very, very quietly. As now Sharp Shot. They're still trying to find out. Oh, it's going to be Fluky. That saves them from the pain in the butt that Boliang was.
Yeah, really was. It allows for SSG a brief moment of relief before they too now have to make their way further forward. Sharp Shot Spider-Manning his way across that side of the building. And now, trying to figure out where the hell do we go from here. We've been so busy on what's been happening right in front of us. Now is the time we have to just instantly scout forward to make our next move.
It's all very, very rough here. As D plus Kia, they hear the footsteps from EXO. Nothing landing, though. They do some damage. EXO still, I think, playing this smartly, trying to get in between Kia and the zone. So they're saying, you know what, if you want to turtle up inside there, you can do so, but we're going to work on getting ourselves into this next phase.
Exactly, effectively leapfrogging them, wrapping around them, getting to a superior position, but they still miss inside. He's stuck in the D plus Kia building for now, and all of them are outside the circle. Gen G is currently sat dead center with Ascent to the east and Purple Mood to the west.
And Falcons, remember, we said they lost one early, came in from the south, had a lot of real estate to work with, and they are inside. Ascend going to take a little bit of damage from them. Akita now will go down to Zenith, as Rip will find him and finish him off. Can they get the res before they have to move? SSG also getting very close here. They're going to hear this fight happening. Not sure if SSG really wants it or if they even, they're just pulling away.
Yeah, and again, considering all the stuff that these guys have been through to get to just here, we are only now breaking into placement points. So many teams are alive but wounded. So for the teams that still have 4 alive, being Purple Mood, and actually only Purple Mood, they're really, really in a good position here. Kilyakai finds one. Chris will be able to help out with that one too, as Rip, catches Rough mid-jump.
Rip just barely got that heal off as well. Miko will find him. SSG now down to Sharp Shot. I think they might be able, I think he might be able to get this res if Fluky isn't looking over in this direction. Keep pushing, Roth. Keep pushing.
He is the shield.
He is indeed. Nobody has spotted him out just yet. Fluky.
You say that?
Oh, yeah. Fluky looking down there. He's waiting for it, but
there's no way.
I mean, the second Sharp tries to go for that res, he's going to reveal himself.
Can he get it that far? There should be no way, no.
Nah,
let's see. Second time around. Are we going to follow the nade? Are we going to see if it connects?
Ooh,
there is no way.
No.
Way short. Way short. I like the idea, though.
He's got a great arm. It's just a little bit.
Is he going to lob the blue zone nade as well, just for the sake of it? Again, I mean, Purple Mood has to play their way into this circle. They might just want to conserve that utility, because I'm pretty sure the blue zone nades as a half circle from now is going to be very, very crucial. He does get it, though. Sharp Shot is going to be able to prone it out, at least for now. And because there's only one thrown forward, yes, he will just exactly be able to heal it out. But it denies him from pushing further in.
He does indeed. All right, Purple Mood 2 kills now, still 4 strong. Looks like they're trying to make their way across the street. Songjiang will find Thunders, though, as the smokes hadn't yet bloomed completely. Gen.G in that tower defense mode right in the dead center. They're dangerous.
Again, blue zone nades here, especially in the city ending, so effective. They can go on multiple floors of buildings, and as you can see, if you double stack them, you cannot heal through it. So Fluky, fortunately able to dodge and weave, get out of that one. Him, Dogmans, and Thanawat still have space to play around, but they're on the very far edge of the circle. This is the final circle to come as well, so we're gonna end the game literally in the building that Gen.G is currently in control of.
All right, SSG does finally get finished off. Ascend, currently ascending the leaderboard right now, 5 kills. And they might be set up for a late game heroic here, as they are still 4 strong. They still have a compound. They've got Gen.G off to their west, and Gen.G currently pinched by Purple Mood and Ascend.
You know what? It's been a while since we've had like a proper heal off, and I don't think I've ever seen a heal off with jammer packs being in play too. Just imagine a heal off with jammer packs. And again, we're ending quite literally inside the building that Gen.G is on. So if maybe Kilyakai or someone else can get up on that roof and teams don't want to go aggressive on it, there might just be something they could do with it. How? There's no way they cross that street. I think they're realizing that too. And yes, indeed, they will deny. Again, they're on the hunt. They're in 4th. No reason to give up points to the teams right next to them on that leaderboard.
Especially, yeah, Gen.G, as you said, they will hop over Hal right now. Tanawa going to find Mika with a headshot with the bolty. This Purple Mood down to 3. Doesn't seem to be slowing them down at all. The smoke wall has been laid out, but you can see Gen.G holding every angle here. It's Chris with the Panzerfaust. Oh my God, we got jammer packs, we've got blue zone grenades, we've got Panzerfaust. I don't know what the proper plural pronunciation of Panzerfaust is, but we've got them.
We sure do, and Chris just found Pio where they're going to lob a blue zone nade up and over. Should be the guarantee, or the confirm that one is going to fall off of it. Darkman's Floki trying to run on forward. Nade's coming towards them now as well, as they get slowed down again. This circle is going to keep creeping on in until the game is over.
2 up for Purple Mood. They're seeing thinking maybe. No, that grenade going to land right on top of Duckman's, so Fluky might be able to get this revive, though, and Duckman's actually the smoke wall laid down thick enough. Nope, Chris is going to finish him off. Good eyes on him. So now Purple Mood down to just 1, as Tanawat's going to get finished off by Fluky.
Yeah, Fluky trying to stay put here, has 1 more nade. Is it going to go for an opponent, or is he trying to just make some space for himself? As he peeks on now, goes into the blue to get the shot again. The jammer pack made perfect use of it. Fluky finds 1 more from down below.
Fluky pulling off hero plays right now. As you said, the jammer pack coming in huge for him, as Brexico looks like he might be able to be revived here, but Fluky has managed to find his way inside.
Wow.
And he is staying alive. Gen.G, they have the 2nd floor. They've got something to work with here, but it might end up, as you said, coming down to a heal off. There it is. The Molotov might be enough to do it. It will. DG98 will get him. Esther finishes off Draft King, and it's now down to a 3v2. Ascend versus Gen.G. The heal off commences.
Are we going to see it, or is Gen.G going to go for it? They're sat downstairs. They're loving smokes. Nates is being thrown downstairs. Brex has a full set of jammer pack, a full 100% jammer pack. Will that be the win con? Will they get it because of it? Gen.G cannot get nades on in here. They're going out. They're going into the smokes. They are outside. That nade is going to be right on point. As 1 falls, 2 falls. Gen.G out, victorious.
They will not be out utility. They said, we realize the situation. We know that there's options here for Ascend. We have to do something. Let's just send it in with grenades and see what happens. And they get the victory.
Wow. What a finish. You can see the smile on Kilyaki's face too. That was a game gone down in a fashion that you do not see too often. And even if Ascent don't come out victorious, it was still a very good game for the team.
I mean, I know they got at least 10 kills off of it, so that was a big come up for Ascend. But once again, Gen.G showing their veteran leadership, knowing exactly what to do in a crazy situation. Let's throw it over to the analyst desk to break down what we saw there in game number 1.
Game 1 is done. Let's take a look back at the highlights, and we'll get to the end game in a second because that was amazing. Gen G outsmarting and outplaying and just outclassing everybody at the end of that match. But it was a long one. It was a tough one. Pozo, Pozo, Pozo. That's the way the strengths work.
We love a good urban ending, don't we?
We do.
I gotta say so. Yeah, there are some tough choices to be made throughout, and you know, some teams, they just realize we're not going to win this. Let's try to get as many points out of this one. Boliang was one of them. He actually played extremely well from a kind of salvage solo position. And he managed to get a lot more points than the team was going to be hoping to get out of it, which is one guy
I think Exalt, EXO, also examples of teams that sort of maximized their potential point game. They knew they were cut on the fringe of Pozo and that everything in was going to be a hard fight. Instead, they stayed on the outside. They picked off the stragglers and then sort of made the most of what they could at that point. Then we got Sixel up on the high ground. SSG managed to get in here somehow, but they could not take the high, and It's Chris was ruining dreams this entire game.
And you ask who's going to be wrecking some dreams, it's going to be It's Chris. Yeah, but for sure, in this case here, multiple situations where it's like you have the blue zone backpack from Fluky here, fantastic play from him. You have multiple kind of small plays here. You see DJ98, he runs in and he just gets the nade onto Brexco. Brexco is the guy, super smart. Brexco was the guy with the blue zone backpack, and it was, as the guys pointed out, 100% on it, right? So they're going to win that because I believe it was Pio that was the guy we saw, the only guy we saw. I'm not sure we got it through all the other guys, but he had the blue zone. They got a picked it up. One of the other guys could have had it, and that would have been the play. The 2000 IQ play would have been, and listen, take to 74 damage, take that damage, and then you take the blue zone backpack off.
Right, so then you can do the healing.
And then you can do the heal, and you would survive the longest.
Here's the problem. First off, welcome back to the Death Minus Tavis. This is Avenger. But I think the issue is this. Ascend on the bottom floor was playing 3D chess, all right? They were playing the blue back shuffle. We saw them getting their health a little bit lower, preparing for the smokes. Up above, Gen G said, well, we don't maybe have the resources. I raise your blue backpack, 2 cooked grenades, and a running cry, because that's basically it. They jumped in, they pre-cooked the grenades, and like, when I go down, I'm still going to end this.
That's what you get when you're 3 versus 2. You have one extra guy, and you can just send him in and do some crazy things here. GG, of course, 6 kills, only 61 damage. Pretty close, but It's Chris had a lot of kills of that coming their way too. That's going to be 10 kills for Ascent.
12 grenades, but only one that really mattered when it came to getting that chicken dinner. Let's take a look at the stats for the team. Again, it was quiet. They got to the middle, they sort of held their position, they managed their resources, and then they threw everything they had to at Ascend to remove them. DG98 gets those 3 kills because of the end game there, but I really do think it was sort of the team planned that out well. They held Fluky off. They did a lot to make sure that they had second store of Motel ready to go, and the man of the match goes to DG98.
Well, so if this is the guy that runs at you with the nade, and we're like, oh, you're trying a blue zone backpack strategy here? Denied. Boom!
I don't need your new items in the game. I've got a good old-fashioned frag grenade.
I got the old one. The M67 frag grenade for you right there.
Let's look at the match leaderboard. Gen G walks away with 16. Ascend will still be happy. 16 points off the back of a hard-fought game.
8-8, 7-7, 7-6.
PLM, I wasn't sure how they were going to, if they keep that momentum today when they got here. They did. They fought hard. And then EXO, man, if there's a team that needed some points, good for them.
Yeah, good to see here. Of course, a little bit of a shuffle in terms of the points, but still very, very tight here. E36 is going to be there in the 9th place now. This is G on 40. He's still Falcons 38. There's a little bit of drop-off, but still, if you're on 30 as a Visa and Funpin right now, easy. 12 points up until 8th. Super tight still.
I do think if you're 13 through 16, now's the time. 5 games left to play. You know that everyone in that 12 above is maybe still in striking distance off of 1 game. You are not. That means you're going to need 2 big ones to catch up. With only 5 games left, there's not a lot of space. You can't count on circles. You can't count on good rotations. You have to count on at least 1 game where someone shoots the 4 of you with a Panzerfaust. You got to be ready for it.
And you can count on being insanely good on Vikendi Otego because everyone else is kind of like, oh, it's all over the place.
You know what else I want to bring up? I want to bring up a new strategy that we've seen. Petrichor did it, a few others did it as well. It seems to only come up in urban endings, and it's the new Panzer push, the Panzerfaust push, the dropping of the DMRs, the picking up of explosive ordnance, and using that to clear buildings. Because when you're in an urban situation, you can use it and then just go right back to whatever gun you find on the ground. The attachments stay. All you're doing is grabbing the giant noob tube and pushing with it.
It's great for offense and great for defense.
It is. And it's also, I mean, honestly, if Gen G had one, they would have done that instead of the grenade. Let's see what happens. Back to the Dusty Dunes of Miramar, game number 2. Let's get it on.
The final Miramar of losers bracket, the final Miramar that 8 of these teams will get to play in this tournament is upon us, Poro. And I feel like last game, you know, first proper city ending that we've had in this tournament so far. That was a good, interesting one. We almost got the Jammer Pack heal off, and you know what? If that first match is anything to go off of in terms of how exciting today will be, even if we don't consider the leaderboard, that is in itself will be incredibly exciting. We're in for a good day.
That was awesome. That was so cool. Like just having the wherewithal to know on Gen G's part, like, okay, Jammer Packs exist. Like, we can't really afford to sit here, and none of us have one.
Exactly.
We can't afford to sit this out. Let's send it right now. There's 3 of us. Chances are we'll get at least both of them. I mean, the circle's so small. That's just you know, in a high-pressure situation, great thinking on the part of Gen G.
The what-if factor played a massive effect there, and they come out victorious because of it. They dared to go aggressive again, a thing that I have not seen from Gen G in a long while, up until pretty much yesterday and today.
Yeah.
But finally, when push comes to shove and they have to do something, they have opted to take the aggressive route rather than the defensive one.
Looking at this map, Los Leones getting a little spicy down there. We got Purple Moon Falcons and now E36 even creeping just a little bit farther over. And there we go. Let's send it down south once again. Are we going to get Resort? Let's get Resort.
I want to see Resort.
I know, so do I.
You know, there's enough interesting areas down here that I'll be pleased regardless of what happens. We got Resort, we got the cave, we got an island out to the east. You know, there's
Nobody wants to see the island.
Happen. You say that, but I'm sure that there's a good couple of thousand people out there that dare to disagree.
Yeah, well, they haven't seen it then. It's so boring. It's just, I mean,
not for the first 15 seconds. When chaos commences.
There is a little extremely chaotic mid game followed by what's like 20 minutes of sheer boredom while the last 5 people alive in circle 3.
It's like fishing. It's interesting when you catch something, but outside of that, it's pretty. Yeah.
Well,
I'm realizing now that I'm sitting next to a guy that probably likes fishing.
What are you talking about? You're just saying that because I'm a redneck. I'm not even that redneck.
No, it's fair. It's fair. It's fair. Ascent, and well, the boys, they got themselves arguably their best game they've had so far in the tournament in the previous one. Didn't come out victorious, but still, now I'm curious to see, are they able to carry that momentum over to this one? And I know that you guys out there saying, but guys, every game is different. You full on reset, you go play next. I can tell you, just seeing people's faces from where we're sat after a game is over, sometimes if a game, especially the ones where you know the stars aligned here and we were not able to capitalize, those games hurt more than just the 16th place, what the hell just happened type game did. And I feel like Ascent yesterday had a couple of those games where they could have made more of it. And especially in the best of 12, you only get so many of those. They missed out on a couple of those opportunities yesterday. And, well, at least here, they were able to make something of it. Curious to see now if they can get even more going.
Ruin. Al getting a little close to PMA. Still, PMA, once again, still operating with 3. They have an illness on the team. And unfortunately, no sub to fill the spot, so they will be playing with 3 all day long. And they almost get a knock on to Mr. Ruin there. He got a little close, but ends up making his way through.
Meantime now, Falcons pulling up here. One of the late arrivals to the city in the previous one. Didn't make too much of it, but I like their approach to it. I mean, while the end fight itself didn't really work out their way, their slow approach coming in from the southern side was really smart. Oftentimes you see what we saw in the last game, 2 teams just full speed sending it in, but they quickly realized, wait, we're alone here on the southern side. After 4 AM died, they realized what kind of position they were in. They weren't able to capitalize off of it, but they played a smart, slow approach to the city ending that I think other teams would get too stressed in this LAN environment and just make hasted decisions.
It's one of those things that you don't see very often, and all of a sudden, coming into this game, we've got 2 teams that are doing it, but more placement points than kills.
Yeah.
And right now, E36 and Falcons both have that.
Yeah.
So that's one of those things. It's just very rare to see, and especially for a team like Falcons, who's a very frag-heavy team, it's kind of surprising. But it is what it is, I guess. We'll see how they turn this one.
Sure will. Gen G again, PO and the boys, the oldest team in this tournament, victorious in the previous one. And now let's hear an interview with the GOAT.
발걸음을 딛고 있어가지고 방심하지 않고 내일도 잘할 거라고 생각하고 믿고 게임하려고 하고 있습니다. 저희가 실수를 많이 해가지고 서로서로 잘 챙겨주면서 실수하지 않게끔 하려고 하는 게 그룹 스테이지 때부터 해왔던 거라서 똑같이 하고 있는 것 같아요. 원래는 티안파의 린신 선수가 했던 세레모니 따라해주겠다고 했는데 부끄러워가지고 자리에 일어나지 못하겠더라고요. 오늘 사실 치킨 먹은 판 빼고는 실수를 많이 해가지고 그런 것들을 좀 보완하고 내일은 조금 더 적극적으로 도전을 할 수 있게 좀 과감하게 해보려고 생각하고 있습니다. 루저스 브라켓 갔다고 또 오탄이 많이 얘기가 많은데 바닥 찍은 만큼 꼭대기도 다시 쉽게 찍을 수 있으니까 열심히 잘하도록 하겠습니다. 항상 감사합니다.
Expect to see mistakes being fixed so that we can play bolder. You know what? That's the perfect way of putting it. Bold PUBG is what we're seeing out of Gen G, and that's a big part of the reason why they're currently set up in second.
Yeah, I mean, look, hey, got to call it what it is. They got a little compound love there in Pozo by having that circle kind of fall, well, the dead center of the circle fall right on their compound that they got to be hanging out in for quite some time. But at the end of the day, I mean, you saw what they had to do, right, to get that, to secure that victory. So that is bold play for sure. As we see 4 a.m. Oh, that is a camp if ever I've seen one, Toby.
Ready and waiting.
And who are they camping?
Exalt, oh Exalt. If you aren't smart about this one, you're going to be running straight into the open arms of 4 angry men. And that's a huck that I would not want to be a part of.
I'm trying to look and see on the map here. Okay, there you see now you're on mini map. You see Molodok starting to make his way over. Fortunately for Exalt, he's the only one. He's all by himself, and he's just sitting in. Oh no.
The thing is, they're positioned wide out in the open, and Fate is currently wrapping around this. If they catch this split without giving up the fact that they have realized, they might be able to catch 4M off guard. Issue is Moldog right now is, I mean, he's effectively unintentionally baiting his team because he sat right next to them going, guys, this is fine, let's start the rotation. And now they're going to realize that this is not fine at all. They let the first one through, second one falls, Uber goes down as well, and just like that, a strike of a lightning bolt. That's 2 players down on the side of Exalt.
I mean, that's good on 4 a.m. for spotting that out, for seeing that this is a possibility that they could take advantage of. And they get 2 kills right off the bat for it, and yet you can see it on the faces of Exalt, just like, God bless, when it had to be them, didn't it? And it's frustration. It's fortunate at the end of the day that they only lose 2 off of it, right? Because that 4 a.m. camp was set up for disaster.
Oh yeah, big time. Good thing that they had more vehicles than just a minivan to try and make their way out of that city with. But also, it's something that, again, I mean, we've looked back to China and looked back to the way that 4M has played PUBG in the past. They like to play slow in the looting phase, sure, but they never set up camps. They like to push towards the edge of the circle and then make an aggressive play on in. To me, this is 4M playing without those weights on their shoulders. They've already done, this is not necessarily what's needed to qualify, because they still need a couple of good games, but they've done enough to play freely. And a calm and kind of well-structured 4am here is just incredibly dangerous.
Getting to see some highlights of Ascend. I remember this one very well. I was very confused as to why Sixel decided to push out of the Saverni with half HP. But yeah, look, hey, Ascend don't get the win in that last match. But as you said, 10 kills, second place. It's a pretty big turnaround from day one for them.
And again, city endings. Sometimes you get 12 with no kills. Sometimes you get them all, and oftentimes you don't have a whole lot of say in whether it's one or the other. But even for Ascent, I mean, they had to give up a couple of buildings. They had to play it smart up on roofs as well. They did a whole lot to bring home that win. It wasn't just to sit in a building and wait things out. They were very proactive in getting in, first of all, the amount of kills, but also staying alive till second place.
Well, let's see where 4 a.m. decides to go now with their, they've got 2 kills in the bag for themselves. Look at this, actually. I think PMA, a little bit split on the northern side, taking a few shots over towards 4 a.m., hoping that maybe they can scare them away. Meanwhile, Veronica 7, they are just flexing out.
Yeah.
They managed to get a knock on the D+ Kia, but looks like that should be resable fairly easily.
They'll be all right for now. But again, I mean, even if no point comes through from Veronica 7, it's still information being fed across. They now know, great, we have D+ over here. And if they see a fight with them, start popping off in the kill feed, or even better, a player flushed, even if it's from another team, they now know that they have a fight they can take should they need to with the 4v3 advantage. Circle, oh Circle, how brutal are you going to be? Out towards the coast we go. Okay. I'm just saying, the islands are still in.
It is indeed silly. But I mean, look, I'm looking at Veronica. Glaz has this huge flank going on here. This is really interesting coming out of Veronica 7. Let's see if they find something for it. You got to hit the shots though, Mr. Glaz. There you go. One more will be the one that does it. Zenith will go down. Doesn't stick around for the flush though.
Couldn't find a way to open that door. Not sure exactly what happened. Seen it touching left and right, but never opting to go inside the building. Unlucky situation for him there as Tosi again tries to peek on over to very close to one-tap range with that Dragunov. So dangerous for them to be peeking out of those buildings.
Yeah, I'm wondering if Glaz got the call to come back because you see E36 starting to rotate below them on the south side. Heaven perfectly set up, taking a few shots as we cut over to a replay of Tosi. I think this was the original knock. Yep, there it is, right onto Zenith. Poor Zenith just getting traded back and forth here. Tosi actually finds Jangu too, so D+ Kia, worth noting that they are beaten up right now as E36 tries to send it, and they find a send waiting and ready for them. That's going to be Sylphia going down.
A lot of road blockades being put to use here right now. 4AM loses Bobo to SSG. E36 loses one player as well. It's all about these teams trying to claim Sender and taking casualties and doing so. But again, that's kind of what you're willing to risk going Sender. 4AM effectively drove past half the lobby to get towards the circle Sender. They might, because of the loss of a player, get top 5, where all have their stat on this, like on the edge. Yes, they get a kill or two, but then they go outside of placement points. So that's the risk you have to be willing to take when you try and just bomb and Sender. You will lose players, most likely. Good thing for them is both the teams, they only lose one.
Well, unfortunately for E36, they just can't find a place to call home. They came in from the south side, ran into Ascend, lost a player, tried to go north, ran into 4AM and Hal, and got pushed back down south, and now Glaz will get spotted out by Pure Boys. So E36 giving as good as they're getting.
Yeah, it's a little dangerous for them right now. You can see they're starting to group up, or at least trying to. Guman is trying to come over and help out. Issue is, as you can see here, they're all kind of isolated in each their position, playing this Pearls on a string kind of setup in a 1-1-1-1 split, but getting penalized for doing so.
Yeah, Veronica 7 try to be aggressive here, and they end up losing 2 for their troubles. And now Guman and Heaven very split, and they've got Genius right on top of Heaven, and E36 looking down the barrel towards Guman. So we'll see what they decide to do from here. Meanwhile, 4AM still continuing to push in a little bit closer to center. They're going to find Petrichor Road. Few shots sent over in that direction. It's going to be enough to just claim a little bit more territory for themselves.
It's wild to me how many times Petrichor and 4AM has just vied to bomb its center, and I don't think I've seen a single knock come through between the two teams. They're always in here. They're always around.
Well, they lost Bobo this time.
That is true. That is true. 4AM did lose one to the hands of SSG, and now, well, oh, Shenyi Shenlong, you're set good for now, but will you be rewarded? Will you be able to make something out of what is currently a very good center position?
They could use it. Meanwhile, Star-Lord and the rest of the boys trying to push into Guman. He's the last player left up for V7. He'll find the initial opening knock onto Star-Lord and then try to send it, run away. Down to 43 HP. The rest of E36 slowly making their way through as we see the next circle pop, and it will favor over there towards Sixel. Pure Boy still trying to find the knock onto Guman. He's got grenade in hand. They've got to be careful. It's going to go long.
Oh, had it bounced off the backside of that there, then it would have been a very, very, very dangerous nade lobbed on through. Double nade comes in return. This one is going to go far as well as Guman is just trying to buy time, trying to stay alive, saying, please, anyone around here come in and help me out. But issue for him is solo player and no one else is here. Ascent is starting to look in this direction off of all the shooting being done, but I don't think they're going to commit to crossing the street just yet.
All right, E36, I think, yep, Star-Lord is rezzed back on his feet, back up to 3 strong. Human will throw the smokes down to slow things down just a little bit.
I like the bait. Throw the smokes inside and stay outside yourself. Very smart.
Yep. Anything you could do to try to slow it down a little bit and see what you get. Oh, Sixel, mortars in hand. Where are they sending them? Look like they might be sending them over towards Petrichor Road. They're going to, just a little bit short. So Suze will find the knock on the Chewy.
Lorena's trying to spot it out for him. He's going, oh, gotta go a bit further. That vehicle explosion takes him out. Of course, caused by the initial mortar. If one more comes through, that's almost a full wipe on them. You can see Summer starting to flex a little further behind him. Oh no! MML tried to use the Panzer Faust, but I think he clipped the fence. And how now? Human peeks over, spots one down to half HP. It's a 2v1 peek. Human down to half HP, but so much damage going through now though. Flash closes the door. Sawn off in hand. Does he not have any more ammo? Or is he just going to make this play?
Human. Shotty in hand. Tries to peek through the door. Baits it. We'll find. Ooh. Star-Lord. Oh! No, he gets him. K's down.
There's no way.
Go for the reload, Guman. Star-Lord's so low. This shotgun has done so much damage. Guman, can he pull off the hero play?
One bullet.
One round left for the Shotty. Star-Lord slamming the door in his face. Pre-firing the angle. He gets shot from behind. Mika, no.
Get the hell out of here, Mika. We were in for a highlight moment. Who do you think you are to go out and take him down like that? Enterforce will be pleased, though, to receive the help from him because, whoo-hoo, Cuban made it look dangerous.
Boy, oh boy, did he. And now they've got a little bit of time to get these reses as Mika just not too terribly interested in pushing in. He'll try to sow some utility, see what he can find. XO, meanwhile, shots over towards Gen G. Only 2 up now as Insight in Akita. This is all happening on the southwestern side of the circle. As I believe DG98, Songjiang, yep, they're both up. I think there's still one off in the blue. Pio as Akita eating a little bit of blue damage, trying to find an angle, and he's going to find Songjiang.
Nice knocks coming through. They need this desperately. As you can see, 14th place right now overall on the leaderboard. Insight starting to run on forward. They have Genius nearby, but if they can find the final here, the rest does come through. So still very, very playable for Gen G. I think right now you're committing Munji to crawl on in. You have Insight set outside the smoke, though. First one down. Just Sean Yang left alive.
Monty trying to send it into the smoke, try to feed some information over to Insight here. As Songjiang now is healed up. Oh, Shotty in hand. Are we going to see some more shotgun work? The Molotov's going to land, but it doesn't matter. Insight will find the knock with 1 HP left to his name.
I love the fact that both DG98 and Munzi said, you know what, I don't care about my life. I'm going to crawl for info. They were both trying to look at respective opponents. Munzi saying, he's on me, just shoot left of where I am and you'll be good. And in the end, again, crucial for EXO that they come up victorious in that one.
Give EXO their props. They just went full 4v4 versus Gen G and came out ahead. They've got a lot of work left to do, but that's got to be a confidence builder, if nothing else, here with our final game on Miramar. Still 4 games left to play today. As we see Enterforce back up to 3 strong after their terrifying ordeal with the Kaiju Guman.
I'm sure there's a beer waiting for Mika somewhere in the hotel tonight, because that was...
he earned it.
Sure did. Exalt now in the meantime trying to make the way on in. Of course, they were ambushed earlier by 4 AM, so down to just 2. Where are they going to set up shop? I'm sure there's a shack somewhere that they're going to eye because, again, I mean, playing in the open with just 2, there's simply too many open angles here that players can come in from. So, I mean, whether it's a shack or whether it's containers, they're going to be sitting tight, waiting this one out for as long as they can.
Yep, not as the best.
Take what you can at this point, I think.
Position, but yeah, like you said, I mean, there's just not really much they can do. They will cut off Sixel in their 2-2 split, so that might make things a little bit more interesting for Sixel going forward, as he now have a full 4-man squad of Falcons and SSG on the north side, and then remember the south side already very, very dangerous here. Ascend, they'll find K, and that'll be it for Enterforce as Ascend now 5 kills. Yeah. They're backing up their great first game with another good round here in game number 2.
Starting to play more confident as well, more bold, to use Pio's words, and I like to see it. They have still got plenty of fights to come, though. Genius, the first one of that, right in front of them with Cest on the southern side. If they can get an off angle on Mika and Chris, that could potentially be Ascend wounded very quickly.
Slowing things down here a little bit. 44 alive left. 20 minutes in. Cest will spot out Mika as Ascend. I think Mika was out in the blue. Genius doing a good job of not just staying in their spot here, but kind of flexing out a little bit, looking for angles. And they're finding him right now. And Breck's now going to get spotted out by Ruin. He's going to go down and finished off. So that's a point for Howell, as all of a sudden Ascend now find themselves down to 2. And Purple Mood get the circle, and the crowd goes wild.
You don't even have to look at the map when the circle pops. If the crowd goes wild, you know that Purple Mood is in there somewhere. And indeed, they are very pleased with this hard shift to the southwest.
Okay, Kilyakai's got the push coming.
They have no clue.
They do not. They are looking for something. Oh, the spray. Kilyakai can't miss that much, and that's going to be enough at least to push Howell off. Maybe he can reposition. Ruin going to get spotted out by Crazy. So now Howell in a little bit of a jam as they're getting pushed, getting shot at from 2 sides, and now SSG is coming in from the south, Toby.
Exactly, and I think that's why Kilyakai felt the need to peek on over. He knew from its Chris that there was also a push coming in from the other side. Go and make a play. Thought this was the time, and unfortunate for him, timing a bit off on that one as Yuta now finds Chris with a nade.
Genius doing a hell of a job here of just wrapping around the edges and cleaning up what's left, whatever they can find, whatever they can get angles on, and they're going to get a knock on a Zepion as well. So Ascend, Kilyakai now the last player up. He's going to get spotted out by Sharp Shot as SSG has arrived just in the nick of time.
Perfect approach on this one from Space Station Gaming. Again, they want to make space on the side of the circle. They played a very similar game yesterday in the Miramar match that they ended up winning. Now here trying to clear the eastern side, finding multiple kills, 5 already, but they got to make moves because the circle is closing in.
Making sure that they flush those kills out. Secure those points, boys. Secure those points. Page has gone down, and he has been flushed. Genius now trying to take it to the last member of 4 AM is Crazy hiding inside the shack. And you can see Hal has been eliminated. They have been taken down. SSG. Looks like they lost Page, and now they've lost Sharp Shot. There you go. 4 Angry Men gets finished off.
Perfect push by Crazy there, but also amazing hold from Cloris, able to get the flush on through before the, or the kill through, I should say, before the flush came in.
Genius,
should be able
man.
to get the rest there. Genius
6 kills.
Yeah, trying to get something going. It's about time. They're currently sat in 7th. We'll see if they can get even more out of this match.
All right, 2 left here for SSG. Roth going to defend Pixel, or Pixel rather, defending Roth while he goes for a heal here. Genius, though, they have the scent of blood in their nostrils. They are pushing in. Looks like they might have gotten shot in the back by D plus Kia, so that might open up a little bit of a window here for SSG to make a move. But Zest making sure to take the spray back. They are not forgetting about SSG.
Oh, no, not at all. Genius, of course, with the win yesterday, or second place, I should make it. The match on Miramar yesterday, and now very good one here as well. Again, I mean, despite what everyone has been through, we're still not inside placement points yet, so it could be them down and out earlier. Now with the spray coming through, Rob able to find the first, can't connect onto Yuta.
Well, he's running low on ammo as well. Yuta actually going to get taken from the back by Rip as well, so now Exo coming over here at an unfortunate time for GE. From the south side, how'd they find that angle? The circle is going to pop hard north. Remember Petrichor Road? Yeah. Remember how much trouble they looked like they were in there for quite some time? They're still 4 up, and Sixel has managed to regroup. Roth will get taken down. That'll be SSG out in 9th place.
Yeah, Petrichor is still 1 mortar shell from a 3-player elimination, but no one seemingly has those mortars available right now, because then they would have probably used them already. So Petrichor right now, if possible, will be able to spread out and take control. And speaking thereof, Summer already peeking out. Their only issue right now is that Falcons is currently set up above them.
Yeah, Falcons actually backfilling the compound that Sixel was in, and using it to great effect right now. We'll see if MML can get revived as Purple Mood. They are looking towards the circle, but they've got Exo on their backs as another mortar coming in. Petrichor Road somehow, some way keeps surviving the cockroaches of the lobby right now. They just cannot die.
3 guys in a vehicle, half HP. That would have been an insta-wipe on 3 of them, but not quite the case. Chewy from the vehicle, peeks on out, jumps on out. They're ready to take the fight to Sixel.
Oh, big plays as Petrichor Road will find Lorena. Suze Mill gets flushed out. Suze gets flushed out. Chewy is down. Shen Yixin Long, just like that, is eliminated. Chewy is resible here. The smoke is laid down. Nobody taking shots just yet. Summer got left behind in the center of the circle. Petrichor Road What a play.
And who dares to do this? They're sat dead center. Yes, I know Mortars are raining on in, but you're sat dead center. They're giving them up to go to the far edge against the team they know is wounded. Absolutely insane call, and they come up victorious with no casualties.
EXO showing off in this game. They have woken up in a big, big way. They took out Gen G, and now their attention is turned towards Purple Mood. Thunder's going to try to keep those smokes going, but that push is coming, my man. You have to be looking. He'll find one. He finds two. Thunders with 1 HP is keeping Purple Mood alive.
Trying to lob the nade on over now as well. Floki does go down, try to go for the flush again. Has not had time to heal yet. Inside wants to get rid of him. There is still a rest on Monty available. Should he be able to make the heroic play here?
Gets the heal off. There you go. Akita will find him from the angle, and that's 8 kills now for EXO, but what a hold by Thunders with the M249.
Valiant effort, but falling short in the end. Americano will fall. That's Genius now up to 10 kills, only with 1 player down so far. That second nade might change that, though, as it's looking very close to Cess, and yes, indeed, Ixlef will find him.
Oh, Petrichor Road is just wrapping on this western or eastern side of the circle, rather. They've come into contact with Genius, and just like that, it is game over for them. Great performance from Genius in this round. But now it is the Petrichor Road show. In hand for Ixlef.
Again, I can't help but go back to them pushing out a circle center, taking a fight to a compound of all places up on the northern side, wiping them out, and now starting to play to clear out space. This is the comfortable Petrichor we've seen in the past. The team that just does not care what they're up against. If they set up their plans, if they try and come up with what to do, they will do everything they can to execute it, regardless of who they're up against.
They will indeed. All right. Things slowing down here a little bit. 4 up for Petrichor, 4 up for Falcons. EXO only 3, but they have been on a tear this round, playing from that south side. Draft King and the Falcons looking over in that area on the south side, but not really finding an angle. And then you've got the solo for D+ Kia Menuda, just working his way in from the south, but they've got a long way to go to get inside the zone.
Once again, a game for Falcons where they haven't been high on the kill count just yet, but making their way into a very good late game position. They have plenty of space, they have the high ground, and also got to give credit to Exalt. They lost 2 players very early on in this game and have actually managed to sneak their way on in. Again, there hasn't been a whole lot of commotion on the northern side of the circle after Howl went down. They were really the only team to take the fight to Exalt, but now we'll see how much more they get out of this one.
We'll manage to get 3 kills as well. I mean, look, if you told me that you were going to lose 2 of your players right after looting, and you still managed to get to the top 5 and in 3 kills, you got to be pretty happy about it.
6-point salvage game.
Yeah, we'll see if they can collect a few more off of this. As you said, that north side pretty empty, as the south side's kind of where all the action is. Interested to see if Falcons can maybe get a few more kills here. Menuda just trying to survive the smoke wall, just getting repeatedly laid down here. Ixlef, though, well, he doesn't want any more of that. Actually, Monty's going to be the one that spots him. So another kill in the bag for EXO here as they're up to 9, and their climb up the leaderboard continues.
Here's the Petrichor wall, and the arm in the hands of Ixlef himself.
All right, come on, Monty.
Have they forgotten about Monty, though? Has he snuck behind enemy lines? Yes, he has. Able to take down Ixlef. A bit of revenge coming through here.
Big flank coming out from Monty, and Akita now looking, not seeing anything. He's got to feed that information over to Monty. Summer, though, immediately spots him out, sprays down, and that is going to do it for the flanker from EXO. Akita, the last player up for EXO. 9 kills already. See if they can get, looks like Ixlef should be rezzed. Yep, he's right on the edge of the blue, but they'll be back up to full strength here shortly.
Petrichor, regardless of the situation, so good at keeping all 4 players alive, will sacrifice pretty much a game to try and get their players back on feet. More often than not, it works out for them. And now Capitan Falcon starting to push out again. They know that they have Exalt towards the north, and they will clear them out. Issue is Emmy has just fallen. Is it now that Petrichor makes a play? They know that they have the 4v3, and you can see they know they're going for the rest. Therefore, let's take that time to spread out, get off angles, and be ready to catch them off guard as soon as they make their way into the circle.
Looks like Draft King has an arm as well, so we might have a little arm v arm action across the circle here, Toby. It is Petrichor, while Falcons was getting that revive, they went to the dead center of the circle. They left Chewy on the south side. They've got Ming and Ike's left on the north. Summer in dead center. Falcons, meanwhile, trying to pull around on that western edge, see if they can maybe deathball it a little bit. They do find an angle on a Summer, and that's going to open things up here.
Great off angle, and as you said, I mean, that's right down pretty much the middle of their split. That's not the play you wanted to lose. Fortunate for them, that is where they're split 2-2. Ikeslep, though, peeks on over and does what he does best, finds the first. Capitan is still on the right side. I don't really know about that yet. Issue is Ikeslep does not have a vest, so Capitan could potentially melt him as soon as he peeks over.
First trade come through. Capitan. I'm not sure where those bullets went, but they didn't go into Ike's left. As now Silzen finds the side angle. Oh, he doesn't get the knock. He gets so much damage in, though. Capitan comes over. He'll find Ike's left. Chewy will trade it out onto him. And now it is 2v2 for the win here. Ming, somehow, some way.
Absolute chaos unfolds as we now find ourselves in a 2v1 in favor of Petrichor. This one had Falcons written all over it, but Silzen can't find the shots, and now they know exactly where they have him, and Ming will find the final kill. Petrichor out victorious.
Wow. Petrichor Road. All throughout group stages, the biggest issue that they had was that they could not find the late game, Toby. They could not find placement points. Kills were never the issue. But now, the second win here during these losers brackets.
Oh, Falcons really wanted to bring this one home. Unlucky that it was the time there that things would crumble for them. But again, I mean, if we have to take the positives out of it, really smart initial engage. Emi peeks over, finds Summer instantly. Such a smart off angle. But when the push came through, it just seemed like there was too much going on. Comms were maybe a bit cluttered, and therefore they couldn't get the grasp of exactly where they had their opponents.
Well, Petrichor Road continues to add to their lead, but there were a number of teams, Toby, that added to their leads as well. Let's throw it over to the analyst desk to break that down.
Petrichor Road takes the win, and we've played 2 games today. Both have been repeat winners. Genji in the first and this in the second, as they begin to run away with those points. Welcome back. It's time for the highlights.
I gotta say though, Toffees, this is just another case of the rich gets richer.
Yep.
And it's unfortunate for everyone chasing, right? Because it's gonna be a little bit of a sponge in the top.
Yeah.
Which means that our cutoff point is gonna be a few points. It's gonna be close. It's gonna come down to the last or the very, maybe the very last seconds of our last game. But overall, I like this area. Kind of hard fought for.
Yeah.
I am though surprised that we have 2 knocks on Petrichor Road in the middle with multiple teams on angles. Why did nobody push them? Purple Mood had the chance to. They could have taken their spot. I just feel like it comes down to
I'll tell you
the
exactly
lobby.
why. I'll tell you exactly why.
Why?
It's not just the lobby. It's that it was game 2 on the last day before full eliminations.
So people
no one wants to be the team that makes that push to risk it for 2, maybe 3 points, and then loses their chance to go deep and possibly win it.
Game-winning play.
It is a game-winning play.
Purple Mood would have gotten 4
I'm with you.
They would have gotten 4 points and potentially like 10 from the win.
I also think you should never pull your strikers and bolster the defense. I think you keep to the game plan that you set up with the whole time, but it did feel like some of these teams were being safe. They were being as careful as they could. It is what it is. I will say there were some teams in there like EXO who's going to be very happy with the points that they pulled off of that. Falcons as well desperately needed a good game, and I think that they hope that by hopefully Petrichor doesn't get a res. Maybe they come limping in with 3, and then they have a 4-man dominance. Didn't work. And I think this is a lesson to take with you if you're these other teams, that you cannot leave that. You have to take every opportunity that's given to you. And I want to take this opportunity to say, welcome back to the desk. My name is Toffees. This is Avenger. It was still a fun match, though.
It was great. Also the start, a little bit of a camp there on Exalt, unfortunate for them.
Unfortunate.
A little bit, a situation that sometimes you cannot really count for, but still, Exalt made it to a very late game, and they when they play Silent Mission, it's completely different. On the other end here, another team that, as I said, the rich gets richer. These guys popped off. They defended well. They were driving around kind of in the open, trying to get some of these spots here. Got mortared, lost 2 guys. They actually managed to get off from it, and then popped off in the very end here. Super consistent. 3 kills across the board, 12 total.
Yeah, I mean, I think the caster said it best when we saw them in their spot. Man of the match goes to Ming. How they were said, earlier we thought, how do they even make it into the end game? And not only do they get there, they win. And they seem to do it comfortably. I mean, sort of the chain flashes to just finish off Falcons was beautiful.
One thing they garnered from the games we saw yesterday is definitely there's a lot of space in the middle in phase, like the early phases, phase 1, phase 2, and that's what they're going to be able to get 22 points from.
Shoo.
EXO, I should say, 14.
That's great.
Genius 12 here. Good for EXO. They needed that.
Yeah.
But Genius patting on the back for them. I gotta say though, this is going to be like a situation for them with 4 more games to go. That's just going to be like, okay, guys, we're making it just a little bit more, and we're there.
They had been sliding in the first game. They managed to jump back up to 4th. Let's look at the leaderboard. 85 for Pero. They are comfortably through. Gen G, DK, that 55 to 48 is where the cutoff is, but no one else is comfortable besides Pero right now because Purple Mood, SSG, E36 definitely in close striking distance, and it's even, honestly, EXO, Exalt, all of these teams still can make their move.
I got a question for you.
Yes.
The 4 teams that are not on the ride, like on the top 8 right now, the 4 teams, 9th till 12th.
Yes.
What of those teams are going to make it into the top 8, you think?
I think SSG is going to make it, and I think Purple Mood is just feeling the audience too much. I think they're going to go through. I thought Genius was actually going to slide more today. So that game, I think, is a very big one for them.
Huge.
So it is still very anybody's game. But I think the big stressor for me is those guys, even at the top of the leaderboard, they have to have 2 or 3 good games. Because if they give 1 or 2 slides, they're done.
Two more 0-point games, even if you're in your 50s right now.
You could be in second.
You're going to slide off. It's extremely close. And I know. With a sponge at the very top, I clipped the guys from Petrichor Road, of course. 85 points now. They're just going to absolutely destroy third-party everything. You kind of want to keep away from them at this point.
Which I think is why we're going to continue to see what we saw at the end of that last game. When Petrichor should be pushed, we're going to see these teams who are sort of sitting in that 2 to 6 being like, well, maybe I don't want to be the one that slides. Like, I could just sit here. Because that's it. If these teams in that area can average, say, 5-6 points per game consistently, they will probably go through.
Yeah, and another one. Micah destroying a highlight of the career potential here. That was a little bit sad.
That would have been a lifelong highlight for Human, but no, Micah had to ruin it. It was a beautiful fight. We'll see more beautiful fights after this break, so don't go anywhere.
Unleash my shopping spree.
Duty-free from big brands.
At all King Power stores and King Power online.
It's possible. Enjoy great selections, promotions, and privileges.
The power of possibilities. King Power.
Hanuman's forces have set up their barrier. They are waiting for sunrise before they release their guard.
Very good. With my magic, the night will turn. Enemies beware. Mayara is coming for you.
ยืนหนึ่งมันไม่ง่ายแต่ไม่ยากที่จะทำแค่ตั้งใจและสนุกกับมัน
เท่าแก่น้อยตอบโจทย์ทุกไลฟ์สไตล์แบรนด์สาหร่ายยอดขายอันดับ 1
ถ้าสาหร่ายต้องเท่าแก่น้อย
It's only a perfect victory when the whole team lives. I know where he's going.
We have one important rule in our team: stay for alive on the edge, and you have a really good game. Yeah, food, eat. Spicy?
Yes, it is spicy.
It is?
Yes.
Good, but it's spicy.
On a LAN tournament, just gently punch him and tell him, nah. Online, we don't have disagreements. We are a good team.
ก็ฝากติดตามพวกเราภูมิสปอร์ตด้วยนะครับเพราะว่าพวกเราจะทำให้เต็มที่ที่สุดครับแล้วก็ฝากดูดักแมนด้วยนะครับว่าเขาจะเก่งขนาดไหน
If it wasn't guaranteed before now, I think we can safely say that Petrichor will be playing in the last chance qualifiers. Question is, who's going to be joining them? Well, we are just about 4 games away from finding that out. And also, with with Petrichor now having more, I guess you could say, freedom to kind of do what they want, we know Petrichor to be a team that does like to go out and actively hunt opposing teams, Poro.
Yeah, well, you say they have the opportunity to do what they want. What they want is to do what they've been doing, and that's just farming the lobby. And to be fair, I'm not even sure how they ended up making it to the late game that last game. They were in the middle of a wide open field and a little bit of a divot, managing to duck and dodge all the mortars. Nobody gets flushed, though. They managed to pull across the entire thing, crash the compound of Sixel, and not lose anybody once again. It's just when things are going right, Toby, it seems like things just continue to go right for you.
And I think one of the main arguments against them potentially ending up chasing teams here, as we have still got 4 games left to play, is that we saw them in the group stage. We've seen them in China too look shaky. After the addition of Summer, it's as if they haven't quite figured out exactly how they want to play their game. When they play well, don't get me wrong, they're absolutely phenomenal to watch, as we've seen here in the losers bracket, but we still have yet to see that big success in group stage against the, I guess we can say, higher caliber opponents. So I want to see them continue doing what they're doing here, is play smart, play the Petrichor PUBG, because this is the only chance they get to practice that for the grand finals.
Absolutely. Well, you know, not to take anything away from Petrichor. Obviously, they've fantastic performance here in the losers bracket. Where it starts getting interesting is 1 spot down from there. Gen G, second place with 58 points. SSG is in 10th with 47. This is a good one. Insane. I mean, E36 is right behind them in 11th with 42. I mean, they're still EXO.
1 game.
Yeah, after that amazing performance they had in this last game, they string another one together, they're right back in the thick of things too.
Yeah.
Exalt with 32, Veronica 7 with 31. I mean, nobody is necessarily out of it. And nobody's necessarily in it with the exception of Petrichor.
It's almost as if it's once again going to go right down
I love this
to
game, man.
the wire. We can see that some of the players are taking their headsets off. I think we are having a bit of a slow start to the last takeover here, but that just allows for us to go a little more in depth with some of the teams that are playing this tournament.
Talk about Tago? Okay. Well, look, it's fun. I got to see Roth as they were walking on their way into the bathrooms during the break, and he was all pumped, he was all excited, and you know, he was like, oh, we got 7 kills, we got you know, we had all the circles go away from us, we still managed to get 7 points, we're feeling great today. So, you know, I feel like that's kind of the mood that everybody has to be in at this point, because everybody's still got a shot, right?
Yeah, sure do. They sure do. Even if you're a PMA with just 3 players on the server, string a couple of good games together. Top 8 ain't that. I'm just saying, top 8 is not that far away. They are now, as you can see, getting their heart rate monitors on. I'm not gonna lie. Initially, I didn't think the heart rate monitors were gonna, you know, add or remove a whole lot from the viewing experience. But some of the times we've seen teams almost running each other over, or someone having a headshot on him in a moment where he's unaware, and you just see that instant spike from the calm 80s up to 120. It just goes to show their hearts can equally, I mean, as calm and good pro players they are, they can have nerves on their skin, I mean, at any given moment.
I mean, you saw the 4 a.m. boys when they were sitting there camping, Exalt trying to leave the city, and all of them were in the red.
Yeah.
I mean, they were now hopefully we won't see 160s, anything like that. So like that's what I can't remember who it was that hit 160 during group stages. That was a little bit high.
Yeah,
I think that might have been Shen actually.
A couple of Chinese guys, they sure had their hearts pumping straight through their chests. But we are headed into this match as we go on over to Tago for the final time here in the losers bracket. Who will be able to bring it home? Well, we're just about to find out. The plane here is going to be a somewhat northern one.
Oh, it's a crasher.
We haven't. Ooh, it's a crasher. Let's see what happens with this 10% chance. And here we found it.
All right. It's going down hot, boys, and is flying across the screen as well. As doesn't look like we've seen anybody get too close for each other just yet. Well, we'll keep eyes.
And just for good measure, in case of some of you guys out there might not know what, just because there's smoke and fire leading out of the plane, what that means, it means it comes down at an angle, and therefore the players that jump out in the end will be much closer to the ground as soon as they parachute out than normally you would be, meaning that if you're a team that likes to jump out and fly really far before you pop your parachutes, well, you don't have that much time in the air to do so. So if you're Ascent, if you're a Gen G, either you pop your parachute immediately or you're forced to land closer to where you left the plane than what you normally would had the plane not been falling to the ground.
Well, in the end, it looks like it may have just been more cinematic than anything, as everybody's pretty much safe here. It looked like I'm trying to see who Uba might have been shooting at there. It might have been somebody from 4 a.m. down the road.
I think it was Howl. I think it was the last up trying to make his way down towards the south.
I see him now underneath the Howl logo. And let's go down to the south. It's 100% playable. Should, on paper, be a relatively slow early game.
Especially considering the fact of how north this plane path actually was. I mean, compared to where this circle has taken us, there's gonna be a lot of teams opting to wrap hard on the southern side and hard on the northern one. The reason I'm not saying the eastern one is obvious because for those guys who play Tago, where that big red line is literally you cannot go here or you die. So all these teams that like to do these mega wide wraps, which we know both Gen G, Ascend, other teams that like to do, Sixel too, that's not going to be possible. Not this time around. Get an E-pick up from the far northern side, I suppose, or be forced to rotate in through the circle to get to the southern side.
It'll be interesting to see where the E-pickups come out here in this round. As we check in with Petrichor Road, the demons of the lobby so far. And wouldn't you know it, of course, they get center circle and pretty much their choice about where to play here. Is Howl Laza get a little bit close once again to Exalt. His fate will take a few shots over in that direction, but it looks like all free and clear here.
I love how, for the longest time, the 3-seater wasn't a thing in esports. The players were like, nope, we can't control it, we don't want to drive it, we just leave it out. And then I feel like kind of, without telling anyone, it was just sort of snuck back into esports, and people didn't really realize initially, and I was like, wait, it's been like 3 years since I drove this thing. How does it even work?
Ain't nothing wrong with the 3-seater, man. Ain't nothing wrong with the BMX either. I will not hear any bicycle slander as Song Jiang getting very close. Emmy calling for some backup. He's maybe seeing if he can maybe bait Song Jiang into taking shots over towards DraftKings.
He's no loot.
He's got nothing, man. Okay, Still's in, creeping by in the distance. Yes, Song Jiang. He's his spidey senses are tingling here.
And he better play it as safe as he possibly can, because his team is nowhere near him. DG is the closest teammate. He's over a kilometer away still. Esther, PO, I mean, over by Hosam Prison. That's going to be at least another minute and a half before they get anywhere near Song Jiang. So play it smart, play it safe, and I think if you're Falcons, you want to do the same thing. They're currently set up in 7th place, but as you said before, I mean, this leaderboard, one bad game, and that's you outside of top 12. And there he goes.
There he goes, Emmy. Good shooting there. It's not like he was sitting on a whole heck of a lot of loot either.
Nope.
So I think maybe Song Jiang, the spidey sense may have been tingling at first, but he got a little bit caught up in the comfort.
He had one thing going for him.
What's that?
He knew.
He knew.
He knew that there was an opponent in the compound. Song Jiang did not.
Yes, indeed. Well, let's take a second to catch a quick interview with Mr. Eichsleft.
我感觉非常好，这样明天的压力也能少一点吧。倒也不是吧，从小组赛到现在，我们就是更多的是关注是在团队上的东西。但是毕竟 PUBG 也是一个就是更注于团队配合的一个游戏。但是就是单论个人能力的话，我感觉我应该是第一。因为第一天的分数得的比较多嘛，然后我们第二天可能会放得更开一点，就是打法更奔放，更具备侵略性一点。
Aggressive and unrestrained, Toby. I think that pretty much summarizes what Petrichor Road has been doing here the last couple of days.
Oh yeah, you love to hear it if you're a Petrichor fan. You hate to hear it if you're the other 15 teams on the server, because when they play good, they play scary good. And right now, EXO, off of a good Miramar game in the previous one, are trying to get something going here as well. Rip fights the first, Lorena though, able to trade back, but here comes Akita to fight the third.
Ooh, Akita just barely gets that one, and they will flush out Lorena as well. Boliang, oh no, MML with the Panzer. He's gonna find Akita. Right, tries to hide behind the UAZ, but you can't hide from the Panzer Faust, unfortunately. As that will be EXO. That was, like you said, it's a great game on Miramar, man. You were hoping that maybe might be starting to snowball here a little bit. But just like that, down to 2 here on Tego.
You know, I mean, EXO got their good game, and they're still not inside the top, but still, I mean, not even a good game, a half-good game away from getting up there.
Yeah.
Sixel still need to fight that good game. If this, despite losing Lorena early, if this can be kind of the jump start to them, stringing a couple of good matches in a row and then making a run for top 8. I'm just saying, the more teams in the run for top 8 coming into the last game, the merrier. So Sixel, get up there too, and Tozy, get that vehicle fixed.
Maybe.
And boop.
Boop him. Hey, there you go. There it is. I love that car, but it's very square.
It really is. It's like the Hyundai Cybertruck.
Stop. Cybertruck.
Can't tell me it doesn't kind of look like it.
It does. And I'm so tired of people trying to tell me that the Cybertruck looks cool. All right, this is all happening north of Yongshan, where E36 maybe, I think they were just looting, and now Veronica 7 is just sending it past here. And they just happen to catch them a little bit split. We'll see if E36 actually wants to do anything about this, or if they're just content with letting them pass through.
I can't tell if this is an ambush or if it's literally just E36 saying, please leave, we don't want to have you here, because they're not in a position from where they could really take proper fights. Oh, Schofield jumping for info, spots some of kind of mid-air. Good thing for him is that he's able to get back down to the compound on the southern side, because I don't think you want to be up there alone against the entirety of Petrichor.
Nope. Get me on out of there. And I think Veronica 7 were in the middle of that rotation. And he jumped over that hill and saw a car underneath him, and he was like, wait a second. Something fishy's going on here, and they stop down to look around, and immediately E36 opens up, but don't get a knock. So Veronica 7 actually just going to go ahead and continue their wrap away from this bridge, and discretion being the better part of valor. They'll find a different way to make their way across to the next to the mainland.
I like the idea that E36 is like, guys, why are you staying here? You were in the middle of a rotate, like we're proning, allowing you through. Stop flipping your cars right next to us. It's too tempting. And well, yeah, as you said, now V7 will have to figure out what they're gonna do instead. Genius have well, I mean, had a pretty decent run on Miramar throughout this losers bracket. Outside of that, though, it ain't really been nothing to write home about. So let's see if they can get something going here on Takeo as they make their way in from the far western side. They have plenty of space, and that's really understating it. The entire western side of this circle is completely open. So we'll be able to pick and choose pretty much exactly where they want to play this one from.
Yeah, I mean, you got to give Genius credit where it's due. I mean, they've done a fantastic job of getting in the top 8. They're sitting at 4th right now with 54 points, but that is about the most unsecure top 8 placement that we've seen in a long time, and that's kind of goes for everybody up there with the exception of Pero.
We also got to keep in mind, I mean, while Genius did not really get anything going, I should say, at all in the group stages, they still qualified to this tournament ahead of the likes of Cerberus, who is one of the strongest fragging teams in the world right now with Himmers and Tycon. So clearly, I mean, they can put up good matches.
They got something.
It's just about being able to pull it off here, and maybe a start to a game here with plenty of space to maneuver. They like to play it in slow from the edge. If they can, again, if they can find a way to play their own PUBG, comfortable PUBG, they might just be able to get a good thing going here.
You see 4 a.m. coming in from the north side. They got all types of space around them. E36 as well. They're creeping into Terminal, where Star-Lord had already scouted out. Now Veronica 7, they finally make their way across. So early on, 10 minutes in, first circle about to close. Ooh. We're cutting hard south. Okay, that's going to take some more rotation. A lot of people on the north side. And again, we've lost, I think, what, 50? We're at 59, so we've lost four players. Obviously, once again, reminder: PMA playing today with only 3 due to illness. So that's why we have the lobby of 63. But already these teams back on the move once again. 4 a.m. They've got Sixel just in front of them, EXO just in front of them, and SSG now kind of splitting around this road.
Yep, they're 2-2 split. Are they going to try and see if they can punish off of this split? Because I think 4AM, if they read on this push that they're just MML. 2 players inside, they could be troublesome for them. And as you said, MML flipping a vehicle that could be to his downfall, because now 4AM is on the hunt. They're going to shoot on over. A lot of dark smoke coming out of MML's vehicle. Not sure that he's going to be able to drive that one forever. In the meantime, Xiaopian, you got to watch out how eagerly you're going forward here. And don't crash into one another either. You're right now in the middle of a space station split, and I don't think they're realizing just yet that it's a split 2-2, because once they do, you'd have to imagine that they pull up.
Ooh, big shots from Crazy. This is 4 a.m. now stopping down as we see Howl. They're going to spot out Sixel. Sixel just sent it right dead towards center. They've already lost 1 player. They're right under the purview of Ruin. A few shots coming through, but that's about it. 4 a.m. meanwhile, looks like they've left the little ditch that they had over by SSG. Worked around a little bit more towards the north. So let's see, Sixel looking a little bit uncomfortable where they're at. Checking in with Genius as they pull into the south side of Ouyang. They've got EXO off to the north.
Very early city commit here. But then again, I mean, they're playing the edge of the city, so they're always able to disengage if need be. In the meantime, Petrichor continuing to find teams on rotation. IXL left able to find the first. But now the rest of PMA trying to make a run for it. Again, a team already kind of battered and bruised, and I just can't seem to find any success here.
It backs up against the wall for sure for PMA, as they've now lost Kit. I think they've lost all their gasoline, so they are just going to go ahead, find a place in the center, and lie prone in a bush. Unfortunately for them, Schofield sees it. Can't even line a bush around here, man. It's dangerous.
I was going to say it's not the worst place to run out of gas, but it's pretty much the direct opposite of that. In the middle of the open, 4 teams aware of their position, and yeah, I think PMA stays accounted in this match.
That drag. Ooh, there you go, John. Okay. You said don't not going to let it farm for free on us. And yeah, Tian wants this. He's going to go. He's like, hey, man, we got a knock. We don't get many of these. Let's go flush this thing out while we can.
That and also get out of that position. Again, everyone knows where the issue is. There's to try to run on up. Pete tries to run back down. It's not going to work out for him. He's going to fall. And now Exalt full speed forward. Trying to go up against Petrichor here. Issue is they're running into a 4-man position.
Sure. Oh,
no. No, that is not how you Panzerfaust the opponents. Don't go for the table.
Well, you know what? It's a learning process.
Yeah, I suppose it is.
I
suppose it is.
Chewy goes down, but Exalt will flush that out. They'll get credit for the kill. Is Petrichor Road. They are still circling the wagons here, seeing if they can maybe take a fight to Exalt. This all on the north side of the circle. Zone will pop. It's going to center right on up. And you see Howl still trying to take it to Tian. Tian very low. He's going to go down, and that's PMA out in 16th.
Finally down, but just, I mean, Howl should never have allowed that to happen. Schofield knows where the opponents are, and as one falls, just group up, play it smart, play it together. Instead, they lose 2.
All right, grenade from Ike's left will be enough to find the first knock on a Molotov. Yuba going to go down to Ming, and now it's all down to Art. Now Fate is arriving. Okay, so there's still 2 up for Exalt. Ike's left trying to find the angle. He gets there, gets Art low, but doesn't get the knock.
See if he can find something with it here. Underhand Nate should, if it goes out on the other side of the wall, at least do some damage, but it's not going to be enough. He gets the first hit off in time.
All right, Ike's left not wasting any time. He'll find him. Fate from range trying to do some damage, but Petrichor Road, this is... I mean, this is what did he say? It was aggression and playing crazy, essentially. Unrestrained.
Yeah.
There you go.
We are seeing Space Station sneak their way up towards Petrichor now. We'll see if they opt to fully commit to the third party. In the meantime, here, Howl again running from trouble to trouble as they now run into E36. E36 mega wide wrapped on the western side of this circle and just full speed plummeted to the center. They're in trouble. They're taking casualties because of it, but hey, at least they're here.
All right. Hal goes out, but sitting in 8th place. Again, it's hard to really keep track. It's hard to express a whole lot of importance about the cut line right now when everything is so damn close, and we've still got 4 games remaining. So, you know, I got to imagine that cut line is going to shift about 5 more times before it's all said and done. Meanwhile, Fate, last player up for Exalt. He'll get away, at least avoid that Petrichor Road juggernaut for the time being. We'll see how long he survives here as Exo Clan is going to get eliminated by Sir T and Genius.
I can say it this way, right now the qualification ship is sinking and it's about being able to stay afloat, staying above water. And every single 0-point game you get is you potentially being kind of shoved out of that really close mid-pack.
Yeah, you can't afford it, man. You can't afford to go out with absolutely no points. As we see SSG on foot from the north. Sharpshot and Page with the high ground. They've got Pixel and Roth playing a little bit lower now. Buxan Sa just off to their west has Purple Mood making their way to the south side of the city. They have no reason to be in any hurry.
Yeah.
As they're just doing a little bit of scouting here. Looks like MML rather from Sixel might be taking shots over towards them.
Yeah, again, I mean, right now everyone just waiting, try to get a good gist of what's happening around them, who is sat right next door, unless if they, of course, know that already, and just wait for this next circle to pop. Imagine quite a few teams getting into their vehicles as we speak, as the circle is going to pop. Where are we? Going into the open fields towards Ouyang. Really couldn't be any worse for pretty much everyone, but D+, Kia, and Genius.
Yeah, Kia's got to be on the clock here, though. They've got to be expecting... company from all sides here, essentially. Ascend already on the move, trying to send it. I'm not sure if they're going to send it into the city or just in the outskirts of Ouyang, but that looks like what the plan is. 4 a.m. Meanwhile, they're in the north. They've got a compound and they've got a bunch of goodies about to fall right on top of them here, so they're pretty happy. Purple Mood in a little bit of a 2-2 split, trying to figure out what's the safest way of moving forward here.
Purple Mood right now kind of tunnel visioning the east side. The issue is you have Petrichor playing in on foot through Buxan Sa.
Oh, that's scary,
I mean,
man.
you can't really fault them for not realizing that this thing is happening right behind them. I hope for them, as we can see as well, that they are getting into their vehicles. They are opting to leave, and now more teams trying to get into the city. That's going to be Veronica 7 this time around, trying to set up. So now 3 teams sharing Ouyang.
So far, so good for DK plus Kia as they continue having their high ground. Roth take a few shots towards Purple Mood as they're scattering a little bit here. They've left a couple up on the high ground, but there you go. Petrichor, as you said, right behind them, backfilling outside of the city. And now all of a sudden, Purple Mood is just scattered in shambles as they're getting shot at from every direction. Duckman's going to go down now as well, as SSG still in a good position to take that fight. But now Petrichor Road and SSG, they're going to square off. Fluky, the last one up for PLM.
These teams penalized hard for going into the low grounds early when there's still high ground left to play. Ming finally gets found. That's Petrichor taking some more damage. We saw Chewy go down to his own Panzerfaust earlier in the game. And I mean, again, Ixlef peeking this aggressively without a helmet, going against an entire team. Very, very bold playing. But again, of course, Petrichor set at 90 points already. Don't really have a whole lot to lose by trying to harass some of these teams.
There you go. Kia going to steal that one away from SSG and continue to take shots. Oh, sharp shot. Getting knocked pretty low here as the rest of the boys, they found Fluky. Fluky could do some damage, though. We've seen this man pull off some magic. He's going to find the first one. Coming around the side, double peeking. SSG not wasting any time.
Glad we get the kill to come through. We'll see if more comes of it. In the end, Summer will get knocked as well. Ixlef still alive on the hillside. If he opts to look down in this direction, he has SSG players wide out in the open because there's one angle he's kind of peeking from. That's where they're completely exposed to, and I think Minuta realizes this too. Am I helping these guys out, or am I just letting Ixlef do his thing?
I mean, honestly, Kia, they had the high ground in the dead center of the circle, as we said. Nobody has pressured them at all.
Yeah.
I don't even think anybody's taken a shot in that direction just yet. There you go. Petrichor Road will go down as Ixlef gets spotted out by Pio.
Circle continuing to shift to the low ground. It's just D+ left with the hill to play. And again, I'm loving the fact that they're not looking into the city just yet because they have to be very, very aware of what's happening out here to the west.
All right. A lot of stuff going on to the west, as you said. Gen.G and Sixel squaring off right now. It's just a trade of utility back and forth. No knocks coming through just yet. Off on the south of this, Falcons slowly starting to make their way to the zone, but it looks like they may be interested in trying to see if they can find an angle on this. They absolutely could use all the kills that they can get. 3 already for Falcons, which is definitely something they need. They've, again, more placement points than kills. Not something that you see very often.
Not at all. Space Station, in the meantime, having to figure out where they're planning on going. Roth did continue further forward when the team stopped here on the rock. And now being aware that Petrichor has been eliminated, that should allow for SSG at least to start off their rotation without getting shot at. And they will indeed get into cars now as they start making their way further towards the circle. But again, it's going to be a literal uphill battle with Sixel and 4AM right next door.
I'm still curious as to what 4AM is going to do. Obviously, we're checking in with Gen.G. They just hop in the vehicles. They're doing the long wrap around to the south side. Not sure where they're planning on going because there is just not a whole lot to be found. Even if they're trying to go into Ouyang, Veronica 7 and Ascend already there. So
yeah,
Gen.G trying to find just anywhere to play, really. As 4AM, they're absolutely kitted to the gills after that supply drop found their way right on top of them, but they have a little bit of a way to go to get in this zone.
Gen.G trying to force Falcons to leave, but Falcons in a position from where they really can't go anywhere else to. DG now trying to make his way further forward. Maybe see if they can get Capitan off that rock, because if that's to happen, maybe they can make a play for this one. Space Station in the meantime opting to go west, opting to take the fight to Shen Yi Shinlong.
Not many options for them there as they had to do something with DK plus Kia right on the hill overlooking them. So SSG just pushing right into the face of Sixel. They'll find Boliang to open things up. MML right behind the tree. He's going to get spotted out by Page. And just like that, Sixel is getting summarily dismantled. Suze, the last player up.
And again, this is where Space Station has found their success. They did it on Miramar as well. Clean those edges, sweep around the side, play as 4. They're incredibly skilled up-close fighters, and they're pretty much, again, setting themselves up for success when trying to execute these plays.
Yes, indeed. As Falcons, Capitan got left behind. He's going to win the 1v1 against Pio, but immediately gets taken down by Page as SSG finding themselves perfectly timed to third party this fight with Gen.G and Falcons.
Oh, had DJ tap one more time. DG, as you see, tap one more time, he would potentially have found the knock, and then it's not going to matter. Sharp takes him down in the end of it. 6 Asus will try and see if he can live to write home about it. 10 teams alive, could potentially sneak his way into placement points by staying alive here for a little while longer, but he has one knock on the other side, and that's going to be SSG eliminated again. I like the idea, I like the approach, but too slow in clearing out the team and push further forward. One got to stay alive, that meant that SSG had to spread out more, try and take more control, and in doing so, got seen by both D+, Kia, and Gen G.
Yeah, just lost track of the zone too a little bit maybe there, not realizing that they didn't have as much time as perhaps they thought they would. DG98 will hop in the vehicle as the rest of Gen G tries to push up in. There you go. Sixel will get finished off by DK. But Zhanggu takes a knock, and now Gen G right on their doorstep.
Exactly. Gen G is well aware of where D+ Kia is playing this game from, and Nate's already in hands of 3 of them. We'll see. They can lob one and over, potentially find the knock as DG peeks on over. Sin is instantly there to get one knock. Almost finds the second, but Esther says no.
Big trade coming out there from Esther. As now Gen G having to reset just a little bit. Menuda still has the grenade, still has some utility left in the bag to use. Zhanggu will get the heal off, and he will be able to turn his attention over towards the fight. They're going for the res, but Ascend coming into third party. That's right behind Gen G, and they're going to clean it up. Clean stuff from Ascend.
What a timing on that play as well, leaving the city knowing that they have to go out and make a play. And again, we talked about them having maybe had opportunities where they didn't capitalize. This is not the case this time around. Full speed push on forward. First they take out one team, now they're trying to find one more as D+ Kia is being pushed into 4 AM.
And Mika with the grenade will finish it off, and that's more kills for Ascend. 8 now in the bag. Brexgo is bleeding out. It's Chris is going to get knocked. Mika has very low as 4 AM coming up over the top at the perfect time. Finds the angle, but doesn't get the knock.
What a headshot to come through on that 4x spray there. The rest will be committed to. Xiaopian will get Bobo back on his feet. Mika trying to see if he can find something more. And indeed, he will. 9 kills already. Top 6 confirmed again, even though it's not a win for Ascend here. They probably would have died had they stayed on the southern side. Instead, they wrap their way up west. They don't get placement points extra, but they get a ton of kills. And oh my god, Emmy, you're right next to Fade.
They have no idea.
No. Oh, Fade.
They don't see it. Oh!
Now they realize he's just on the other side. But the other! The snake in the grass gets the better of Falcons.
The fangs on Fate as he finds 2 and Exalt gets more points. Somehow staying alive from the pressure from 4 AM. There you go. He'll finally get finished off. 4 AM, 4 kills now. And again, they are the only ones outside of the city, Toby. It is down to Genius and Veronica 7 inside, and Veronica 7 has already taken 2 knocks.
12 alive in phase 6. The fights on the hills come to an end. The fights in the city just begin. Cest finds a double with the nade. No flush is confirmed just yet, but that might just be a triple. And indeed, it is. Human was rest, so he'll go back down once more. Now there's just 1 left alive on the side of V7.
Genius running through, trying to clean this up as quickly as they can. There you go. 6 kills now for Genius, and they still don't have to leave their city, Toby. What is it with Tego today? This whole tournament, really, it feels like all of our circles, all our games are ending in Zone 6, Zone 7. There's so much violence early on.
A lot of open space that teams have still yet to really figure out how to maintain control of. It's what happens when we get these new maps and teams are feeling forced to go more aggressive, maybe not seeing the 10 options that they have available. But here we go, Sir T peeks on through, finds Crazy instantly.
Beautiful spray from Sir T, and he'll pull back away. Stay alive for now. Unfortunately, not able to get the flush, and 4 angry men doing a damn good job of defending their knocked player and making sure that Genius can't get that knock.
You mentioned it earlier too, the crates that they were given, 3 of them with level 3 gear. We saw Xiaopian with a Groza and an MK14. These guys are incredibly stacked when it comes to their weaponry, especially for an up-close fight. We'll see though if Genius can put a dent in it with the utility. They already have the knock on 1. I like the Chloris trying to get this off angle.
I'm looking at a map. I think Genius might have been able to get a little bit of a come up in equipment as well. There's another drop just in the south side of the city. We'll see. As Chloris will have to pull off that blue zone grenade, doing a little bit of damage. But full reset essentially here from 4 AM. But the problem is Genius has 4 AM backed into a corner right now with nothing but the wide open grass fields behind him. Now, Xiaoyan, Zipian still off in the distance here. He might be able to get a dirty little angle here onto Zest.
And he has the one-tap machine too, the Dragunov within 100 meters. We know it one-taps level 2 helmets. Doesn't have a helmet of his own though, so it's going to be a dangerous peak regardless of how we go about it. Clory's back up on this roof, but feels the need to jump on down again. Right now, 4AM very much playing into the fact that they have this smoke wall available. It's going to fade away soon, as we're just 5 seconds away to see the final circle.
Okay, calming down here a little bit. Zest across the street trying to feed some intel over to the rest of the boys. The new circle does pop, doesn't really matter. It's including everybody. 4AM, meanwhile, they're backing away from the city. I think they're realizing, oh no, Clory's again, Crazy gonna get spotted out. Clory's, can he get 2? No! 1 bullet away from knocking Z beyond, and now Zest has been spotted out. HSM holding the wall.
They have to get rid of Clory's, though his angle is simply too dangerous. He can peek into the entire team in this position. Smoke off the windows, do something, force him back towards his other teammates, because right now it's looking dangerous as he finds one more, finds the third as well! Clory's looking to 1v4 4AM.
The hero for Genius, Sir T, will finish it off, and just like that, Genius takes down 4 angry men.
Huge game for GE. They committed to the city early, but in the end, they knew what had to be done in order to come out victorious. They took the fight to V7 again. Amazing use of futility throughout this fight. They barely even had to peek Veronica 7 in order to take them down, and now they take out one of the most heavy-hitting close-quarter teams in the game in 4AM.
Absolutely astonishing stuff from Genius, and I gotta tell you, man, 4AM, it looked like they were on the back foot. They did not know how to deal with what Genius was putting up against them.
Again, we said it in the early game, they qualified into this tournament out of Vietnam over the likes of Cerberus, and here they show what they're worth. Now let's hop on over to the desk and see what they have to say about the final takeover.
Well, I'll just say it, I was skeptical about their chances today, but these geniuses made me look like an idiot as they came out and won a chicken dinner in dominating fashion. The glories of Clory's will be sang far and wide, but the whole team stepped up when we look at these highlights.
Yeah, I don't want to follow up anything. It's just beautifully orchestrated wordplay there. I love that, Toughies. But overall here, yeah, what a fantastic game. Hard game. We have 2 Southeast hard shift into Ouyang, and I gotta say, the way Genius Esports plays this was just perfect. They managed to stay 4 guys alive. Their utility was on play. They went in and out of the fights, disengaged after some of the peaks. They avoided the nades at the correct times. And then, of course, the Hill of Death up here, where we saw so many teams get absolutely destroyed.
Yeah, when we were kids, we all played King of the Hill, but we never played it with stakes like this. These teams battled their way out, and 4AM ultimately came out on top. They made a good push to catch up to Genius for the final battle in the city, but ultimately, they just played better. Genius looking great. Welcome back to the desk. My name's Toughies. I'm joined by Avenger here to break down the action, and much action it was. As Poro so eloquently put it, we have had an awful lot of city circles on all the maps today.
We did, yeah. Urban Endings has been a little bit of a theme today. Let's see if it continues once we change.
I'm okay with it.
Yeah, we can be Urban Ending. That'd be beautiful. I love those. Yes, for sure. Erangel, let's get maybe Yasnaya, then it's kind of exciting.
When we get to Erangel, I want very fair circles. I want those last 2 games to be as open-ended as possible.
No, get them some curveballs, send somehow. No, so far it looks like we're still the teams that have been sponging a little bit at the top. Genius has been in there, Petrichor Road. We have some teams, but still, we're going to have these 5, 6, 7 teams on that cusp that's going to be, you know, just going back and forth every single time. And Ascent, they solidified themselves. And this is third party. The timing on it managed to sweep up a lot of good kills here, and the Myconade onto D+ was fantastic.
Oh, if we're talking about great moments, I want to mention Exalt's the Bush ambush that was just Fate sat there and sealed the Falcons' attempt to win in a beautiful backstab. It was one of those calls coming from inside the house moments. Let's look at the top 4 teams, though. Genius Esports comes away with 2,000 damage and 10 kills.
And look how far they had to travel to do that. Wow. 34 and 37,000 meters.
Hustlers.
That is crazy.
Well, and part of it was a unique map. I mean, we saw the 10% chance, the crashing plane. Thank you for doing the math for me. I appreciate that. My American brain just avoids the math, I guess. That said, though, that crashing plane, the 10% chance of that did make sort of everyone getting out on the end of that very frantic.
One kick.
Let's take a look at the stats. Yes, look at. I mean, this is the Clories that we've been waiting for. This is the Clories that dominates his region. That sometimes makes everyone else look like they're just playing pubs, and he did it again.
Yeah, he's a legend, of course. Multiple Nations Cups behind this guy as well. And you'll have to sing his praises just because of the wordplay too, but also because we see these 6 knockouts, 4 kills, especially the extra knockouts we got towards the end, and 1,090 damage. That is, of course, going to be a man of the match right there.
He is the man of the match, but his gameplay wouldn't be what it is without the zest that comes from his teammates, because Zest has been a top-tier fragger, has been supporting him. You saw all those executions Clory had at the end of that match. Zest was right along his side, making sure that it worked. So those two have made an incredible combo. We'll see if it continues throughout the day. Let's look at that match leaderboard. 20 points for Genius, but Ace, 4AM, and Falcons, another team that are on the cusp, putting in some good points.
Yeah, this is going to be huge for them. This is basically going to guarantee them to go to a last chance there for a 20-pointer. When you're already on 54, that's going to be great for them. 74 total for them is going to be like second place. Jumping ahead of Gen G and 4AM in this case here. That's obviously beautiful. 4AM, of course, that would have been great for them. Still, I would say at this point here, Gen G and 4AM feels kind of safe for me. If you're in Falcons 56 or Space Station Gamer at 50 right now, you have Howl chasing 49, you have Purple Mood 47. E36 feels, I'm not sure about them just yet, but EXO could also have a pop-off game. You could have multiple others, but still, Howl, Purple Mood feels like the most certain ones are the ones chasing right now that could be doing like one of those crazy things one of our last games.
I think 4AM, D plus Kia, and Ace are going to be teams to watch in this game. All three of them are looking to sort of have that solidify run. If they can pick up a 10 and the others don't, they're locked in. Because we've only got 3 games left to play, so that is going to be a very important time frame for them.
And it feels like Ascent today, and now they realized, all right, if we cannot win the games, let's try to go for these 4, 5, 6, maybe sometimes even 8 points a game, and that worked for them. And this is what that worked for them in PEC. Spring is what worked for them at PGS1, why they got second at PGS1. So this is what the kind of Ascent that is gonna be playing like that. Like I want to see that third-party aggression. I want to see them realize, all right, we're not gonna win the game from this position. Let's try to get the cracks, because you can see Micah, you can see HKS. These guys are popping off like crazy.
And I think that that's what we're about to see. We saw the passivity go through the first 2 games, trying to hold your spot, but now's the time to make a move. 3 games left to play. If you're in the mid-pack, you've got to look for third parties. You've got to say, if I'm not gonna win the chicken, I've got to look for kills. This is the moment where the rubber meets the road. It's time to kick the tires and light the fires, Big Daddy. We're headed to Vikendi. It's the beautiful slopes. It's Porosaurus, and the name is Toby.
Thank you so much, Toughies and Avenger, for the great analysis on the desk. Petrichor was sat there all smiles and cheering, as they're currently looking very good up there in the top of this leaderboard. But there are so many teams here, Poro, still with a hell of a lot to play for, a hell of a lot to prove. And if any of them can pull together a game in similar fashion to what we just saw from Genius, they might just solidify before we head over to the ultra untested of a wrangle that everyone knows how to play.
Yep, I mean, look, this is one of the last quote-unquote crazy maps.
This is the wild card.
This is the wild card. I mean, Tego and Vikendi are always the wild card. See if you can find something to do a little bit out of the ordinary, a little bit extreme here on Vikendi, and maybe you can put yourself into good position for those final 2 rounds of the day. Let's see if anybody dies to a bear this time, Toby.
You know what? For the sake of the importance of this match, I hope not, as much as I thought it was incredibly entertaining to see. I think was it Thanuat? One of the Purple Mood players get killed by a bear yesterday. It was pretty
Fluky.
That Fluky was.
Yeah. Poor Fluky. It had to be him, didn't it? He's,
happens.
Look, you know what? I know it's a hot opinion and everybody wants to say, oh no, bears, blah, blah, blah. Dude, it was funny.
I mean, again, as I said,
that's all I need in my life. I need some joy.
In a situation like that, where it probably wasn't going to matter too much anyway, it was all right. Another thing that doesn't matter too much, I guess, is this circle pop, because, again, Very center, no water to worry about.
Yep.
Very accessible for most teams. Only issue is, if you look towards the center on the map right now, no one is in that big crater. And it's not just because, oh well, randomly no team up to loot there. It's because there's not really a whole lot to come for. Which means that all these teams that would normally be sat pretty close to each other phase 1, they're going to be a bit further towards the west, effectively pushing all the teams that want to play that edge even further out. So we might actually end up seeing some commotion here in the early game, which would be a little different from what we've seen in previous Vikendi matches.
Now this area is bear country. All right, I'm not going to talk about bears anymore. Not until I have to. Damn it.
Also, I'm a Packers fan, so please don't.
Well, okay, I know I'm triggering you a little bit here. That's my fault. But yeah, no, like you said, I mean the dead center of this zone is very barren. If nothing else, and not barren. It's a B-A.
Wow. We're going that way now. Okay. You got any more? Just get them all off your chest now. Get them all out
it wasn't intentional.
I see your arm. It's written in ink right there. You're being very unbearable right now.
Okay.
Yeah. Are we done? Was that the final one?
Yes, thank God, please. It was done before. But, okay, the center of the circle, as you mentioned previously, there's nothing there. All right?
Yeah.
There's very limited compounds. High ground, sure, some rocks, but are you going to send it to high ground and rocks early on? I don't know.
Well, you say that, but bear in mind that Crazy has opted to head towards that circle center. Gilman is set on the southern side of it, and while there is a small compound on the western side, which I would imagine 4am is going to be able to take control over very shortly, outside of that, again, I mean, middle is going to be open, and it's just, I think it's going to cause for a very, very interesting kind of tempo in this match. Again, I feel like the Vikendi matches overall, outside of that crazy castle ending we had, Vikendi matches overall have been pretty predictable in terms of, okay, these guys are there, therefore those people are probably going to be eliminated. Like, they've played out kind of as we expected. But this one here, pretty much regardless of where we shift off of this first circle, I think it's going to cause a lot of chaos.
Yeah, worth noting right now the two major cities anyway, Lavini and down south. You got EXO and Veronica 7 kind of doing a 2-2 split. So the cities are occupied, at least the ones towards the center of the circle here. SSG starting to creep over towards EXO though. You can see them looking on in that direction, or Page rather, just kind of keeping eyes on their back. Well, I'm not sure if SSG is going to go to Laveni or not. Doesn't look like it. Looks like they might be just playing around. And there's our bear. And there you go. PLM Fluky was the first player to die to a bear on Vikendi and PGC. Where was he going?
That's what makes them scary, bro.
They fall from the sky
They
now?
are unpredictable.
My God.
Soon we're going to have like bear skins for the mortars.
Stop sitting like people.
Gonna have bear skins for the mortars just being yeeted out of the sky and on top of you. It's only gonna get more scary from here.
Bear mortars.
Imagine if the bears could use emergency pickups.
Bearnados. I still think Bearnados needs to be the next thing we need.
If we have a PUBG movie in the making, let it be that. As soon as they come here, it's just the Bearnados.
Well, checking in with Hal on the southwestern side of the circle now. They've got Exalt making the rotation into the zone right in front of them. It looks like they paused just long enough for Exalt to do that. PMA, meanwhile, still playing with 3 for the rest of the day, as you get to see a little bit of the highlights of the phenomenal grenade play from Tego.
I mean, I think one of the first players that really started talking about it when kind of the nade meta changed was Twisted Minds Batulins. And he said, we often asked him when they started getting success event after event, like, what is it that you guys do that other teams don't? And one of the first things he said was, we understand utility management. We understand whether it's worth it or not to lob that nade on over now, or if we should keep it for a later time in the game. And I think most teams now do, but we still see, I mean, go back to the previous game where I think it was Shendi Shinlong trying to fend off against Gen G, just lobbing blue zone nade after blue zone nade over a hillside. You're out in the open. They have all the chances in the world to avoid that blue zone nade. And in my book, that's utility wasted, which could have really come in beneficial later down the line. So we're still seeing teams, in my opinion, not having perfected that yet. But on the other side, we're also seeing teams, like we saw with Genius in the previous match, really knowing exactly how to go about using it.
No, I think that's a great point. I mean, in the Americas, it was always shoot to kill. That was the utility masters. But I think you bring up a great point that you do see some panic utility usage.
Exactly.
I would think would be the best way to describe it, or using it maybe just to force player. I think using it to pull players or force teams into positions that you want them to go, right? Maybe using it as something like that. You don't see it as often, but you see the really good teams will do it.
Sure do. Yeah, we see Genius once again trying to creep up close to Gen G, the team that was formed around Yuta. Yuta was pretty much given access to say, go out and make a team, take Cest and Surti to a duo out of BN United that had just played phenomenally together. And then, well, Glorious, he has two PNCs under his belt. He's up there with the big boy, one of the best fraggers in all of Vietnam. And you know what? Why not have him on the roster too? And there's a reason why his face was shown so much in that highlight reel, because he will connect those shots any day of the week.
Yeah, he's playing a little bit forward position here, got a little bit close to Gen G, but he does have the support of Yuta from range, and you can see, yeah, just how close Glorious is. The rest of the boys are starting to arrive now. The first spray comes through. Sungjae going to get knocked low. Will the Molotov be enough? It won't. Sungjae already quick on his feet, will pull away from there.
It's not often that Gen G gets PO'd, but this might just be one of those instances. The only difference being that now the rest of the team is here as well. It's a very early fight between two teams who are currently set up high on the leaderboard. Genius, being 12 points ahead of Gen G, I would say with 3 games left to play, can risk it at 74. But Gen G, I mean, if they're 0 out for the rest of the games here, that 62 might not be qualification spot. PO now stuck behind a rock as Glorious sees him and instantly goes for his highest.
Regardless, you definitely don't want to go out with 0 points, as we were saying. It's still just as close this game as it was last game. And Genius, as you said, may be high up enough to secure themselves, but we don't know for certain. Gen G still playing around that smoke wall. Doesn't look like either team really wants to stay with this anymore, but unfortunately Surti, as he's escaping, Pio will spot him out. So that's Genius down 1.
Starting to see 4AM look in this direction as well. Keep in mind how much of an open position these guys are fighting in. Sean Yang able to take down Glorious too. Second kill coming through for Gen G. And now you're starting to see the shots coming in from the south. Yuta realizes this is a lost fight. Has to just disengage. Cest was never there to begin with. Had an open angle, sure, but it was very far away, so can't really fault him for not hitting shots when needed be. So Gen G gets to live with the scare of what honestly looked to be a pretty clear-cut 1v2 for Glorious. Just missed the second bullet there to not get the first knock, and because that element of surprise never really worked in their favor, well, the rest of the fight was lost.
Yep, Genius trying to play with a little bit more aggression given their spot in the lobby, and as you said, they try to disengage from the fight, and unfortunately for them, Gen G just ready and waiting for that. So PMA on the south side, rolling through the middle of Exalt. Big split for them, and actually very close to Petrichor Road as well. You can see on your map as the new circle will pop, and it's going to go right to that dead zone, that no man's land right in the middle.
Well, there's a train leading through that area, so who knows, maybe we'll see teams late game up to hop on the train and see if they can make their way there. In the meantime now, Purple Mood Stanowat sat very, very lonely here up front, trying to force Falcons further towards the west. Love the fact that he's puffer fishing, going out here saying, oh, get away from me, I'm as dangerous as bears on this map. And that's going to force Falcons away, because had they stopped here to scout around, that could have been him very much caught alone.
Does look like Falcons, they sent Silzen still a little bit further ahead, but 2 of them dropping down in the middle to see if maybe they can catch Purple Mine slipping. But Petrichor Road back up here once again with D plus Kia right off to their east. Everybody kind of, no angles being found just yet. And then, okay, this is still going on. PMA and Howl very close to each other. Laza going to run over Tian. Tian not where he needed to be. Out in the middle of space.
And this is the middle we were talking about before. This is these sort of positions that Howl likes to go for. Always try to go for not the prio spots, but kind of the beats here pull up positions. The issue is this time around, PMA was there before them, and Howl has to kind of suffice with what really is not a B tier, but a below D tier position wide out in the open.
And unfortunately for both teams, really, they happen to do this shenanigans right in the middle of a split between a bunch of teams that could see him. As you said, it's no man's land. 4 a.m. off to the north had angles. Veronica 7 had angles. Genius has angles onto this. So, you know, this is not where you want to be if you're Howl or PMA.
Don't get me wrong. This is a great game for Phase 7, Phase 8. When the high grounds around this valley are shifted out of, you can play the lowlands pretty easily. It's more of like a arena TDM area here in the middle. But as long as the hills are still in, it's very difficult to play. Nate's been lobbed on in.
Okay.
And, well, understandably. So they almost took out Laza. Good thing they didn't, though. The issue is that they have got the entirety of D plus Kia sat in that building down underground.
Oh boy, look at that.
Oh my lord, am I not sure if they're ready for it. How is Chewie finding P90 knocks at this distance? It's a SMG. It's supposed to be a close-range weapon.
Fair and balanced gun. I don't know what you're talking about. Petrichor Road now 2 kills already as they just continue to rain their terror over the lobby. And off to their south, well, actually, this is still off to the west, or east, rather. Howl hasn't committed to pushing down into the pit of death yet. And DK plus Kia just holding their angles right now, as you see Laza just running over Tian. The disrespect. But, you know, what are you supposed to do when you see a guy just running around in a field in front of you?
I feel like that was the equivalent of being knocked by a bear. Just rah, rah, coming out of nowhere. This time round, though,
again, it's bears with you.
I mean,
we gotta let it go, man.
It's Vikendi. I like bears. They're cute, as long as they don't eat people. In the meantime, now Purple Mood trying to make some space. Only 2 of them here, but the rest, as you can see, pulling up as we speak. They do still have Falcons in the nearby vicinity, but Fluky and Dogmans, they got to figure out what they want to do about this train station. Do they just sit here and wait for a little while longer, maybe see the next circle pop? Or do they actively try and deny Falcon's access point to the hilltop?
You can also see E36, very wide split just off to their north. As the circle does pop, it's going to go a little bit more to the south. So I don't know if that's good or bad. I guess we'll find out. But E36 having a little bit of an angle here on the PLM as well. And it looks like they're going to find a knock onto Tanawat. Actually, it's going to be Falcons that finds a knock onto Tanawat. So Falcons trying to make their way out of the train station as Space Station. They've got mortars on the mind.
They're counter-mortaring. They're trying to mortar in return. Issue is they're falling short on both sides. And, well, Genius gets to live and run away from that one.
Howl back on the move. I feel like every time we cut to Howl today, we're just seeing them in vehicles.
Yeah. Yeah, and unfortunately seeing them in vehicles with casualties too. This time around ain't really no different, as now D plus Kia leaving the position. It is still inside the circle, but in the far northwestern edge, and I think them, as soon as Howl leaves, they go, great, this is our time to get out. This is our time to spread out. But now I think they might be also thinking, you know what, we kind of liked it in there, so let's just go back, or at least stay in the nearby vicinity.
Yeah, it was comfy. They have all their coffee mugs down there. They're going to bring the cars down there too. Why not? Let's leave 2 down low and 2 up high, at least for now, and scout out, see if anything's happening around. It's playing a little groundhog RP. Gen G and the boys coming in on the northeastern side. EXO has a big wide split here. This could be dangerous for Gen G.
This is ambush territory, and Gen G is running straight into it. They better be ready for a fight to come, because they're driving straight in to this split from EXO. And first one is already surpassed. Monty spots one, can't quite connect the shot early on, though. Inside, though, there's a nice off angle.
There you go, finds one. Monty will find the second. Songjiang will trade down Monty. And now Esther and Songjiang trying to lay the smokes down to protect their fallen teammates. Off in the distance, you can see Rip is right on top of, I believe that's Songjiang. Yep, Songjiang trying to find inside. The shots come through, but inside's on top of it.
Double knocks right next to one another. One nade could be a triple kill come through, unless if PO can get the reses up in time. We're seeing E36 start to look at this position too, as EXO now in the blue has to get things going. 45 seconds away from hitting phase 4. It's going to start hurting real quick.
Yeah, 3 up still for EXO. They can't get their man up as it's been stolen away. Gen G, the smoke cloud slowing things down enough. They were able to get 1 res. Can they get the second onto DG98? Is it even going to matter, because the blue is already here? Yep, throw DG98 in the back of the car, dip on out. E36 now taking the attention away from EXO, and they're going to find Insight with a grenade. Nicely done by Key.
Timing couldn't be any better for Gen G here. The fact that Interforce comes in, scares off EXO, and then allows for Gen G to make a move. In the meantime, down towards the compound that they would have run into. SSG loses one to Ascent. So this northeastern side, very hectic. But again, goes back to the same story we said in the beginning. Center is hard to play, and now it just became even harder.
Hard shift up to the north. Everybody off to the south just getting screaming at their TVs right now. As Veronica 7, they have a compound on the very southern side. These fights that were happening on the east can kind of take their time to play out here now. Although Purple Mood has started to pull into the south side of E36. EXO just down to rip. He's going to send it towards the center, getting shot at from the left, getting shot at from the right. His car is on fire. He's got to get out. He gets knocked low. He's still alive. Do a 360. Survive for now. But how they know somebody's there.
There should be no way that he gets to live through this one. Nope, not gonna happen.
It's like, of course there's somebody here.
Exactly.
Why wouldn't there be somebody just randomly here where I decided to crash?
Exactly. Gen G now peeking on over again. We saw Interforce 36 up here before Pio was able to find one. They already have a player knocked, so they're down to just two, but it's the same thing on the other side of things. DG peeks on over Esther, takes out Pure Boy, and just like that, E36 eliminated. 2 kills coming through here for Thanawat.
Ooh, and now from range, Mika gonna find Esther. So Gen G very low. They should be able to reset, but Purple Mood, they are rushing into this. They know that they've got Gen G weakened. The grenade will fall just shy as the vehicle escapes. Pio holding that front angle. He's gonna spot out Fluky.
Where's the rest of the team? They're nowhere near. They do have one shirt, but Duckman's Thunders, they're busy trying to hold off a potential Falcons push coming through, so they can't quite commit to this. Thanawat has to back off. They still have Fluky knocked. There is a chance that they could potentially get it back up alive as long as they can suppress Gen G. In the meantime, down towards D+ Kia and Petrichor we go. 2 players already down on the side of Petrichor. And, I think that should allow for D+ to reset.
Yeah, I think Petrichor down to just Summer. Yeah, there it is. He's the only one left alive. D+ Kia doing a good job of holding on to their home. This flashbang coming through for Summer. The Molotov will follow. And let's see, does he know that there's people on the backside that are outside? He does now. Jangu going to get the shot in his back.
Such a tricky area to have to fight through, and no big surprise that Petrichor took casualties on approach here. Again, very proactive play from D+ Kia to split it 2-2, not sit all 4 down in the low ground. Duckmans in the meantime peeks on over, finds one as we head back up to the north.
2 up for Purple Mood, 2 up for Gen G. Thanawat with his back against the blue is going to get taken down by Esther. And just like that, actually, it's going to be Emmy that takes down Duckman. So Purple Mood eliminated here in 12th place. Gen G, can they reset? The blue is already here. DG98 might get stolen away by Falcons as they were trailing late.
Yeah, and I think that's what Purple Mood realized. We are here on limited time. We know that Falcons is going to be full speed sending it from behind, so might as well try and see if we can get some more in on Gen G. They find one, but Esther gets to stay alive.
36 alive, and it's phase 4. Okay, why not? This one hard shifts down to the south. So Veronica 7 getting a little bit of circle love this time around. Howl also just getting the vibe out in the middle in their little dip. Meanwhile, Exalt and Sixel, the last bullet from Molodok will do it, but Sixel, there you go, they're going to get taken down. Finally finished off as Exalt now, 6 kills. Do they have time to reset here? Molodok, 5 kills.
Having found 5 already, yep, a couple of those stolen away as the now. Oh my lord, that is a blizzard right on top of the circle center. Curious to see what direction this one is going to go in, because this is going to have a massive impact on this mid game.
Yeah, they got time to move.
This is
circle.
huge.
The storm hasn't manifested just yet, so Veronica 7 just on foot trying to find something. They're going to hear the shots from Howl. So now, do they decide to take this fight quickly? Is a Capitan taking out a bear over there on the eastern side? But the big thing here is Veronica 7. Heaven, it's a 2-piece over here by Howl. They have no idea. They're going to find one. The Mad now the last player alive. The grenades are coming. They'll finish off Laza. That man is down as well. Clean stuff from Veronica 7, making sure that they finish that fight before the storm hits.
And huge timing for them to get those kills too, because now not only do they get space in the center of the circle, Falcons from the high ground also cannot see them at all. So that is effectively kind of dealing with your Achilles heel, or more so letting nature take take care of that. In a really, really good timed engagement from them. Double nade comes through. Django with the P90 finds one. So many great weapons in this endgame here.
They are indeed. 4 a.m., I believe, down to just crazy. Actually, no, 2 up still. Bobo just driving around. Hasn't getting involved in this fight just yet. DK still trying to trade it out. It's crazy. That's not something you see very often. He gets beat in a 2v1. Doesn't even get any damage on the car driving by. Bobo now the last remaining hope here for 4 a.m.
Yeah, nowhere for him to go. Spotted underneath the vehicle too. That's going to be him down and out. 4 a.m. falls in 9th as we only now make our way into placements.
7 kills for DK plus Kia, trying to secure their spot in this top 8 before we head over to Erangel. They've got 4 alive. They've got a care package drop falling right on top of them. No one really near them. Exalt may be the closest off in the west side. They're looking down in that direction, but no shots coming through just yet.
And I love the fact that you bring up the leaderboard, because look at where SSG is currently set in 9th. They're tied with Purple Moon in 8th. They have a chance to really jump up here. 51 up to 60 to Falcons in 7th. If they could get something off of this, it would be good, but right now it doesn't look good as Sharpshot is down. They already lost rather earlier too.
Kilikai, the rest of Ascend starting to make their way down here. They've got SSG in a bad spot right now. Sharp shot, they are not able to flush him just yet, but Page and Pixel, the European boys, still preventing Ace from finishing him off just yet.
I like this play from Brex, trying to wrap around, trying to get a good off angle, trying to catch them while they're resting effectively, but can't quite see him, and now therefore looks further towards the west. He knows that D plus Kia could be a threat, a potential backstab, so he has to be very aware of that potential.
They do manage to get Sharp Shot back up, so that is good news for SSG. Still getting shot at, and now Utah, of course Utah has an angle on this, doesn't he? Genius, the last player up for them, is still being active in this game. Now the circle did pop up north, so that means Veronica 7 have to leave their compound. Utah gonna find Sharp Shot again. Pixel and Page very, very low. The smoke, just the only thing really keeping them alive here is Artie. Art gonna find it's Chris, so Ascend, they've been playing around here with SSG a little bit, giving time for DK plus Kia to come around.
It's all these teams that have yet to make their way inside the circle that is trying to do as much as they possibly can with the little high ground they still have left to play with. They're going to sit up here for a good while. Now they find the knock. Now that's going to allow for Exalt to push on in. Same thing here for Falcons. They have stretched much closer though. Capitan, I think, well aware that he has Yuta inside that building, but with the smoke, he's able to make a run for it.
Yeah, Capitan keeping eyes on Utah, but they're all trying to keep eyes on Veronica 7. Unfortunately for Falcons, they can't keep him from pushing. Utah having to dance. Kilikai taking a few shots over in that direction. Brex will get taken out. And now Ascend down to 3. And you can see DK still with the great weapons.
Reverse, get back to safety. I think D Plus thought that they had a better position. I was kind of surprised by them stopping out there in the middle of the road. Thought they were better off than what they were, and finally realizing it. Famous P90 split for Django when you thought his arsenal couldn't get any better.
Sure, why not? Exalt still 4 players up, 7 kills for them. This could be a statement win for them. Trying to set themselves up for these final 2 games, and yet another care package drop going to come in the dead center. They're, well, cheating a little bit west of dead center of this circle. Veronica 7, they've managed to keep everybody alive, leaving. Falcons couldn't find an angle on that to really pressure them. So Veronica 7 playing from the south, still 4 up. But they have to worry about Exalt off to their west.
And they need a hell of a good game here to kind of kick into the Erangel matches. They haven't had the best Erangel so far, and currently sat in 13th. I mean, again, still just 1 good game away from a potential breach into the top 8. But I feel like the journey has to start now. They cannot let it come down to the final 2 games.
SSG still alive. They're in placement points. They're 3 up, but they are not really in a good position. Nobody really in a good position in this zone as we kind of just wait and see what happens. Kilikai gonna get spotted out by Maladoct. That'll be him going down, and I think SSG might just try to be playing it safe. Glaz, the grenade will land right on top of Art. And now Veronica 7, do you make the push. You've left Tosi to watch your north side.
Exactly.
Veronica 7 second-guessing themselves a little bit here. Now they're pushing.
Hesitant for sure, but there is being utility thrown by Exalt. Smokes being deployed, but now the flash is coming through. Glass is going to be the spearhead of this operation. They have Uber still on the other side now, spotted over there as well. Instantly connects the headshot as they push on through, and that is what we need to see out of V7. Great push, great takedown, nice positioning in the play altogether.
Really, really good stuff from V7 as they sent their trio to finish him off. Left Tosi to keep an eye on north. He's still in a good position here. Minuta is knocked, might be resable. I think he should be, yeah. And actually, Zhangu with a dirty little flank here for DK was going to find heaven.
Oh, that nade is on point. Captain finds the flush and the knock on to send it. The second one is going to be a bit short. And fortunately for D+, Falcons now being suppressed by Space Station, who is still alive somehow, despite the position they were in before, because D+ started dealing with Ascent for them. They have actually been allowed inside this next circle.
I think SSG just laid down and tried just waited it out until they had a little bit of a better opportunity to get involved in a fight, and now they're coming alive at the right time. Can they finish off DK? The res comes through, but the pressure's still on from SSG.
Trying to take down their Guardian Angels, and so far it's looking to be successful. Django still alive on the other side, and yes, he has crates for days, but he does not have the circle. I like the fact that Space Station, while looking towards D+ Kia, always has an eye uphill. They know that Falcons is set up here, and it's just a matter of time of when they're going to start going aggressive.
And this is the problem for Falcons as they got Veronica 7 creeping in from the south. As they wrap back around, they get the spray down, but don't get the knock. And that's going to open up a little bit of a room for your SSG here to maybe turn things around. Mika, though, with the last remaining snake from Ascend, he'll get spotted out. And the SSG should be able to res off of this.
The knock comes through, but no one really in a position to make a play off of it. I think D+ Kia right now worried about getting Django back to that position, and Falcons had a player knocked from V7 earlier, which doesn't allow for them to engage on Space Station either. So even though they get a player knocked, it really came in at the perfect time.
V7 doing a really good job of trying to take control of this lobby in the late game. They've got 7 kills already, and they've got Falcons in their sights. Capitan going to spot out Zhangu. And that'll be the flush coming through. So Falcons now 5 kills. They are climbing their way up the leaderboard here. They have just had a nose for the late game all day long today. Yeah. And it is still clicking for them in Vikendi. We'll see if they can keep it going in Erangel.
Also got to give credit to Yuta for staying alive. I think he was down to 1 when there were just about 5 players left. In the end, he will finally fall. Got the knock on to Zenith, though, before Page took him out, as we now make our way into our top 4. Americano prone, but spotted. Pixel forced to back off, though, as shots came in return.
SSG wants to finish off this DK duo here if they can. Falcons still looking over towards SSG, but they've got to be very, very nervous about their south side. And SSG, they're too nervous about Falcons to really commit to pushing over the top for this. So I don't think anybody really sitting on too much utility at this point in the game either.
Everyone is backing off, but everyone with so much to play for in this fight. They're all there on the cusp on the leaderboard. Now Space Station's Page finally able to once again take one down. If they can find Americano here, they would be off good, but Pixel has already fallen. The clutch does come through, but damage has been done in return.
Ooh, sharp shot, barely staying alive there as Guman had the angle on him, but he does not go down. Pixel will bleed out, it looks like. Americano getting credit for that one. Tosi going to find Emmy with a grenade, and now Falcons maybe on the back foot here a little bit as V7 starting to push in.
This is just casualties on all sides. The 3v2v2 now, as SSG, as you said, they got the circle control. They can, for now at least, just wait this one out, let these other teams wound one another. Perfect timing, though, from V7 as they peek on over. Guman able to get the knock, and right now, SSG can't do a whole lot about it. They're still off on the side, but they're starting to look further towards the south, potentially backfilling this push from V7.
V7 trying to make their way in. They can't afford to take a knock, and there it is. Glaz going to go down to Silzen. Silzen will get the flush as well. Tosi will finish it off, but it's a 2v2 for the win here in Vikendi. SSG manages to loot themselves up some proper gear, and they have control over the center dot.
Page, no vest, barely a helmet left to work with. Two really going to rely heavily on the P90 from Sharpshot. That nade is going to be close. It's going to be on point as Tosi falls down. Space Station really wanting to come out on top here. They were prone, they were on the edge. They had 3 teams trying to take them down. But right now they're looking good for a win. Guman spots one, shoots on over. Can't quite find the knock though.
Oh, Guman, so close. Another grenade will come through from Sharpshot. He's got that P90 in hand. They know exactly where he is. Page and Sharpshot have Guman pinned down, but they want to be very, very careful about not giving this man 2 1v1s with that AUG. That could be extremely dangerous.
You have the time. You have the best gun in the game for up-close fights. Do not allow for Guman to isolate these angles. They're trying to peek on the side. They're trying to get the off-angle pushes. And in the end, they will clean it up. The claps in the hands from Page. A space station comes out victorious in a game that was trying its hardest to get them eliminated.
And Roth actually getting Pixel to show a little excitement there. The SSG boys feeling it now after another win here on Vikendi. And that was a tough one for sure.
Absolutely insane finish on this one. Again, Vikendi, we had our doubts coming into it being brought into esports, but it continues to impress.
I mean, that was a brutal, brutal endgame circle, though. I mean, just absolutely nothing there. And, I mean, you got to give credit to SSG for showing the patience to know, hey, we're pinned down right now by multiple teams, but there's no way it's going to stay like that forever.
Well, let's hop on over to the desk now and break down the final Vikendi of this stage.
We're back at the end of the Vikendi match. SSG takes the win, but they couldn't have done it without a big finish performance. Well done from Page and Sharpshot getting together to win this thing in a 2v1. Let's take a look back at the highlights, because it was quite the journey. Yeah,
and I mean, it's Winter Wonderland. Page is feeling at home here.
He feels at home.
He just feels, there's just a little bit of a sauna that's needed. But yeah, this is a super interesting game. The pressure that Space Station Gaming was under from Ascent, I was sure they were going to crumble under it, but they survived. They managed to get 3 guys up, and they third-parted that last fight and managed to win the whole thing. That was just a crazy win overall. And I gotta say, I love the terrain in this area. It accommodates so many teams, and you can actually play from ridge to ridge, and in general, just really, really nice ending here.
And the Falcons, I mean, the Falcons got deep, but they did the right thing. They played a bear extermination. You saw them throughout this match, eliminating any bears that spawned in the area.
Right.
Because it's a tough, it's kind of a rural location. There is a lot of extra threats, and we'll leave it at that. Now, this is the part of the game where SSG, I think we thought, man, they're in shambles. What are they going to do right now? But they managed to keep grinding. They stayed low and slow, and they got into the end game where we start to see, honestly, it was the chaos here that opened the door for them to come in and make some plays.
It was. There's so many third parties, fourth parties going on here, and Page, of course, managing to finish the job in high fashion. And the way that the angle that they had and that he survived to get behind the shack there, that was just exactly perfect. Here, Pixel, and this is the most excited you'll see a Finnish guy ever. Like, he's loving life. He can't be much better.
But that's the rough equivalent to Roth's penguin dance when they win. A cracking of a small smile. But they played incredibly well. Welcome back to the desk. My name's Toffees. I'm joined by Avenger here to break down the action. SSG needed to do something. Yesterday, the first 3 games were kind of the last 3 is where they sort of stepped up. Maybe they're doing it again.
Yeah, I love it. And another team here that's going to be able to win 2 out of our 12 games. Impressive here. That's going to solidify themselves quite nicely in the top 8. And yeah, 2 more games to go. It's going to be Wrangle. It's going to be the steady match. I have high expectations from some of these teams here, but feels like it's going to be a rough one. V7 Funpin, though, a team in our bottom 8 top E's that's able to step up now, 11 kills and a 2nd place.
And Falcon's going to be able to sort of lock themselves up into that top 8 just a little bit more. And remember, this is the map you wanted to do it. Wrangle is a wonderful map, and we all know it very, very well. But that is a map that can sometimes be deeply unforgiving if you get a bad circle. So getting ahead now is important, and that's what the SSG boys did. Let's take a look at the winner chicken dinner team stats.
Yeah, and of course, it's Page. He finished the job, and he's ecstatic. Look at that picture. He is, I couldn't see a guy that's happier than him. That's classic Finnish style here. Oh, I love it. Love playing with this guy. And in general, this guy, being able to close the job off, this confident boost that's going to give this man, remember, he was on second place team when New Happy won the whole thing with Heroic, of course, so he has experience. And yeah, man of the match here is going to be a good patting on the back for him.
And I think that was that experience we saw at the end game. Let's take a look at the match
100%.
leaderboard, because it was. He was patient. He stayed behind the shack. You know that they were communicating well. It was gorgeous. Veronica 7, Fun Pin comes out with 17 points because they did manage to get 11 freaking kills on that game, because they were up in the chaos. They were up in that mountain a lot of that time, taking fight after fight. SSG had to hide for a while to sort of get it equalized. Then we saw D plus Kia also with some big moves. Let's look at the overall leaderboard. Pero, you know, whatever. You guys advance. We're going to leave you alone. Genius happy at 77. D plus Kia is going to be, I think, pretty safe at 75.
Top 3 safe.
Gen G seems like they're doing pretty well. Falcons and SSG, that was a huge climb. But it's not over just yet. 2 games left to play. Veronica 7, PLM, Howl, Exalt, maybe
chase.
even E36. You think still in this chase?
9 points for V7.
Yeah.
11 for Purple, and then it starts to get a little bit of rocky because, like, you need to have huge games.
Right.
We know now that our top 8 teams, they're going to be like, all right, we need to get our guaranteed points here. So I feel like they're going to be able to put up their, 3, 4, 5, 6 points per game. And they, like, that's their sole focus, right? Get those flushes. Don't make any kind of flashy plays. Just make sure you get those steady points, and you're going to be able to solidify yourself. And also, with a 9-point gap down to 9, it just feels pretty certain. Like, you're going to have to put up 9 points plus whatever these guys are getting per game, right? So you need to have a big game. They need to basically win a game. Purple Mood, Howl, and of course, Presume.
Point being, you have to beat the vacuum, and you got to expect those teams on the bottom to sort of play super careful, I mean, that's what we saw from SSG. They recovered. They lost Roth. They lost 2 on we thought they were out. They laid down. They waited for the points. They were looking for placement, I think, initially, and then turned it into something more. So with only 2 games left to play in the grassy patches of Erangel, it is still open for the race to the top 8. The bottom 8 get tickets to go home. Who's it going to be? We'll find out after this.
Unleash my shopping spree.
Duty-free from big brands.
At all King Power stores and King Power online.
It's possible. Enjoy great selections, promotions, and privileges.
The power of possibilities. King Power.
Hanuman's forces have set up their barrier. They are waiting for sunrise before they release their guard.
Very good. With my magic, the night will turn. Enemies beware. Mayara is coming for you.
ยืนหนึ่งมันไม่ง่ายแต่ไม่ยากที่จะทำแค่ตั้งใจและสนุกกับมัน
เท่าแก่น้อยตอบโจทย์ทุกไลฟ์สไตล์แบรนด์สาหร่ายยอดขายอันดับ 1
ถ้าสาหร่ายต้องเท่าแก่น้อย
Here's the weather update for the Rondo area. And from the Rondo region, if you've been yearning for the sun after yesterday, please check your flight schedules to ensure your travel plans.
Why did you come to Rondo? Stand your ground.
It's only a perfect victory when the whole team lives. I know where he's going.
We have one important rule in our team: stay for life on the edge, and you have a really good game. Yeah, food, eat. Spicy?
Yes, it is spicy.
It is?
Yes.
Good, but it's spicy.
On a LAN tournament, just gently punch him and tell him, nah. Online, we don't have disagreements. We are a good team.
ก็ฝากติดตามพวกเราภูมิสปอร์ตด้วยนะครับเพราะว่าพวกเราจะทำให้เต็มที่ที่สุดครับแล้วก็ฝากดูดักแมนด้วยนะครับว่าเขาจะเก่งขนาดไหน
Just 2 Erangles stand between us and elimination of half this lobby. Welcome back to PGC 2023. The losers bracket are about to be rounded out. I'm Toby, joined by Porosaurus.
Hey.
And Poro, oh my lord, are we in for an interesting one here. SSG on screen, out with a win in the last weekendy.
And it was obviously a very important win for them, but you know, we saw that leaderboard as close as it's been all day. There's a little bit of separation now between 8th and 9th here. 4 AM currently sitting at 62 points in 8th place.
Yep.
Veronica 7 in 9th with 53. So about a 9 to 10 point differential there. But look, Veronica 7, Purple Mood, Howl, Exalt, E36, all still well within reach of catching 4 AM. They cannot afford to go down without any points.
I don't like to count teams out until the very end, but if you're in the bottom 3 right now, miracles need to strike twice in order for you to make your way on through, and I'm hoping for it. I love to see these wild things happen, but in the end it's going to be up to the players to make those things happen, and well, we might as well kick off Erangel now and see if they're able to do that.
Yes, indeed, and we are... spoilers, Toby. We've got a plane that is just hugging this southern coast, and there you go. You can see the spoil now.
We haven't actually, come to think of it, had a whole lot of military action, and I wouldn't be...
one game all
yeah, exactly.
So
I wouldn't be too mad to see that be a case again. We've had a lot of western circles, a couple of northern ones too, but south and east has been pretty quiet when it comes to these Erangel games.
Very chill, very relaxing. Now, the question that I have is... You know, obviously we're in game 11 of 12. I expect this one to probably play out about as normally as an Erangel would. Once we get into 12 of 12, though, that is where you start worrying a little bit. especially for our teams on the cut line.
You sure do, and that's the thing, right? Because I'm not too worried about bottom teams just strolling and getting the last game over with. There's a lot of prize money still to be had by climbing that leaderboard. The difference between 16th and 9th is $7,000. I mean, that's I know in the grand scheme of the total prize pool, it might not seem like a lot, but that's a lot of extra money to be able to bring home between the four of you.
Absolutely. Well, we still have a few seconds left before we see where the circle is going to go, and it looks like all of our teams are playing nicely, at least for now. Petrichor Road and Veronica 7, close together up there near Razak, but that's no different than they have typically been so far. And okay, no Millie Island for us. We're going up towards Yaz.
Yeah, a little bit of varied terrain, unless, of course, if we just quadruple hard shift towards the northwest. So we'll see at 4 a.m. a team right now in, I would say, pretty desperate need of a good game going. The team on the cusp in 8th. If they can get something going off of having just gotten themselves the first circle.
You see a little trailer in the little mini trailer over there for Rondo. Just a reminder that that is going to be coming out on December 6th, so something to look forward to once the tournament is through.
16 hours after I land, I get to play Rondo. This is going to be woohoo!
We're not going to talk about how close it is to when I land. I don't even know if I'll be home by then.
You'll be home the week after. Yeah. I like to think I have a hard time having to travel from Denmark all the way to Thailand, but then I hear some of you guys from across the pond, as they say.
It's a bear.
It's a...
No, why did I say that?
You were the one saying we couldn't do... Okay, you know what? Now, free reigns.
All right.
I'm not gonna fall down that trap.
I did not do that intentionally. All right. It is a rough flight. And P.O. kind of by himself over here, but he sniffed that out. Okay. Lorena just gets roasted by the M16.
And again, I mean, Shenji Shenlong, while, of course, there's a reason they're in the losers bracket, they didn't put together a perfect group stage. But even then, I feel like I saw moments in that group stage where they looked like they had figured things out. They looked like the communication between one another was good. Their fights they were taking, led by Boliang, seemed to be on point. But ever since we made our way into the losers bracket, they've just gone back to seeming... I feel like Lost is taking it too far, but we rarely ever see them in a position for where when they get shot at, there's a player there to trade if things go against them. They never really seem to be ready for the fights that they do end up being forced to take. And I think Lorena, for his sake, today alone, that's the 3rd time he goes down before the 10-minute mark.
Well, Sixel going to take... loss right there. A reminder once again, PMA playing with only 3 today. So that is why you see them missing a player. And also a reminder that this is the game. The first team that gets wiped in this match. Once that happens, we'll be showing a code for some more G coins. So make sure you're paying attention closely. Make sure you have your client booted up and make sure you are ready to type in that code.
Gotta be fast.
Gotta be very fast.
Very fast, as a matter of fact.
Speedy.
By the time Power is done reading it out, it might just be too late.
It might be. You never know. Well, Petrichor Road getting a little bit close here to Veronica 7 in rotation. A couple of shots coming out, but nothing too terribly serious, it doesn't seem, as Veronica 7 will just take the compound and Pero will just hang out on top of volcanoes. We get to see a little bit of highlight reel from Veronica 7.
Again, Veronica 7 showing us that they are definitely capable of taking fights when need be, but also I feel like even with this highlight reel showing us that sometimes the kills they do come by a little more chaotically than what they would probably prefer. In the meantime now though, Pio, well, he already wounded the team and now he's going to find one more blow to get the 3rd, almost initially, will find him in the end. And now it's just Boliang left alive. Sean Yang from down the hillside finds him, and Genji annihilates Shenyi Shenlong.
Remember Pio? Remember that guy? Yeah, he's still good. 800 G coin for your troubles.
174. Calm down, Pio. Calm down. Calm down.
YSASLS475W9M. See, I'm trying to read the code, and you're yelling at the people. They want to hear the code, Toby.
Okay. Sorry.
You're welcome. Yeah.
I'll just be quiet now.
I've just earned myself another bear joke.
I feel like that was the bear joke, so now that one is...
I came into PGC preloaded, buddy. I'm ready to go. I watched Frozen about 15 times, too. I've been getting all my jokes ready for Vikendi. That is literally the only prep that I did for this tournament.
While there is a rabbit hole there that I would be willing to jump into under normal circumstances, I will keep my cool and avoid it altogether. Interforce scouting their way forward and hopefully noticing that positive mental attitude. PMA is set up there on that northern side. The thing is, PMA is doing everything they can to not give away that information. So Interforce, a team who again sat down there in the cup in the position from where they need 2 really good games back to back to make their way on through. They cannot afford taking casualties here, but at the same time, you can't really fault them if they don't read this, because there is quite literally nothing to read.
There really isn't. Here we get to see a little bit of replay of Pio's heroics. The first kill come through, the second one, look at this, just nasty sprays with those barrels, peeking around the tree. Songjiang in a perfect position to help his teammate, as well as Sixel just gets dispatched.
Completely and utterly torn apart. As Ascent now doing what Ascent does best, taking their time, playing it slow up towards Pachinki they go. As honestly, they might just want to wrap all the way north around in this one. Could backfill on Genius all the way over Everest, scout up from there, and then go all the way up towards Severnian Stall. But wouldn't be too unlike them to do a wide wrap towards the northern side of this one.
Yeah, looks like Purple Mood lost Duckmans as he got a little bit too close to DK plus Kia's, D plus Kia's. DK plus Kia.
There's a lot of cars in that name.
Yeah, there's a lot of cars in that thing. Unfortunately, Duckmans couldn't see any of them, and he just tried to pull right on up. Zenith going to be the one that takes the kill away from there. So Purple Mood now, they've got a lot of work cut out of them, out for them to get into this top 8, and they're going to have to do it without Duckmans now.
Yep, it's not going to make things any easier at all, considering where they're currently set on the leaderboard. In the meantime, over towards Gen G we go. 2 chicken dinners so far, averaging over 4 points per, or 4 kills per game, I should say. Not exactly too shabby. A performance that I'm worried for Gen G they won't be able to replicate in the last chance. Well, of course, depending on which teams they're going to be going up against, but we've seen them on that edge. Right now, they're playing very comfortably, considering that they know they are one of the stronger edge teams here. But if we look into what currently is the winner's bracket, I mean, the winner's bracket has a stack of good edge teams that I think Gen G will have trouble going up against.
Well, if you're a Gen G fan, the positive thing I could say is that this is probably the most comfortable I've seen Gen G play in forever. I mean, they look like they are in their element. They are pushing into fights. They're being aggressive. They're playing their game. They're not just responding to what's happening around them. It's been a lot of fun to watch, at least through these losers brackets. Hopefully they can find a way to bring that with them to the next phase, because it's been just a joy to watch.
Sure has been. Sure has been. EXO splitting wide and far between one another out towards the eastern side of the circle. They're kind of sat together, like split similarly to SSG. Only difference being that SSG sticks to their 2-2s and EXO set a little more 4-man split. So should shots come through, I don't imagine there being a big pull up in a 4-way fight, simply because of the fact that they're sat pretty far between one another.
See Purple Mood pulling into the Hall of Fame, which will soon have another edition.
Updated
after this tournament there, Toby. We'll see who will get their name immortalized in there, as we see Emmy scouting out Exalt. No shots coming through just yet, and I doubt we'll see it because the rest of the boys for Falcons still making their way over from shooting range.
I was just going to say, Emmy was scouting far. I was going to say, Emmy was scouting far. He didn't realize Uber was right down below him. I thought for a second maybe he saw Uber, but then I was like, why is he not shooting at him? He's caught him right in the open, but never realized that he had a player right down below him.
Always be careful about how long you scope in. Make sure you look at what's close to you first, as we see where the next zone will take us. All right, let's get a little Yaz south of Yaz Fields action in, sir.
Yeah, watching Veronica 7. They're the 9th right now on the leaderboards. They want a good game here, so they don't rely fully on the last one, and they have currently got 9 points to catch up to 4YM, who has sat right ahead of them. So we'll see if they can get something going here in the second to last game. Purple Mood in the meantime going full speed forward. They want to claim us into position, but Xiaopian is already there.
Sending it, you see the mini-map already. As you said, it's been occupied by 4 a.m. The shots come through from PLM. It's not going to matter. Xiaopian going to find Fluky, picks him right out of the seat. And now Purple Mood have to send it over towards the ditches. But they've got Petrichor Road just off to their side. Oh no, the first ditch wasn't enough. You're going to send it into the second. Oh, Chewy will go down. There it is. Chewy has a tire print on his forehead, and he knows he can see it in the camera.
I mean, Chewy is not a tall guy, but had he been just an inch taller, that would have been his head torn off. You saw the coaches there from Purple Moon, of course, not satisfied with this one here. Again, I mean, I don't even mind the fact that they try to go aggressive, but
well, you had a trench. It was open.
Yeah.
Why go to the second one? I don't know. It's just that over rotation. We've seen it happen so much, Toby.
Yep.
And a lot of very good teams have been guilty of it here so far in this tournament. This time it's going to be Purple Mood. Oh
no! That is just worst timing possible. That nade will be the downfall of PMA as well, and Petrichor. While the other one, there was a chance of a fight brewing. PMA had pretty much taken it themselves down before anything happened. They're just laughing this one off. They're already in first place, and they're being spoon-fed kills by the second.
I mean, that's a pretty good mood if you're playing and you're just cracking up laughing every time the camera cuts over to you. Chewy having a good old time down there as Petrichor Road picks up their 5th kill of the match already. 97 points, first place in the lobby, firmly secured. Not that it really matters as far as placement. First place in this is top 8 is all that's really important.
And it's going to open up for an interesting conversation once we get closer to this last chance that the top 8 here will be playing, because you're going to have a top 8 here that surely didn't do well in group stage, but they're coming into last chance as winners of that losers bracket. The guys they're going to be going up against are going in as losers from the winners bracket. So if there's a time to build up that momentum, this is all teams that finally started playing well that are going up against teams who now started playing worse. So a warm Petrichor, even though they're going to have a 2-day rest after this one, a warm Petrichor, they might just be better off actually qualifying through from losers bracket into last chance than falling short in winners.
That is going to be a heck of a debate for everybody on Reddit and in the chat and on the analyst desk, because man, there's just no wrong answer really. It's a tough decision. We see Exalt on that north side just kind of have that high ground looking in. Now Gen G taking a really wide wrap in the blue off to the west. They're going to be coming in from this north side here pretty soon, and fortunately for them, there's a lot of real estate left for them to make their way into.
1.5 city endings so far today, if we don't count Ouyang and like a proper city ending. Does this have anything to do with Yasnaya? 5 seconds and now. Let's wait and see. Does 4 AM get it, or do they not? Well, there's a chance.
Okay.
I don't know how I do this. It's pretty impressive. Though.
I mean,
my
look,
track record is getting pretty good at this point.
It is, and it's annoying. And the lake, it's got to pull away from the lake too, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to swing south.
It's going to swing south.
Southeast.
Yaz is going to be a big part of that. Okay, well, cool. EXO already inside the city itself. They're going to take a few shots at 4 AM as they make their way into the southwestern corner of Yaz. It's a place where we see people play from quite a bit. Just to make sure that they get eyes on pretty much the whole of the circle. Petrichor Road just going to use that opportunity to backfill 4 AM. And we still got a number of teams off to the south making their way in. I got to imagine Gen G is feeling fantastic about how this thing turned out.
Oh, yeah. They will still have to cross the bridge most likely eventually. But for now, they're going to be sat here waiting for, I don't want to say guaranteed placement points, but close there too, as Xiaopian is able to take Eichslift. And they get a knock on him, but now there's bigger trouble at hand here. Cloris, full speed forward, finds Janku.
D plus Kia, they decided that they want to have this compound. Cloris and the rest of the boys holding fast for the time being. The smokes get laid down, but they don't bloom in time. Americano just crashing the door down as DK plus, where DK wants to take their spot away. Yuta, nice spray from him though, as Zest providing some support as well. The blue zone grenade should be enough to finish off Menuda unless he can climb out. Oh, I think he's just out.
Great overview of this fight happening as we see the double stacked blue zone nades being thrown on in, forcing them out. You cannot heal through it. They will dissipate again though. But a great overview. We saw there. Yuta is really trying to get back and help out his teammates. But V7 on one side, 4 AM on the other. So limited for him what he can do. And now forced to go with the vehicle, try to pull up on this one and come to the aid of his teammates.
And yeah, now you got Falcons arriving as well. So this fight needs to come to a conclusion as quickly as possible for both of these teams. Menuda not going to get revived here. So he's going to go down. Surti knocked very low, and right now it feels like both of these teams just uncomfortable neighbors as they can't really play around the outside. They can't really maneuver and take this fight the way they would want to because pretty much everybody around them is shooting them. Falcons, 4 a.m., all getting involved.
This is an awkward stalemate that I think both these two teams now just kind of have to commit to, both of them losing 2 players. And while you have D+ and G both in the top of the leaderboard, again, of course, still want to play this one smart all the way through to the end. These are the last 2 games they're going to get before their last chance qualification. Here we see the knock onto Eichslift. Oh, unlucky timing. Fortunately for him, while he was mid-vault, actually fell back into the building. He was in the middle, I think, of vaulting out of the building. But fortunately for him, Xiaopian knocked him before he was halfway through that animation.
Yeah, it looked like actually still got flushed out somehow. Not sure how. So yeah, Pero down to just 3. There's speaking of uncomfortable neighbors, Hal and E36 right next to each other. The second the circle arrives, Howell tries to peek up over the top. They'll find Pure Boy. That'll be the first knock, but now here comes the inevitable return of 500 grenades from E36.
Oh, and they're on point too. Ruin runs straight into it. That's a double down. Let's see if Lhasa and Schofield has anything to say in return. They want to get the rest of Sun up. They're going to have 42 seconds to find them too, but they need to force E36 away, and Sylvia looks like he wants to make an aggressive play here.
Yeah, Sylvia just a little bit off, though, with the utility. So Hal may have time to get at least one of these reses. He's eating a lot of blue damage here. And for not really much of any reason. I think he might be trying to loot Pure Boy. Pure Boy might have more utility on him. Is K going to find Schofield? Schofield finds Star-Lord. The Mad peeking through the smoke will find Key. And that's another knock coming through. Laza will get Ruin back on his feet and back into the smoke. But Sylphia coming out of the blue zone, again, super low. And E36 just gets dismantled.
Mistakes being made, and I think Howell very, very happy that that's the case. They had 2 players down. They had a chance to push on through. They knew that they had to take this fight in order to get anything done. And despite that, indecisiveness is what gets the better of them.
Yeah, not sure what E36's plan there was, but it did not pay off. As we see Americano holding a flashbang off in the distance. There's Genius still slowly making their way through. Yuta just going to hold the angle. Zenith, flashbang ready. We'll try to push through. He doesn't have support, though. He's got to be careful about this. The Kia boys will have to just push back to avoid the double blue. Zenith aggressively pushing forward, gets 1, but will go down to the blue grenade. And now the flashbangs come through. Americano gets him low, but doesn't get the knock.
Has a nade to work with, still ups, not to go for it. Here comes the push on through. Americano finds the first, doesn't get more. The second one does come through, but not in time. And now neither, fortunately, I guess you can say for Genius, is V7, Falcons and Gen G all nearby, but neither of them with a chance to make a pull-up because Gen G is now taking the fight to Falcons.
Yeah, they should have full time to reset off of this as Gen G and Falcons are squaring up. Silzen in the tower will most likely go down. It looks like the rest of the Falcons boys are pulling away from this, and they're just going to go ahead and give him up. Not really any way for them to revive him. Gen G now kind of holding on to that Western. Look at Exalt. Exalt swimming across the river from the, and I don't think Gen G has any idea to expect this. Now, Ascend is shooting off in the distance, so Ascend knows, but Gen G might not.
They were set up on that northern side for the longest time, and Ascend were actually the ones to try and contain them, prevent them from getting inside the circle. So nice play from Exalt, who again, not in a hurry either. Roth here from inside the city finds Rip. That's the first of many kills to come if Space Station wants to make it out of this city alive.
All right, circle's about to collapse while this fight continues. And it is going to cut down to the south. Veronica 7 getting a little bit of compound love once again. Space Station will find Rip. They'll avoid the return utility for the time being, but they've got a lot of work to do. They've got to make their way out of this city, finish this fight, and somehow get across the field.
I like the fact that they're trying to take the fight here. They know that if they go further towards the west, 4 AM will be there ready to engage on them too. And Petrichor now from the southern side starts chiming in. Monty, first one knocked down. They already lost Rip, so just 2 left alive for Exo, trying to make something happen. Akita will commit to the rest. Should be possible as well, because I don't think SSG has any angles on them. Roth, though, cooking a nade, priming it, lobbing it forward, and that's the re-knock onto Akita.
Nicely done. Sharp shot pushing forward. He knows he's low. He'll spot him out, and that'll do it for EXO as they go down in 11th place. 3 kills now for SSG, but the job's only half done.
Yeah.
As 4AM has started to creep over in this direction to try to see if they can find angles onto SSG as well.
Page fell earlier, a heavy-hitting player that you would want to have in your arsenal for an up-close fight. Crazy, though, stood upstairs with a FAMAS in hand, spots one in the open, that's Roth. Fortunately for him, has a little bit of cover to work with. Crazy has 4 nades, not opting to go with any of them now. Lobs on over, but will Roth get the first hit off in time? Yes, he will.
Oh, bounces way too far.
Pixel.
Crazy going to go down to Pixel. Nice little spray from him. And now 4AM, they left 2 to kind of keep track of SSG. And now Zepion going to have to pull away. Crazy just going to bleed out. Ascend, meanwhile, have made their way to a ridge line, slowing utility back and forth between themselves and Exalt. Exalt ducking and diving inside the gas station, trying to stay alive.
Exalt needed more space. Now they can't find it. They're committed to making a play here, driving through the blue zone, through the smoke, trying to go full speed forward, up towards Gen G. They go for Gen G is shooting at Ascend. Now they get out of the vehicle. What can they do from here? They still have 3 alive. Somehow they're out of the car, but 2 fall. Now it's just Uba left alive.
Uba is going to go down as well. Exalt, no good position, no good options for them really there, and they just had to send it to the wide open field and hope that they could maybe win that fight against Ascend. Meanwhile, 4AM has left Yesnaya, and they're pulling up right on Genius's doorstep.
Yeah, trying to lay low for the time being. They know that they have they've dealt with their business side of the circle. Now they disengage, they let other teams fight. Issue is, they let Space Station stay in the city alive, and now they have to survive them coming out.
Well, fortunately for 4AM, Petrichor Road's doing them a little bit of a favor here by taking shots at SSG. They're going to get the knock onto Roth right there, as SSG is basically just pinned in here. Not really much they can do. And now Gen G and Ascend pull into the same ridgeline. Gen G goes down just like that. Where were they going?
I feel like there was a time to make that play, and that time was when Exalt did the same thing. Instead, they waited it out. That allowed for Ascend to reset, and Ascend will gladly welcome those points with open arms.
Okay, well, there you go. Gen G taking down Ascend, now climbing the leaderboard a little bit more, as we see our circle once again favoring Veronica 7. Petrichor Road now finally have to leave their sniper tower. They've got 4AM pinned down inside some ridges. They will find Bobo, and they actually find a little bit of an angle on his Zepion right there. Won't get the knock, though.
7 kills for Petrichor already, looking to see if they can find even more. And for Veronica 7, I mean, yes, they have the position. Yes, they're going to be alive for a little while longer. But right now, should they fall, that's a 2-point game. They have. The thing is, yes, the compound is great, but it's very limited what you can really engage on from there. So if the next circle shifts away, and we might lose 1 or 2 of these teams. Falcons has to take a fight to Ascend, and Howl, I mean, they have a spot inside the circle. So probably top 5 guaranteed for Veronica 7, but they really want to go out and find some more kills. Instead of playing on the buildings, play on the walls. Try and see if you can get more going, because you still have 11 points up to 4AM, who is still alive in this game as well.
And same goes for Howl as well, doesn't it? They're right behind Veronica 7 by only 1 point. Now 3 kills in the bag already for Howl. They still got 4 alive, although Ruin gets spotted out by Heaven there. They do have a vehicle, so they might be able to reset here as Chewy, the grenade falls very close, but Howl, quick feet, quick thinking, get on the move once again, will avoid taking any damage.
Just exactly touching and weaving. You see the Mad running side to side. Last staying alive too, but their arsenal is simply too big. Meng will find Matt with the nade, and with the smokes fading, don't imagine them being able to get the rest up, at least not for now. New smokes are being deployed though, and no, not gonna happen. I think that was knock number 3 on Matt as Molly's came in as well.
And Schofield got left behind as well to bleed out with the blue approaching. Ruin gets knocked very low. Ming down to 50 HP himself. Chewy as well. They'll have to retreat just long enough to get a little bit of a heal off, as Schofield will get taken away by Heaven. So that's another point picked up by V7.
I mean, this situation couldn't be any worse for V7 and Howl. With 1 game left to play, all the teams in the lobby still are teams that are ahead of them. If they don't collect points here, that gap will be even bigger coming into that final match.
Well, Falcons have crashed onto the compound with V7, and Petrichor Road decided to crash into Howl.
Okay.
And it's not paying off for them as 2 knocks immediately come through. Ming now the last player up. Ruin going to try to take him through the window, and he gets it. Howl, 6 kills.
Just 2 alive, but able to take out the Titan of this server anyway. Petrichor falls as they not only get kills, but placement points with it too.
And with that, Howl has jumped over Veronica 7 as Ascend trying to, actually Veronica 7 getting pressed from both sides really. 3 up now for them as Falcons on their south side, slowly trying to find these angles. Ascend, meanwhile, will stop down and get the res on their fallen teammate Brex. 7 kills for Ascend.
We're in a situation now where Howl has done what they had to do. They've cleared their side circle, though, and luckily for them, shifts away, and they have to move again. Capitan has gone out to the shack, and Falcons are playing this one on the southern side, so they have to be very much aware, which you can see they are Emmy instantly looking towards the east. They know Howl, the next ones to have to make a play, and Draft is looking that way too. They are the team on the hunt. They are the team that you have to deal with. V7 is not going to push you. They're too comfortable inside that compound.
Oh yeah, Howl is definitely the danger for the time being. 4 a.m. slowly crawling their way into the zone. HSM already there. And now Bobo Zipian going to join him. Genius still have to leave their compound. 4 a.m. knows it. They're waiting to see if they can strike at the appropriate time here, while Ascend is also looking off to the north. So Genius in a lot of trouble.
4 a.m. knows for a fact that as long as you're not seeing Falcons pick up Howl players, there's a very good chance that they're currently on their way in 4 a.m.'s direction. So loving the fact that they're really just proning down, waiting this one out. They know that there's a little extra confrontation to be to kind of be avoided before they can spread out and take control the way that we know 4 a.m. likes to play it.
Like the move from Falcons, sending Capitan across the street early on. And I don't think Hal ever saw that. So if they do push that direction, doesn't look like they are, though. They're going to send it north, and they're going to make a wide wrap. We'll see where they end up. They might be pushing right into 4 a.m. They're actually going to get a little bit closer. There you go. They find a spot for themselves. Nicely done.
Absolutely huge rotation. Issue is within Nate range. Now on the other side, one more Nate should do it. As Laza Brone's down, it's not going to matter. That one is right on point. Ruin, though, somehow survives the barrage.
Capitan will finish off Laza, and Ruin will go down to Bobo. And Hal is eliminated in 6th place, but the damage has been done. Hal putting themselves even closer to 4 a.m. Now 4 a.m. has to be on the clock, trying to collect as many kills as possible. They have to know the leaderboard, and they will find another knock here.
Yep, well aware that Veronica 7 is still in this match too, so cannot give up here at all. 400 damage done from Bobo, but needs to do even more as Mika helps out a little bit. Utah taken down. There's just one more left alive on the side of Genius.
Ace taking away potential kills here from 4 a.m. That grenade could be right on the money. Indeed it is. Zest will somehow stay alive. But that is going to be another kill picked up for Ascend as 4 a.m. now have to leave. They have to make their way across the street with this new zone pop.
Yep, sure do. Killikai's inside the circle. He's waiting this one out again. Circle just centering right down on top of Veronica 7. Wouldn't have it any other way. And they've weathered the storm here. They've stayed alive. 3 points guaranteed for them off of placements alone. But of course, they're looking for more. They want to get within top 8 off of this game. Issue is 4 a.m. is still alive, and so are Falcons, the 2 teams they're currently hunting.
This is going to be so rough for them to try to get kills from this position as well, because, I mean, everybody knows exactly where they are. They're not going to give them any easy peaks here or anything. So 2 kills already, 9 for Ascend, and he'll finish off Zest. And that'll be another one as HSM gets a knock on the Brex.
Exactly.
But not going to be able to get the flush. But that should open up a door for 4 a.m. to get across the road.
Exactly. HS has crossed. After that knock came through, they know they've cleared with the north. And as you can see here, 4 a.m. not really too eager to just full speed send it towards the west, because then they might get backfilled from the other side. HSM, though, instantly takes down Killiaguy. He got it back on his feet, but it's taken down once more as he tries to wrap further towards the west. They do have Mika out here on the side, but he's forced to prone down.
Mika, the last player up here for Ascend, as Killiaguy was going for the res on the Brex. That'll go into the bag for HSM, and Killiaguy most likely will as well. V7 just are forced to just play turtle up inside this building. There's not really anything they can do as they hear all these points being gathered around them. They have to look now and just say, look, we have to get the win. At this point, that's the only thing that'll be worth it.
And 2 late games combined, very different fashion here from Veronica 7. Last game on Vikendi, they were brawling their way through the open fields, just short of a win against Space Station Gaming. This time around, sure, the circles have been with them, but there's still an end game close quarter fight to be had for a win.
I tell you, man, Ascend has been absolutely blazing today. I think this is multiple games now with double-digit kills. And they have looked fantastic. Complete turnaround from the group stages where things started a little bit slow, but they seem to have gotten their footing.
Veronica 7, if they win this game and come up into the 70 points, look at this, 8th, 7th, 6th, just a couple of points apart, and all these teams are going to be fighting for the last spot now, though. Bobo spots Mika on the flank. Again, keep in mind that he's going to be very open to Veronica 7 on the top floor of that building, so that's why he's prone down. Can't aggressively peek back in the direction of 4 AM, because as soon as he does, Tulsi from up high will see him.
All right, Mika creeping in slowly. Just keeping eyes on those windows, keeping eyes on those corners, waiting for the inevitable peek from Falcons. He'll just go down and give away the not give away the point. And that'll be our top 3 now, a 3v3v3, Toby.
And the teams 9th, 7th, and 6th, this could not be any closer.
Veronica 7 stands to gain so much from a victory here, but it's going to be hard as the dot is going to be right in the middle of all 3 compounds, essentially. So you got to wonder, how much utility does V7 have? How much utility do any of these other teams really still have left, as they've been making their way across this wide open field?
Both Falcons and 4AM can solidify their position in the top 8 off of a win here. Veronica 7 need it in order to get close. This is going to be oh so exciting. 3v3v3 trios galore, as now smokes are starting to be deployed. Teams are starting to maneuver their way out into the open.
Ooh, Human has to pull back from that window. The smoke comes through. Give it time to bloom here. Capitan finding some angles, but Heaven will trade him down. He's going to get the knock on the Guman. Heaven will get the knock and the flush on the Capitan, so that's at least another point in the pocket of Veronica 7, as they have time to stop down and revive their fallen teammate. 4 AM still spreading out on this northern side, trying to find angles onto Falcons.
Keep jammer packs in mind as well. They'll be able to tank a couple of hits. They'll be able to allow for players to wrap around in the blue, even if it's on them. Shots now coming through once more as HSMM finds one. Emmy down. Falcons down to just one player, and I don't think there's any way for him to get out alive, but 4AM holding strong despite that those Xiaopian falls.
Draft King bleeding out inside. He's going to go down, and just like that, I think it is Funpin. V7 somehow wins it. I'm not even sure how. They don't even know how. But somehow 4 AM goes down.
They're as confused as we were. I could not call that before we saw it on the screen. And V7 laughing it off. Sigh of relief as they come up victorious. Drapkin found the double as they ran on out, but one was left behind, and he tanked the blue for a split second longer than Drapkin. Poro off of this game. We are in for an insane final match.
Oh man, I gotta the crazy thing about this, I don't know how many of those kills Veronica 7 even got. I don't know if they got any. I think they just might have outlasted.
I have no clue. It all happened so fast. In a blink of an eye, 5 players were dead. What a finish. Last spot in this one is by no means guaranteed.
All right, well, let's throw it over to our analyst desk to set us up for our final game of the day.
We said it was going to get crazy, and we kept our promise. Veronica 7 Funpin comes out with the win. How many were still up? How many kills did they have? I don't know. I don't even know who got second place, because the end of that match was wild. Let's take a look back at the highlights.
Yeah, it was crazy. And also the start for PU to pop off like that.
Yeah.
In general, this ending, though, it's a little bit of a bait and switch for the Yasnaya ending that we were talking about we wanted, but then it ended out in the fields there. But yeah, in a case where 4AM actually managed to get in to Yasnaya, take the corner, and actually survive 3 guys, get that out, and get that many points that they got, that was kind of impressive to me. It was not like a hard fought for points that they managed to get. V7 Funpin, they managed to hold on to that compound for a while, get a few kills here and there, but I wanted to see more aggression for them, to be honest. I wanted to see a little bit more control in the compound. They let Falcons get a little bit too close for comfort, in my personal opinion.
Yeah, I think the Falcons being there underneath that sort of gorge and giving them a small house after they moved to the stack did let them get a little too close. And I think it may have it didn't cost them at the end of the day, right? They still got the win, but it got a little tight there. It got a little squeaky at the end. All right, here we go.
He's not playing anymore.
A lot of teams trying to close the gap, and this is I loved what we saw there by the gas station. A lot of teams trying to find space.
Draft
and here is
actually
the
did
ending.
get 2 of them.
Draft got 2.
Draft
I thought
got
so.
2 of them. Yeah, it was just in the last second of.
That's big news for the Falcons. Like those extra 2 points are going to be huge.
because it's just Nux. Because it was on V7. Yeah, it was V7.
Well, that was very confusing.
Yeah.
Well, I love that. And you know what? We're going to get a second to look at that leaderboards. We'll see exactly how the points played out in just a second. Welcome back to the desk. My name is Toffees. I'm joined by Avenger here as we break down the action. And that game was action-packed, but here's what I liked about it. The end, it was a chess match. The beginning was chaos. And the reason for that is the teams in the bottom, we said they got to make moves. By phase 5, 11 through 16 were dead.
Yeah.
But that's because they had put in they were trying. They were looking for fights. I cannot fault them for taking those risks. Let's look at the top 4 though instead of thinking about the bottom 5.
V7 Funpin, of course, here in first place. The 10 points from the win and the 7th gonna gather them 17 ascent. 10 kills, impressive. They died kind of early.
Great day.
But 4 only had 6. Pero, of course, ended out earlier on, but Falcons did not have that many points. Even though they got a lot of high placement, they did not get that many kills. It's going to be Heaven with 6 of those 7 kills. That's probably going to be our man of the match, though, with 520 damage.
Heaven running around with a V7-shaped backpack right now as he absolutely went crazy. But I should say that gently because Tosi, on the other hand, 1 kill, 755 damage. Tosi is working really well in congruence with Heaven, but Heaven definitely the man of the match as he comes away with those bigger points.
That's good to see the PGS 1 superstar levels Heaven again here. And of course for them to make a final run for it in our second to last game here, a penultimate match as one of my friends like to say.
Matches.
Yeah, I love that. But he, in general here in this case for Heaven, for him to pop off and for them to make a run for it, this is going to mean we're probably going to have, it looks like it's going to be a 9-horse race. And it's going to be like 3 or 4 teams that's going to be fighting over that last kind of spot.
So we'll take a match leaderboard. What we really want is to get some time with that overall leaderboard because it's going to come down to the last match. V7 loving with 17.
And Falcons only won. Those 7 points here, is it going to be enough?
Right.
The question is.
They did a lot of damage. They didn't get to close any of those deals. All right, here's where we stand right now. Ignore the top of the board. Ace, DK, I think though they're at 79, 77, they'll be fine. We're going to drop down to where the cutoff is. 76 through 71 is 5 through 8. And then we've got a 70 at Veronica 7. And how I think in PLM would have to have, they'd have to have the game of their life. But
13 points and 20 points. It's like it doesn't matter.
So I think what we're going to see is a little bit of turtling coming out from those teams in 5 through 8. And Veronica 7 Funpin, after winning the last match, is going to have to honestly play one of the tightest and late game aggression, maybe early game tight. How do you handle this if you're V7?
I feel like here we're gonna have a case where our the middle of our top 8 is gonna just turtle a little bit, play slow, right?
100%.
So, and all the other teams, they have we have 6 teams, so 5 or 6 teams that are like, the only way we make it is to make 20 points off kills and whatever we get off placements, right? So they're going to go absolute ham. They're going to send it to compounds. They're going to drive by. They're going to third-party edge fights. They're going to be crazy. So, yeah, let's see what happens.
Let's see what happens. It's the last match of the day. When it ends, 8 teams go home, 8 teams advance. This is what matters most. This is PUBG PGC 2023.
1 point stands between qualification for last chance or elimination. All eyes are on Veronica 7 coming into the early game. We talked about potential hot drops, Poro. This would be the time to really put a dagger in the back of Veronica 7 if you have any outs against them.
that is absolutely true. That is definitely something that can happen. And you brought up another good point. It's all the way up to 4th place, really, with D plus Kia at 77 points. They can't be feeling safe. Right? Like, this is, if many massive moves are made here, that like anybody has a chance of still falling out of this. But right now, as you said, all eyes on Veronica 7. Genius. They're
in the nearby facility.
They are in the neighborhood.
Or vicinity, I should say. They're around. Petrichor, I mean, V7 is forced to split out really wide. They're going for vehicles, but they're contesting vehicles with Petrichor. They're contesting vehicles with GE. Or if Glass gets taken out here, that would be absolutely terrible for them. 1 tap should be enough to do it, but able to get alive, get away alive, get away to safety. But for how long? Sir T is on the hunt. He has a pistol. He's going for him.
Sir T, what are you doing, my dude? He really is going for this thing. He's drive-bying with the...
That is probably the best fence break I've ever seen.
The luckiest fence break for Glass.
Is he going to continue this?
He sees the car. He's still going.
5 bullets. He's going to continue the run, but where does Glass set up shop? Does he have anyone nearby? No. He has to somehow try and see if he can make it back to Rostock in order to find any teammates of his own. Surti is on the hunt, and now I think he's realized, you know what? We had our fun. We scared him off. He's headed towards the east. We're all right for now, but oh, Veronica 7 likes to play it dangerous.
Man, oh man, that fence saving Veronica 7 essentially. As the circle has popped and we are cutting hard north. The center of the circle just on the south side of Severny. So it is a long road for a lot of these teams. And we are in the final game of the day, Toby. That means crazy things start to happen.
The further top up the leaderboard, I feel like everyone outside of GE and Petrico, I mean, 79, while it's unlikely that all the way down through 9th, they all get 9 or more points in this game. Again, the Stars would have to align and go massively against Ascent. One thing is still for sure, any team from 3rd down through 9th that goes out here with a 0-point game, I'm just going to sit back and lead it all to fate. They're going to be sat in their chairs for another 20 minutes, of course, depending on when they fall. And just hoping, praying to the gods of PUBG that somehow they will still qualify.
Well, this is the closest that needs to be worried. 1-point lead for SSG. They hold on to the cut line. They are making their way into South Severny, although they are a little bit close to Falcons. A few shots getting traded between them as we check in with D plus Kia.
While it is a bit of a long shot too, while we keep our focus on top 9, Howl, I mean, again, if the Stars align, if they put together a good game here, they're not outside of a potential win. 10 points of 10 placement points on a win and a couple of kills to boot could get them right up there. But so far, the play styles we've seen from Howl just haven't screamed we're going to win the last game. But then again, if there's a time for Howl to bring that around, final games of brackets do tend to bring us magic.
They do indeed. Petrichor Road, they've been magical for the last 2 days. 101 points that they've collected in the last two days worth of games. And they are looking to add to that total here today, or here in this final game. I can't imagine that they are thinking anything less than we want to come out of this with a win.
Oh, yeah.
We'll see what they decide to do.
Petrichor is a team that's become pretty much famous for just making enemies of themselves. Here we're seeing the final fight. I really need to know exactly how it ended.
Slow-mo, man.
Tosi out, finds 1. You have Heaven still inside the building. I think it's Heaven who survives. Just look at this. DraftKings finds the double, and yes, with 1 HP! He had 1 HP!
Oh my god. Goodness gracious.
That is a difference of 6 points going your way along the knocks that you found, that they were able to claim off of that. At 1 HP, he was fully boosted too. A single tick of a boost could be, in the end of things, what qualifies them through to the next bracket of this tournament.
It does not get closer than that, man. Well, we still got 1 game left to play here as Veronica 7 pulls up. And they've got SSG just off to their north at the intersection. Ming stopping down just to heal up a little bit. I don't think this is where Pero is going to be wanting to play from, but we will see. You never know. Oh, Bully. Oh, Sixel once again, man.
They're just out here doing weird things. On the Vikendi game, it was... I don't even know at this point. Shen Yi, Shen Long just like to do their solo things, and I think at this point they're reaching a point where, you know what? Let's just ruin other people's lives. The good thing, I suppose, in this case is that the lives they're about to ruin won't really be massively impacted by it, considering the fact that GE are pretty safe in the 2nd place right now.
And all props in the world to GE, man. I don't think you could have asked anybody going into this losers bracket that would have thought that Genius Esports would have been in 2nd place in this lobby. There you go. MML will get spotted out by Clories right after he gets the knock on a Surti. So, interesting fight, we'll say, but in terms of the overall leaderboard, not too terribly important.
No, 2 teams that we don't mind losing early on here. I mean, of course, not fun if you're a fan of them, but as you said, in terms of the grand scheme of things, won't have a massive impact. Of course, it is points that other teams who desperately need points right now are not going to be able to claim, but this fight right here seems to be more of a more of unnecessary ones and multiple reasons.
And once again, Sixel coming out on the trailing end of it here is Boliang will find a knock. He's the last one up. He finds a man on the tree, but now he's getting shot in the back, and that's actually going to be E36 that has an angle onto this. Sylphia taking the shots over there, and Boliang will be able to stop down just long enough to get the heel off, and now Yuta still having a dance as, oh, he tried to go for the throwable, but Boliang not wasting any time, gets him taken care of. So Sixel showing a little bit of signs of life here.
I guess if we have to try and spin this into something positive, oftentimes the teams of whom the match matters most tend to be taken out by the teams who have nothing to lose and nothing to win. In this case, those teams are currently taking out each other, which means that there's a bigger chance that later down the line in this match, the teams we'll see fighting one another are the ones that are fighting for qualification. So get rid of all these teams in the top, all the teams far down in the bottom, and then we'll leave it up to the remaining few teams to fight this one through.
And we'll see if Clories, it looks like Clories will be able to get Yuta back up, but E36, they would like a piece of this, and they would like to be able to take out Boliang. They've got Sylphia inside the compound, and Star-Lord and Key are coming up to see if they can maybe find an angle onto Genius, but Genius, they do get their revive, and they're just stepping away for the time being.
It should be added to the conversation while we're seeing this three-way fight go on, that coming into this match, Veronica 7 has more placement points than both SSG and 4AM, which means that since we all know that's the first tiebreaker, should they end up tied with either one of the other team, they will be the ones to qualify.
Oh,
Falcons, they're set at nothing but placement points too, so they're going to be all right as well. But outside of that, both SSG and 4AM in a tie would fall down a spot.
Yeah, let's hope it doesn't come down to that. We like to see it one cleanly as possible, as Sylphia will finish off Boliang, and that'll be it for Shenyi Shinlong's tournament.
Indeed it will. Out they go. A lot of pedigree on the roster of former famed players, but this time around just could not string together the matches needed in order to find that top 8.
With Purple Mood, very close to EXO here as they are rounding around the eastern side of Yesnaya. EXO too deep in 2 vehicles, and it looks like Akita actually going to pull off of this. And now Insight on the rock immediately gets dropped by Thunders. What a spray from the passenger side. Luki will be the one to finish him off, and that's a kill in the bag for PLM.
And while we had the conversation of top 9, kind of added Howl as well. If there is a home field team, I would love to see put together a double-digit win and a fight for top 8.
It would take a lot, man.
You say that, but right now they're set an 8-kill win away from 8th. So I know it's a long shot, I know it's hard to do, but again, Purple Mood, you have the fans here, you have the crowd. If you can put this together, that will be one for the memory books.
Well, the impossible campaign has begun. They've got the first kill. As we get a little bit of a replay there of Sixel's last fight here at PGC 2023. As Genius finishes them off here, as checking back in with EXO. They're going out into the purple to actually take this fight. And now Monty going to get spotted out. Rip, last one there. I think they might just be sending it for the memes here as Duckmans will find Rip. That's going to be him going down. More kills picked up for Purple Mood. Last player alive for EXO is Akita, and he is trying to do the seat swap. Pulls a little bit too far away, though. We'll pull up on this ridge line to see if maybe he can find an angle with that SLR.
The dream is alive still for Purple Mood. Trying to go for the... is he going to commit to the rest all the way down that hill? I don't think so. He's going to try and get an off angle, try and really just deny the chance of qualification here for Purple Mood again. Got a couple of kills already, looking to try and see if they can get Thunders up and alive as well. There's no other teams around here that could potentially third party. And now another fight happening in the middle of things. That's Petrichor and D+ here taking it head on.
2 up now for Petrichor Road. Ike's left in summer, and just like that, they clean it up. They should be able to get the revives, and that's 4 kills. The rich get richer.
Is that a 0-point game for D+? I think it is.
That is a 0-point game for D+.
One of teams that couldn't really afford it, but also one of the teams that was a bit further ahead of everyone else. But again, I said it, there might just be a world where they're going to be the 9th place team by the end of this match. And Thunders will find EXO, so even though they try to take him out, the kills go the other way. And Purple Mood stay alive.
Halfway there. You said they needed 8 kills and a win. 4 already picked up as EXO will now exit the tournament. They finish fairly well down the leaderboard, but you got to see some signs of brilliance from EXO.
Oh yeah.
Unfortunately, he just could not put the whole thing together here at PGC 2023.
4 AM, 4 players stuck in this junkyard granny position, not where you'd want to be for them. Again, 4 AM thrives in being able to spread out, take control of their side of the circle, but of course with how much is on the line and where we are on the map, you can't really do too much about it. SSG in a position from where they can tear apart all their vehicles. And now here Exalt, a team who would need to also put together a dream game in order to qualify, trying to take on the remaining players for GE.
All right, grenades prepped and ready to go. One falling right on top of Yuta. Oh, he very quickly gets down those stairs, and it's a good thing he did. That thing was well cooked as Yuta and Clories working around the walls around Severny, and they also need to be careful here. Petrichor Road has a little bit of an angle in here. We didn't even mention the fact that the circle cut hard north again.
Yep.
And there is so much water in this thing right now. It is almost shaping up perfectly to be another city ending here on Severny being that city.
Mega northern shift for sure. D plus key up just to add to it. Oh, we've seen this one come through. Oh, Fake able to find him, staying alive for that one. Clories down, just one more left alive on the side of G, and that's Yuta. D plus Kia does have more placement points than Veronica 7, so should they get to 77, that's still them down.
Yuta tries to take one, he will find Art, but he's going to get shot in the back. Pero actually finding the angle on the Moloduct, and now Yuta still alive in this, and he will go down eventually to the shots from Glass. V7 getting involved.
Look at that circle shifting towards the east. Purple Mood are going to be playing in a perfect position from the east side. If they realize that the north side compound is free, that would be amazing for them to be able to claim. Matt now crawling into that position too, or sneaking I should say, from that eastern side as Exalt again needing a hero run to make any sort of chance of this. Trying to get themselves regrouped. E36 in the meantime, where do you send it sender? You have space to play in the middle, but even for them, I mean, if points given away to other teams, who are they going to give them to?
It looks like they're avoiding lines of sight for the most part here, as Howl just in front of them will find the gas station. It's a nice little pickup for them. And once again, you got to bring it, keep in mind, Purple Mood, it could be a miracle run maybe. And they have the quiet side of the circle over there on the east. So they've got 4 kills in the bag already. They need to get a few more to make sure that they can keep this thing going, but it's not out of the question just yet.
Oh, V7, they've gotten their 1 point. They're set 2 in a car. They're currently qualified on through, but getting shot at by 4 AM. They still have 2 players split between them. Heaven is trying to come in with a teammate on the other side, but Gumin found by Capitan from afar.
This is bad news for V7. They are pinned outside of the zone right now by a combination of 4 AM and just about everybody else. Gen G was coming in behind them. Looks like they managed to stop down and get the revive onto Gumin, but where do you go from here? 4 AM, all eyes pointing over in that direction, and now you have PMA also creeping down there, so the door kind of shutting for V7 here.
It's all about staying alive right now. 4 AM trying to wrap on in. Howl has left the far eastern side as Bobo now gets taken down from Kit, playing it safer inside the circle.
And that might actually help out Veronica 7 a lot here, as 4 AM was looking over in that direction, and now Tian still taking shots. He will find HSM, and that's 2 knocks now on 4 AM, and PMA won all of this.
Keep your eyes on 8th and 9th. SSG gets one that puts them right back into the lead, finding a knock now onto Crazy as well. PMA wants the flush stone, one not stolen just yet. There's still a point to be found if you're on the other side, and no, in the end they will fall. Exalt eliminated as well.
Gen G coming into Severny on the south side at the worst possible time for Exalt as they clean them up. And that will be them down and out once again. Gen G working their way in from the western side. SSG starting to creep over here, finding angles over onto what's left of 4AM and PMA.
4AM down to just Xiaopian here. That could potentially be them on the chopping block, considering the fact that Veronica 7, they got inside the circle. They managed to avoid the confrontation. So SSG for now has a really good position to move out from as well. What does Xiaopian do here to rack up more points for the team? Circle comes to him, phase 4. We expected it, but what oh what, Xiaopian, can you pull off here?
SSG getting another kill to leapfrog over Veronica 7 once again, so 1 point still separating both of those teams at that cut line. Veronica 7 hopping into the US, 3 deep. They've left Human behind. E36 has eyes on this, though. Shots have been coming through, but for right now, Veronica 7 is safe.
Considering 4AM not to make it through, to fall in the earliest stage of the tournament, I don't think that's something many people would have thought could be the case, but it might just be here. Again, of course, still far from done. We'll have to see for how long Xiaopian can stay alive. In the meantime, Tosi finds important points. That's once again going to push them above SSG in the tie.
I think you mentioned it, the biggest thing here, how long can 4AM stay in this? They've got 0 points and only 1 left alive. And Veronica 7 and SSG are currently farming right now, trying to find more kills as Human will find I and Pete, but doesn't get the knock. All this happening on the south side. Meanwhile, SSG still have to find their way inside the zone on the west.
If I'm 4AM right now, I'm looking at Petrichor and saying, where are my Chinese brethren when I need them? Can you please just pull up on SSG? We need you. And now that's V7 finding more points. They're going to surpass 4AM as well. Currently on the chopping block with SSG out.
Oh boy, and you know SSG, they are smart. They know who they needed to worry about. They know that Veronica 7 was a problem. And they see that kill feed constantly lighting up. Yep. Currently, right now, their focus, though, staying 4 alive. They're hopping into vehicles and about to make a move, but Gen G, they're taking the fight right to Petrichor Road.
And they're pulling up on this fight as well. They want a good third-party opportunity, and right now it's working out for them. A lot of kills coming through on the side of Petrichor, though, as these are being confirmed by the second. Sean Yang should fall to this one as well, indeed he will. But here comes Space Station Gaming. How many points are they going to be able to get off of this fight?
Chewy finds Esther, does take the spray, will go down. Roth and Sharpshot, though, will combine to take down Petrichor Road. Esther goes down as well. And now Petrichor Road down to just Chewy and Ike's left as SSG collapse on top of them. They smell points. They smell blood in the water. Sharpshot trading back and forth. Chewy will win the 1v1. Page goes down to Ike's left, but Pixel picks up the kill. Petrichor Road is taken down.
SSG stays in. If they lose one, Page is knocked as well. Roth down to half HP. Pixel able to get the first aid off as Ascent now starts creeping in from the northern side, but they're being forced back down by Howl.
4AM now in 9th place as Veronica 7 have crossed that line and SSG have pulled themselves up into 6th. It's so close, Toby. Says SSG should be able to reset themselves, get back up to 3 strong. No, it looks like they will leave 1 to bleed out in the blue. And that'll be them with 2 going forward. We'll see what they can do from here. But Zepion still alive, but outside of zone. He's got to move.
Kills are going to be hard to come by for Xiaopian. He is relying on SSG dying early so that he can farm placement points. But look at the journey he has ahead of him. E36 in the trenches. Falcon sat very comfortably in the compound. How, oh how, Xiaopian, are you going to rotate into this and secure 4AM's qualification?
Oh, PMA will get taken down by V7, and that makes his job that much harder. The problem now, 4AM 1 point behind Falcons.
Falcons
still 4 strong, 0 points so far, but they've got a compound. This is going to be very hard stuff here for 4AM.
Sure is, and again, we cannot completely keep Howl out of the equation here either. Well, they don't have any kills just yet. They're in a very good position and should be guaranteed at least 3 to potentially actually 4 placement points in this match.
And Purple Mood as well. They've still got 4 up on that side. The SSG, they're going to try to send it. They're pulling right inside near Ascend. The shots come through. No knocks coming out just yet. Kilyakai from range. Not going to find it somehow. SSG keeps 2 alive.
How are they still alive? That vehicle taking all the damage, both of them down to half HP. No vest for Pixel. 1 bullet from dying. And I think Chris is realizing this. They saw the smoke from the car. They know who they're up against. One well-placed nade could be SSG down and out in 8th.
And he is free to send. There it is. Howell will take them out. And now SSG has to sit and sweat while 4 AM still they
2 points.
2 points.
He needs 2 points.
That's all Gipion needs. 2 points.
And this fight couldn't be any better for him. If they fall here, if a team gets eliminated, he could creep on in and find just a single extra point. That should be all he needs.
E36 laying the smokes down, slowing things down. Veronica 7 still pushing through. They do lose 1 in the process here. They get a vision on the SSG boys. They know how close this is. Zepion has to still be on the move. The fight going on here. B7 picks up another one as E36 will go down, but Heaven takes a knock.
That's the first point down. Just 1 more to tie things up. He has to creep forward. He has Capitan right in front of them, and he has no clue that there's a player just down below him.
He needs 2 points. 2 points for 4 AM. He's got to stop down for the heals, but as you said, Falcons not even looking in this direction. It might be Emmy that spots him. Emmy, though, is very keyed in, very tunnel visioning on where Veronica 7 is. They're not even thinking to look. He's got a nade in hand. The nade will fall right on top of Capitan. It doesn't go off, and he's going to get spotted by Emmy. 4 AM is out.
Everything was on the line, and when it mattered the most, Xiao Pian falls short.
Unbelievable stuff here in the losers bracket final game. Purple Mood now trying to take it to Veronica 7. They know they can probably get in. They might be able to get in if they get more kills. They've got 5 already. They're going to find Tosi, and now Glaz will go down as well. Purple Mood, can they pull off the impossible, Toby?
Them and Howl are the ones to try and make something happen. Falcons and Ascend are both looking to qualify unless if a miracle comes through. The thing is they can't share the points between them. One has to frag out, the other has to stay silent. There's not enough kills left here for both of these 2 teams to get it going.
Ascend trying to make their wrap down to the south side. Kilyakai right on the back line of Falcons. Emmy, the trail man, has not spotted them just yet. Meanwhile, Ruin, the rest of Howl, wide split on the northern side. They've got angles onto some of this. There you go, Kilyakai will find Emmy, and that'll be another kill picked up for Ascend as we take a look at how SSG got taken down by Howl.
As it stands right now, Howl needs another 4 kills and the win in order to guarantee this one, but right now it's Purple Mood who are finding those points.
Brexco is going to find Capitan. Fluky is going to steal it away. Actually, Breck's going to steal it away from Fluky as Purple Mood now with 8 kills. They're climbing up the leaderboard, charging up the leaderboard, Toby, but Howl is still right there, and now it is down to 4v4v4. Purple Mood, Ascend, and Howl.
It's a tie between the 2 again. 4 kills and a win should boot them up there, should get them into really close range, but Ruin able to find one. Mika gets one in return. This might just play perfectly into the favor of Purple Mood.
Purple Mood on that south side. They're very wide split, but they don't have an angle onto any of this right now. They're trying desperately to rush to see if they can get some kind of line of sight onto any of this, pick up any points that they can get. Brexco will spot out the Mad. That's going to be him going down. 3 players up now for Howl on the north. Ascend in between both.
Look at the split that Purple Mood has set up. They're effectively playing a 2-2, trying to contain on both sides. Kilyakai spotted over the hill. Thanawan able to take him down. Ascend already has 1 more player down, and Chris is trying to get back on his feet. Brexco is committing to it, and once again, Purple Mood finding kills.
There's no way. Miracles don't exist like this in PUBG, not at PGC. And not for teams like Purple Mood, but they are pulling off the impossible right now. 10 kills for themselves. and they are in the driver's seat to try to secure this victory and try to secure themselves a spot in the next round of PGC Finals.
Howl has the circle, but all that stands between them and a backstab is Schofield. Right now he's eyeing Ascent, but Fluky and Duckman's over the hilltop might just be able to find him. Schofield gets into his car, is about to leave. You can see Brax here slowly creeping forward as well. These guys are already in. It's been a great run for them here on day 2 for Ascent. But right now our eyes back to Purple Moon. They go as they spot Ruin in the open. Falls down behind a vehicle.
Ooh, Duckmans.
Ammo running low. 29
Shots were
bullets.
true. Mika is in a perfect position right when Ascend trying to make the pull. They're going to actually find Tanawat. Laza going to go down, or going to spot out Mika. That will be him going down. Breck spotted out by Duckman. Shots coming through, but not landing. Now they are. They're going to get him low. Breck's out in the middle of the open, but he breaks line of sight just in the nick of time.
I hate to say it, but Purple Moon and Howl are sharing the kills between them, and neither of the two can afford it. They might just both fall short if it's not going to be one of the two able to bring these points home. Duckman's 5 bullets, no vest to work with. They want to get Thanawat back up alive, and Thunder should be able to do just that.
There you go, the res coming through. The smoke walls getting laid down by Howl to give them some more room to work around. It's Chris will get spotted out by Schofield. The grenade will be it. Can they secure the kill, though? It's so desperately important. Another grenade coming through. That should knock him low enough, and that will be a point going over to Schofield.
One more point taken by Howl. Are they going to be able to continue the run forward? Fluky has wrapped around. They know exactly where they have them now, and there's still 2 players up on the top in Thanawat and Thunders with a chance to do damage. Brax, though, has to be dealt with first.
Oh, Breck's very close. There it is. Thunder will secure it, and the crowd is going wild here behind us. Toby, it's down to Howl and Purple Mood. 2 kills, 3 kills available for Purple Mood. 4 available for Howl.
They can both tie with 4AM. They can both tie with 4AM if they get all the kills. Fluky finds one as Howl goes for desperation. Play around the side. Thunders falls as well. They'll find Schofield. Just one more left alive on the side of Howl.
Laza spits one out. Purple Moon. They get the win.
Is it enough? Is it enough? If my math stands, this is a tie. Purple Mood has done everything they possibly could to do it. You can see Duckmans, they're counting the kills. They're trying to find out if they did it. This would be one of the most insane comebacks in PUBG Esports history.
Not since FaZe Clan in 2019 have we seen a last-second comeback of this magnitude. And by this team, Purple Mood, unbelievable. The fan favorites, and everybody is going to wish that they had been here to see this happen. But we've got to throw it over to the analyst desk to tell us, was it enough? Did they get it, Toby?
I'm shaking. I am shaking. Have fun with this one, desk.
The final game of Losers Bracket is over, and teams that needed to put up showed up. Most above all, Purple Mood Gaming, a team that we thought was out of it, played the match of their life, and whether or not they make it through, they need to be proud of how that went.
And what a crazy circle to end things with. Like, super far north.
Yep.
So much water in plains phase 2 and phase 3. And then, of course, for V7, everything shrank away for them. Yep. They had to make a mega play to make things happen. And they had so many kills coming their way, too.
And that's what it came down to. It seems like the teams that needed to make plays went out and did it. We saw the bottom fragging aggressively from the start. Some of them fell off. Then we saw V7 Funpin make it a non-factor in terms of the race. 4AM, who we weren't even sure was going to be an issue at the start of this one, all of a sudden finds themselves in a tough situation. And it was a nail-biter for team after team. Honestly, I didn't even think Purple Mood was in the hunt when we saw Friendly Fire or SSG go down. And then all of a sudden, they're going bananas.
Yeah, I love what I saw from V7 Funpin. The way that they approached things, the way that they took things down. But Purple Mood, they fragged out. They took everything they could. and put it on the board here. And 11 kills, as you see here towards the end here. They got so many. The question is it going to be enough?
I think they might have ended at like 14. Absolutely insane how that match went. And you know what? That's what you get. That is why I love PUBG. That's why I love Battle Royale. When you've got 16 teams on every single map, it really does mean anything can happen. Welcome back to the desk for the final time in the losers bracket. My name is Toffees. I'm joined by Avenger. We are going to walk you through the leaderboards and talk you through what happened at the end of that game, because as it often is in these brackets, it was wild and it was a nail biter up to the very, very end.
As we saw and as we talked about, it might come down to the very last game and the very last seconds. And as you see here, it was crazy. Purple Mood, they played their hearts out here in the very last match.
It got hot in here. The crowd got crazy. I mean, how could you not for that one? They played their hearts out. Veronica 7 Funpin got crazy as well. They played back-to-back games to get themselves back into this hunt. It really was an incredible match. Let's look at the top 4 teams. 14 kills at the end of the day for PLM.
Crazy. Insane play from these guys here. And also they had to travel all the way far. 27 kilometers here, almost 20 miles, Toffees.
Sheep. And that is saying something when everyone else at least started in that first circle, right? I mean, all the other teams in the hunt, not so much. So PLM looking good. Petrichor Road still in there, causing trouble for a few of the teams who are in the hunt, but ultimately PLM WWCD team stats.
And Fluky, he has been a standout player for this team here. 7 knockouts, 5 kills he's able to get, and more than 500 damage he's able to garner throughout this match here.
And a shout out to Duckmans. His family has been here supporting him. You saw how excited he was at the end of that game, but the man of the match will, of course, go to Fluky, who has been a shining star so far in the group stages in the losers bracket, and I'm glad that he managed to get this man of the match at the end.
Yeah, super happy to see this guy pop off like this. The question is, though, Toffees, and I'm excited about it.
I need to know.
What's going to happen? Purple Moon's going to get 24. How V7 and Petrichor is getting 10. 4am only 2. That is a dream breaker.
Right, that is absolutely a dream breaker. And I think they thought they were comfortable going into this one. It did not work out. We're going to see the match, the big leaderboard here in a second, and that is going to show us the top 8 teams. The left side are advancing. The right side are not. PLM walks away with 75 points, 1 short of SSG, and they will not advance. They will not get a plane ticket. They'll simply go back to their homes here. And you know what? It was noble, and they should be proud of themselves. They worked hard at that game.
Yeah, they're sad. Obviously, they're super happy after such a 14 kills and a win. You're going to think it's going to be enough, but no. It just lined up so perfectly. That Space Station Gaming, they were able to get just enough here in this game here. 5 points total for them. And there were smart points. They fought for it. They had to fight for it because it shifted away from the warehouse, and they had to make some really smart decisions. All right, let's try to third party it. And then Xiaobinyan trying to survive for as long as he can. He had an 8 in his hand. He could have tied it up, but actually it wouldn't have mattered. The tiebreaker would have been won by SSG anyway.
We'll be back at the winners bracket tomorrow. And I mean, we even disagreed. I thought SSG was going to play it slow, maybe try to go for placement. They went for that chaos fight and walked away with 3 kills. That was the difference maker. Good for them. Start with Erangel, Vikendi, Tego, Miramar. We're back with the winners bracket tomorrow, so that is going to be exciting. This was exciting. That said, tomorrow, I think, is one of the strongest 16-team brackets we have ever seen in PUBG.
Very likely. Like, it feels like if you told me this was the 16 teams that are playing in the grand finals, I would honestly say, okay, that's fair. These 16 teams are just that top level. They're world tier.
Absolutely. I'll tell you what else is world tier. Honda Seat, the official gaming partner of PGC, the chair that elevates the gaming experience with ultimate comfort and exceptional performance. Choose Honda Seat, choose the seat of victors. We're also sponsored by the King Power Group, leaders in the travel retail industry. King Power, the power of possibilities. Logo Pro Esports grade gaming gear designed with a unique design. As a world-leading gaming brand, MSI stands out as the most trusted brand in gaming and esports. MSI is the official gaming partner of the PUBG Global Championships 2023, providing PC, hardware, monitors, and laptops as the designated hardware provider for this event. Talkanoi, live deliciously. Yeah, I like that. Number 1, fast and reliable fiber internet brought to you by True Online. Stay connected when you need it the most. Purple Mood almost stayed connected. They tried so hard. They fought. You saw their faces.
Yeah.
And
just not enough.
I want to say, exactly, you want to say, like, they deserved it, but it is one of those things, like, anywhere throughout the course of 12 games, they could have picked up 1 more point.
Yeah. They had 51 going into this one. They got 24 in the last game. So in 11 games prior, they got 60% sum of their total points, right? So you just have to go on a little bit more, and it just wasn't enough. And usually, as we said here, the cutoff is going to be around 75 points. It was 76.
Nice. Hey, look at this guy over here. Also, I will say this to the teams that did advance. You know, if they do what they did in the next division, they're not going to go any farther.
They're not going to go into the
Absolutely not. Like this sort of having 2 or 3 bad games and then sort of salvaging, and that's fine in the losers bracket. But if you want to go to the last chance and get to the grand final, a lot of these teams need to clean up their act. Petrichor, they looked like they could be a winner's bracket, maybe a grand final team.
I'm sure Ming's price on fantasy is going to change somewhere from the 19,000 mark because he was way too cheap. He had a fantastic standout performance here in the lower bracket, and I hope we're going to see something from him too in the last chance once we get to that after our winner's bracket tomorrow.
Absolutely. We saw a lot of surprises. We saw a shocking end to what is one of the most exciting, I think, final days of a loser's bracket we've seen in a while. And it really was. We got here today. It was wide open. From second all the way down to 15, anyone was in the hunt. When we got to the last game, it was down to just one team. Can they go the distance? And they did. Now make sure you come back tomorrow for more winners bracket action. For now, we're going to take a moment and check in with Pan as she catches up with some of the players.
เอาละค่ะสวัสดีค่ะต้อนรับกลับเข้าสู่บนเวทีของเรานะคะต้องบอกว่าเมื่อกี้นี้กับน้องๆผู้มูนะคะดูอยู่ในห้องต้องบอกว่าร้องไห้เลยแบบว่าน้ำตาไหลออกมาเลยแบบดีใจกับน้องๆมากตอนนี้ก็ยังรู้สึกว่าตื้นตันใจแต่ว่าแค่คะแนนเดียวไม่เป็นไรขอฮึบก่อน ขอฮึบด้วยน้องเก่งมากๆแล้วในเกมสุดท้ายนะคะก็ขอชมน้องๆเลยแต่ว่าสำหรับในวันนี้ค่ะก็มีหลายทีมนะคะที่สามารถแสดงออกถึงความสามารถออกมาได้ดีมากนะคะไม่ว่าจะเป็น turnaround หรือว่าจะเป็นแบบว่า outstanding performance นะคะดังนั้นเดี๋ยววันนี้เนี่ยเราจะมาพูดคุยนะคะกับ2ทีมค่ะที่ติดอยู่ใน top 8 แล้วก็จะได้เข้าสู่ในรอบการแข่งขัน last chance นะคะดังนั้นสำหรับทีมแรกเดี๋ยวเรามาพูดคุยกันเลยดีกว่านั่นก็คือ Genius Esports มาแล้วนะคะเป็นทีมจากเวียดนามฮัลโหลสวัสดีค่ะ Hi. Okay, so right here let's have a little interview. So for the first question, so right here at the end of day 1, it feels like you finally turn it on. So when you got a chicken dinner, now on day 2, you stormed to be like the third of the leaderboard. What caused this amazing turnaround?
Là ngày đầu tiên cảm giác như là team mình đã kiểu như là thức tỉnh rồi, và ngày thứ hai thì sau khi mà mình ăn gà xong thì kiểu mình đã có một màn lội ngược dòng rất là tuyệt vời như thế. Thì em nghĩ là điều gì đã khiến cho team có thể thi đấu tốt như vậy?
Thì sau ngày thi đấu đầu tiên thì bọn em không bắt kịp được game đấu, trận đấu, nên là bọn em đã ngồi lại với nhau và xem lại mình đã làm những gì và cố gắng sửa những cái lỗi cơ bản để tiếp tục thi đấu tốt hơn ở ngày thi đấu thứ hai.
Okay, so like after the first game, it's like it feels like we were able to catch up with the tempo of the game, and then after the day 1, we were sitting together and talk about the game and like what kind of mistake that we made on the first day and what can we do better on the second days.
ค่ะก็เมื่อสักครู่นี้นะคะที่ถามไปบอกว่าต้องบอกว่าหลังจากที่วันแรกเนาะของ loser bracket นะคะของทีม Genius Esports เนี่ยคือเขาก็สามารถทำได้ดีหลังจากที่เขาได้ chicken dinner นะคะแต่ว่าหลังจากวันนั้นหลังจากวันที่1เนี่ยก็คือวันนี้เนาะเป็นวันที่2เนี่ยคือต้องบอกว่าเขาได้ขึ้นสู่ท็อป3ของ leaderboard เลยก็เลยอยากจะถามว่าอะไรที่ทำให้เขานะคะได้มีแรงกระตุ้นหรือว่าทำให้เปล่งความสามารถของเขาออกมาได้ขนาดนี้นะคะดังนั้นก็เมื่อสักครู่นี้ค่ะได้บอกว่า1เลยตั้งแต่ day 1เนาะในสิ่งที่เกิดขึ้นเนี่ยเขาได้กลับมาคุยกันว่าปัญหาที่มันเกิดขึ้นเนี่ยคืออะไรนะคะแล้วก็แก้ไขจุดที่เป็นปัญหาหรือว่าจุดอ่อนที่มันเกิดขึ้นก็เลยทำให้ในวันที่2วันนี้เนี่ยได้เห็นผลลัพธ์นะคะที่ประสบความสำเร็จอย่างที่เราได้เห็นกันก็คืออยู่ในท็อป3เลยนั่นเองค่ะ So another question is, you have 2 days before the last chance. So what will you spend the time to?
Mình còn 2 ngày để nghỉ ngơi trước khi thi đấu vòng cơ hội cuối á, thì em nghĩ mình sẽ làm gì vào 2 ngày này?
Em nghĩ là bọn em sẽ đến để theo dõi giải đấu và xem các team khác bắn như thế nào.
I think we'll spend the next 2 days like watching the other game in the winner brackets to see how they do and to see who is the team that we're gonna meet in the last chance
ว้าวโอเคนะคะเมื่อกี้ถามเขาไปว่าแล้วอย่าง2วันเนี่ยก่อนที่จะไปถึงรอบ last chance นะคะเขาจะทำอะไรบ้างเขาบอกว่าเขาจะดูการแข่งขัน winner bracket ค่ะเขาจะดูว่าทีมที่อยู่ในรอบ winner bracket เนี่ยเขาทำยังไงกันบ้างเนาะแล้วก็รวมถึงซักซ้อมแหละนะคะในช่วงเวลา2วันที่เกิดขึ้นแล้วเขาก็จะดูด้วยว่าเขาจะได้เจอกับใครนะคะในรอบ last chance นั่นเองนะคะโอเค thank you very much ขอบคุณค่ะ thank you Genius Esports thank you very much Quali thank you อันนี้ก็เป็นหนึ่งในทีมที่ต้องบอกว่าโอ้โหพุ่งเป็นดาวขึ้นมาเลยนะคะอยู่ในอันดับ3เรียบร้อยแล้วนะคะสำหรับ Loser Bracket แต่ว่าก็ได้ไปต่อนะคะใน Last Chance นั่นเองนะคะส่วนต่อมาค่ะไม่พูดถึงไม่ได้ในวันนี้เขาก็ Amazing มากเหมือนกันนะคะนั่นก็คือ V7 วู้เชิญค่ะ Hi Ross. Okay. Hi Gilman. So right here as you claim the spot in the last chance qualifier. So could you please take us through the final match?
마지막 찬스 진출하는데 혹시 마지막 그 판의 그 소감 어떤지 궁금합니다.
일단은 저희가 마지막 매치 하기 전에 1점 차로 뒤지고 있었던 것 같은데 따라가는 쪽이 조금 더 유리하다고 생각을 해서 저희가 그냥 하던 대로 실수만 없이 하면은 충분히 올라갈 수 있겠다 생각했는데 올라가서 기분 너무 좋습니다.
Actually, we already know that we left 1 point until the last chance. That's why we keep following the tempo, and we actually grabbed the chance and got to the top placing. That's why, yeah, that's our plan.
โอเคค่ะก็เมื่อสักครู่นี้นะคะที่ถามไปต้องบอกว่าเขาเนี่ยตอนนี้นะคะได้สามารถเข้าสู่รอบ last chance แล้วนะคะก็อยากจะถามเขาว่าในเกมสุดท้ายที่ผ่านมาเมื่อสักครู่นี้เนี่ยคือเขาต้องบอกว่าช่วยพาเราเนี่ยผ่านเกมนั้นเล่าถึงเกมสุดท้ายนี้ให้ฟังหน่อยนะคะเขาบอกว่าเอาจริงๆเขาก็ไม่รู้ตัวเนาะในช่วงนั้นที่เล่นเกมอยู่ว่าเขาแบบขาดอยู่กี่พอยต์หรืออะไรยังไงนู่นนี่นั่นแต่พูดง่ายๆว่าก็คือทำให้เต็มที่นะคะแล้วก็สุดท้ายในจุดที่สามารถเข้าไปสู่รอบ last chance qualifier ได้ก็คือแบบดีใจมากๆนั่นเองนะคะโอเค and so you have 2 days before last chance qualifier so how you will spend the time in 2 days
마지막 찬스 이틀 남았는데 혹시 그 이틀 동안 계획 어떤지 궁금합니다.
일단 저희가 금전적으로 조금 문제가 많이 있다고 생각해서 그 점을 이틀 동안 최대한 보완하려고 할 거고 그다음에 위너 브라켓에서 떨어지는 8팀이 일단 누군지 지켜보고 그 팀에 맞춰서 전략적으로 좀 운영 준비도 할 것 같아요.
So within these 2 days, we'll analyze our opponent, which is in the final chance, and also we will talk about our mistakes and our minor error that we did in the previous match, and we will try not to do these kinds of mistakes again in our last chance.
ว้าวโอเคนะคะเหมือนเดิมเลยค่ะก็ถามไปว่ามีอีก2วันเนาะที่จะไปสู่รอบ last chance นะคะแล้ว2วันที่เหลืออยู่เนี่ยก่อนที่จะเข้าสู่รอบ last chance จะทำอะไรบ้างนะคะก็คือแน่นอนค่ะเขาก็จะกลับมาพิจารณากับสิ่งที่ผิดพลาดไปนะคะแล้วก็กลับมาแก้ไขนะคะกับสิ่งที่มันเกิดขึ้นแล้วก็ทำให้มันดีขึ้นนั่นเองนะคะโอเค so anything to say to your fans
혹시 팬분들에게 말씀 있습니까?
이번 이틀 동안 보면서 너무 가슴 졸이면서 보셨을 것 같은데 너무 죄송하고 나머지 라스트 찬스는 꼭 더 좋은 경기력으로 더 급하 진출할 수 있게 노력할 테니까 조금만 더 응원해 주셨으면 좋겠습니다.
I feel so sorry towards our fans because they keep looking at us. It might be tired for them to watch us play in the previous mistakes and until we get to the top 8 placing as well. And also, I want to thank all of them and hope they could keep watching us and keep supporting us.
โอเคนะคะก็ฝากถึงแฟนๆนะคะก็ต้องบอกว่าขอบคุณนะคะที่ยังคงให้การสนับสนุนนะคะแล้วก็เชื่อว่าจะติดตามนะคะกับการแข่งขันเราใน Last Chance แล้วก็ต้องขอโทษด้วยกับการแข่งขันที่อาจจะบีบใจนะคะในช่วงเวลาที่ผ่านมาแต่เขาก็ทำได้แล้วอยู่ในช่วง Top Rank 8 นั่นเองนะคะ Thank you very much V7 Thank you ขอบคุณค่ะ Gilman Thank you เอาละค่ะก็สำหรับ loser bracket ของเรานะคะก็เป็นที่เรียบร้อยแล้วเราได้ทราบแล้วนะคะกับ8ทีมที่ได้อยู่ในอันดับ top rank มีใครกันบ้างนะคะก็จะได้เข้าสู่ในรอบของ last chance qualifier นั่นเองค่ะส่วนในวันพรุ่งนี้นะคะก็จะเป็น winner bracket นะคะยังไงก็สามารถมาร่วมเชียร์กันได้นะคะก็มีทีมไทยถึง2ทีมด้วยกันค่ะสำหรับในวันนี้นะคะก็ต้องขอบคุณทุกท่านมากๆไว้พบกันใหม่ในวันพรุ่งนี้สวัสดีค่ะ
Say that you deserve, go burn it through the fire and break the just not enough. Turn around and trust in yourself at the end.